The katana stopped 4 inches from my throat, and the man holding it had not made a sound getting there. That was the part that bothered me. Not the blade. The silence. 1 second I was standing in an empty corridor of a half-built government building, and the next there was white hair, red eyes, and enough killing intent to curdle milk. All of it aimed at my neck by a guy who had crossed 30 feet of hallway without disturbing the dust. Who are you? It was not a question. Senju Kaito did not ask questions. He issued statements and then waited for reality to agree with him. Behind him, the other one turned around, and I got my first proper look at the man whose stone face I had been standing on 10 minutes earlier. Long black hair, red armor, a face like a friendly potato. He had been halfway out the door with the specific guilty energy of a man sneaking off to meet someone he definitely should not be meeting. And now he was standing very still, and the air in the corridor had gone thick. Senju Renjiro, the god of shinobi. Currently the strongest living thing on this planet by a margin so wide it was less a gap and more a geological feature. Kaito, he said. Stop. Big brother, he came out of nowhere. No chakra, no sound, nothing. I know, put it down. But put it down. The sword went down, slowly, the way a dog gets off the couch when it knows it will be getting back on the couch in 11 seconds. I let out the breath I had been holding since roughly the moment I arrived on this planet. Here is the thing about walking up to the strongest man alive. You get exactly 1 opening line, and if you fumble it, there is no second draft because you are compost. First Hokage Senju Renjiro, I said, do you have time to chat? He looked at me for a long moment, then he smiled, and I watched the killing intent drain out of the corridor like someone had pulled a plug. Clear the room, he told his brother. I need a word with this gentleman. You stay outside and keep watch. Kaito's face did something complicated. He pursed his lips, said absolutely nothing in the loudest possible way, and went to stand in the hall. I would later learn that this man's version of obedience always came with a subtitle. And that is how, roughly 1 hour into being a person in this world, I ended up sitting across from a living legend in an office that still smelled like fresh-cut lumber, about to ruin his entire life. Let me tell you how I got the eyes. An hour before that, I was standing on top of Hokage Rock, looking down at a village that was mostly scaffolding, and a box in my head was reading me the terms and conditions of my new existence. I had a system. Of course I had a system. Nobody gets dropped into the errata world with a normal resume. Main quest. Simple. Elegant. Utterly deranged. Select one faction in each timeline. Help it unify the ninja world. Ensure that it does not split again for 20 years after unification. And there were 7 timelines. 7 parallel errata worlds, stacked like a deck, each one paused at a different page of the story. Reward for completion. Instant ascension to immortality. Eternal life. The whole package. Good news. I had a system. Bad news. The system wanted me to conquer the world 7 times. This is a setting where people routinely explode into stars, and where the local nuclear deterrent is a fox. I was a modern student who had never won a fistfight in his life. My entire skill set consisted of knowing what happens in a cartoon. So the system, in its infinite mercy, gave me a starter pack. X pair of Rinnegan, automatically installed, no consent form, no waiting period. I took out my phone and looked at my own face in the front camera, and there they were, ringed and purple and absolutely not mine. My vision leapt so hard I nearly threw up. I could count the compound eyes of a fly across the construction yard. I could see the individual grains of sawdust falling off a beam 80 meters away. It took me a solid 20 minutes to stop flinching at my own hands moving. X Chankun pouch, which is a bag that holds objects the way a black hole holds regret. And 3 modern goods vouchers, which I will get back to, because that one becomes a war crime later. The catch on the eyes was beautiful in its cruelty. I could not use a single one of their abilities, not one, because I had no chakra, and I did not know how to make chakra, and the Rinnegan without chakra is a very expensive pair of contact lenses. But you know what? Nobody else knew that. Which is why I bound Konoha and walked straight into the Hokage's office. Because a man with the eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths and 0 fighting ability is still, socially speaking, a man with the eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths. I picked Renjiro first for a very specific reason. He is the strongest person in this era, and he is also the only one who would let a stranger finish a sentence. If I had gone to Kageyama first, the negotiation would have opened with a Susanoo and closed with my funeral. So, the office, fresh lumber, 2 chairs. Kaito pressed against the door outside like a resentful housewife, absolutely eavesdropping. Do you need soundproofing? Renjiro asked. No need. Let him listen. If I could convince the big brother, would the little brother really dare to argue? So, what did you want to talk about? Let's talk about the future of the entire ninja world. He blinked. We'll each answer one question, I said. That's fairer. No pressure. You can refuse to answer. With a man like Renjiro, sincerity works about 800 times better than manipulation. So I gave him sincerity, just, weaponized. You first. He hesitated, then asked the thing that had been eating him since I appeared. Your eyes? Rinnegan. The sage of six paths himself, the highest of the three great eye techniques. It exists. Then you, sir, have some connection to... I know him. We're not close. Which is true. Everyone in my old world knows that old man. He gives out phone charms to children in the sequel series. It is very hard to feel formal about him. Renjiro, however, heard something very different from what I had actually said, and I did not correct him because what he heard was better for me. His face went pale under the tan. This person knows the Sage of Six Paths, the founder of ninja. Has he been alive since the Age of Legends? Who exactly are you, sir? You could call me an immortal who doesn't belong to this era. Technically accurate. I was a prospective immortal on a quest to become an actual immortal. That is basically an internship. It's my turn, I said. Aren't you in a hurry to go meet your boyfriend? He puffed up like a proud rooster. You mean Kageyama? No rush, no rush. He'll wait for me. The confidence. The absolute confidence of a man who has never been ghosted. Then I stopped joking, and I asked the real one. First Hokage, Senju Renjiro, what kind of world do you want to build? And he changed. The goofiness came off him like a coat. I want to build a peaceful world where children don't have to go to war. Through your ninja village system? Yes. Konoha was founded by the Uchiha and the Senju together, and it's working. The land of Earth has already built Iwagakure. Others are following. When the village system matures, it will replace the chaos of the warring states. Ninja will no longer depend on powerful clans. The endless wars will end. He believed me instantly. That was the awful part. I had not had to work for it at all, and I have thought since about how little effort it took. He had lived the warring states era himself. In that period, the average lifespan was under 30. Children who could hold a knife were sent to the front. Of Butsuma Senju's 5 sons, 2 survived, and Renjiro had buried the rest personally. He was not a dreamer. He was a pragmatist who had already succeeded once. So I hit him with the numbers. Konoha, year 17, the First Shinobi World War. He stopped smiling. Konoha, 37, the second. Konoha, 45, the third. Konoha, 68, the fourth. In less than 70 years, 4 world wars, each one with casualties no lower than the warring states era you just ended. Silence. Is this the peace your village system maintains? He sat there like a band who had just been shown a photograph of his own house on fire, and I let him sit in it because I needed that number to land properly. He had suspected the future would not be perfect. He had not suspected 4. He had not suspected that number. Wait, is all of this true? You can see the future? Do you believe it? I don't want to believe it. Which is the most honest thing anyone said to me all week. So I dropped the second one. You're right not to. You died in Konoha 16. The year after your death, the First Shinobi World War broke out. The door slammed open. Kaito had lasted a heroic 11 seconds. Impossible! Big brother, don't listen to his nonsense. Tobirama. Sorry. I did not take it personally. I just turned my head and asked the man the second worst question of his life. Senju Kaito. Do you want to know how you died? Huh? You were ganged up on and beaten to death by a few cloud ninja. The room got very, very quiet. He went absolutely nuclear. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Do you know who I am? I invented the Flying Thunder God. I invented Edo Tensei. I invented multiple shadow clones and mutually multiplying explosive tags and half the water release catalog. How could I possibly be surrounded and killed by a few cloud ninja? Also, which clan even are the cloud ninja? I have never heard of them. It is definitely made up. He was still ranting when I noticed the floor. Renjiro had not said a word, and I was extremely conscious that I was standing between him and the only door. The wooden floorboards under his chair had cracked. The killing intent coming off him had gone from an absence to a physical weight, and it was pressing the room down like a thumb on a bug. The most devoted brother in this entire world had just been told his little brother gets stomped to death in a ditch. "Sir," he said, and his voice was very calm, which was somehow worse. "Could you explain that more clearly?" "It's hard to explain in words," I said.
"Let me take you to see it." "See it?" "You'll find out soon enough." And I snapped my fingers. Because here is the other half of my system, the half nobody in this world was ready for. I can travel to any of the 7 timelines, 10 jumps a day, no limit on how long I stay. And once I bind a faction, I can carry that faction's leader across with me for 1 hour. We landed in a forest at night, and Renjiro Senju stopped being the god of shinobi and became a man frantically scanning the tree line for his brother. World 2, Konoha Year 17, the land of lightning border. He locked onto Kaito's chakra in about half a second and took off, and I had to teleport twice just to keep up, because I was an ordinary man with fancy eyes, and he was a natural disaster with a haircut. We stopped in the branches of a big tree, and I gestured for him to look down, and that is when Renjiro Senju met the future. Down in the grass, his little brother was talking to 6 exhausted subordinates. Is that really Kaito? He's aged so much, and his chakra, is his chakra damaged? And those 2, is that Bear, and Katsuro, and an Uchiha? They've all grown up so well. Kenzo Sarutobi, 20-something and unafraid of anything, was crouched there with a war on his face, and I recognized him before I recognized anybody else in that tree line. Beside him, Katsuro Shimura, who had 2 working eyes and no crimes yet. Beside him, Uchiha Akio, smiling. I gave Renjiro the summary while we watched. I had to assemble the next part out of what Kaito told me afterward, in pieces, over about 2 weeks, and I want you to know, he enjoyed none of it. The peace conference between Konoha and Kumogakure had gone perfectly, right up until the Kinsei and Ginjiro brothers murdered their own Raikage at the table because he had the audacity to want peace. Then they ambushed Kaito, badly, and chased him and his 6 guards across 2 countries. Kaito was in no state to run. Chakra gone, organs shifted, holding himself upright on pure command presence. So he was going to stay behind as bait. And because he is who he is, he turned it into a test. He asked which of them would volunteer to cover the retreat. Down in the grass, Katsuro's hands were shaking. He wanted it. You could see him wanting it, and he could not make his mouth work. Kenzo stepped forward instead. "Testing his subordinates at a time like this," Renjiro murmured. "That is exactly what Kaito would do."
"He'd already decided on Bear," he said. "The test is just so the others trust him." And Katsuro. His hands are trembling. He has the impulse, but he's afraid to die. That's right. That's human. Death isn't easy to overcome. Then he said the thing that made me want to look away. Everything Kageyama and Kaito and I did was so that wave after wave of children would never have to make this choice. "But the monkey's grown into a brave ninja. He'll be an excellent Hokage." I said nothing, because in about 34 years, that excellent monkey and his excellent advisors would take everything this man built and run it directly into a wall, and I was going to make him watch that too. But not tonight. Sarutobi and the others left. Kaito started setting traps. Alone in a clearing with maybe 4% of his chakra, a punctured lung, and 18 elite cloud ninja incoming. "Sir," Renjiro said, and his hands were already forming a seal. "To save Kaito, I have to act. But we're in the future. Would interfering cause some kind of disaster?" He was asking my permission. The god of shinobi was asking my permission. "Don't rush," I said. "Wait a while before making a move. This is a good opportunity to teach your arrogant little brother a lesson. I want to be honest with you about my reasoning here, because it was not noble. Ex-living Kaito was worth more to me than a dead one. He would keep Konoha's structure intact in World 2, which made my job easier. And a Kaito who got beaten this badly and survived would be angry for the rest of his life, which made him easier to steer. I was not saving a man. I was tenderizing him. The Kinsei and Ginjiro brothers arrived with 18 elite cloud ninja and immediately started running their mouths. "How come you're the only one left, second Hokage? Where are your lowly guards? Did they abandon you?" Kaito said nothing. He was staring at the jar. Because on Ginjiro's back was a thing the size of a small child, orange and glazed and completely absurd, and I knew what it was the moment I saw it. The amber purifying pot. One of the 6 pads ninja tools. If you answer when it calls your name, it eats you. That is the whole mechanism. It is the stupidest weapon in the history of this world, and it had killed a Raikage 40 minutes earlier. So Kaito kept his mouth shut, and then he opened the show. Kinsei swung the banana leaf fan, and a fire vortex tens of meters long came off it, and I want you to hold on to that fan, because I end up needing it. Kaito answered with a water formation wall, held it for 4 seconds, lost it, and let the flames eat him. Except that was a shadow clone, and the real one was already standing behind the entire squad. Water release. Water severing wave. X single jet of water under absurd pressure, flat and horizontal, the kind of technique that cuts through the roots of the sacred tree. 9 ordinary jonin got cut in half at the waist in one pass. Kinsei jumped. Ginjiro blocked with a 7-star sword and got launched anyway. Half the pursuit force stopped existing in under 2 seconds. And beside me, Renjiro made a small, proud noise like a dad at a recital. Kaito, meanwhile, was doing arithmetic and hating the answer. He had just learned these people were weaker than he assumed, which meant if he had kept all 6 of his guards and made a stand, they might have won. But he could not gamble, and I understood his arithmetic perfectly, because I had already run the same sum from a different chair. If he lost that gamble, Konoha's entire next generation dies in the Land of Lightning, and nobody comes home, and Konoha does not even find out the peace talks failed until Kumogakure is at the gate. So he did not gamble. He detonated dozens of explosive flags to blind the field, drew his sword, and went to work with the flying thunder god. More than 10 teleports in a few breaths, 7 more jonin down, X-Ghost with a knife. And then Kinsei got tired of losing. Wings of the wind! Arc of thunder! The banana leaf fan blew the smoke away and dropped a lightning grid across a radius of tens of meters, and it caught his own remaining men, and he did not care even slightly. Kaito went rigid, paralyzed, and the golden rope grazed his arm. Now, this thing I have to explain because it is the single funniest tragedy in this entire story. I had to have this explained to me twice, and I still think it is idiotic. The golden rope makes you say your own most frequently used word out loud as a physical object. Then the 7-star sword cuts that word out of the air. Then the red gourd stores it. And once your word is in the gourd, you are one careless syllable away from being sucked inside forever. So the rope touched him, and Senju Kaito's word came out. Uchiha. Ginjiro looked at the sword, looked at the word stuck to it, looked at Kaito. Strange. You're the second Hokage, Senju Renjiro's little brother, and your most frequent word isn't big brother. It's Uchiha? Just how much do you love the Uchiha? I have never in my life seen a man's face go through what Kaito's face went through. 50 years of institutional racism, and the man's soul auto-completes to Uchiha. He nearly died of it, right there, before the fight even finished. But he did not die, because he had 1 card left, and it was a good one. He teleported behind Ginjiro and put a sword through his heart. He had marked him. I did not catch it at the time, and only found it when I went back over the whole thing afterward. Earlier, during the retreat, he had gotten a shadow clone close enough to tag him, and he had been saving it, hoping to get both brothers standing together. He did not get the chance, so he spent it on one. Which is when Kinsei stopped being a person. The chakra came off him dark red, a cloak formed, and 6 tails came out of his back, and I stopped enjoying myself immediately because I knew that number. Semi-tailed beast transformation, powered by the chunk of the 9 tails he and his brother had eaten decades ago. Peak Kage-level combat power with almost no sanity attached. Kaito had 2 techniques left in the tank. He used them both. I have never watched anybody spend 2 trump cards that fast, and I have since watched Uchiha Kageyama work. 3 coffins burst out of the ground. 3 Edo Tensei corpses sprinted straight into Kinsei's chest, and the mutually multiplying explosive tags went off for 2 solid minutes and flattened everything inside a few hundred meters. Then the smoke cleared, and Kinsei walked out of it roaring. As expected, Kaito muttered. That tailed beast cloak, its defense is astonishing. He should have developed more forbidden techniques behind his brother's back. Unfortunately, his brother would not allow it. X-Tail came out 100 meters and punched through his abdomen. 2 more pinned his arm. X-tailed beast ball started forming, small and unhurried, because a small one was more than enough. He stopped fighting. He was thinking about Shinji, actually, thinking about how embarrassing it was going to be to meet him in the afterlife after dying like this. Then the ball came at him, and a hand came out of nowhere and slapped it away. It exploded a kilometer downrange and blew away a forest, and Senju Kaito stared at the man standing in front of him and could not process a single thing. "Kaito, how are you?" Renjiro put his hands on his brother's wounds and lit up with yang release, and the healing started, and that was when Kaito finally understood this was not a hallucination. "Big brother, it really is you." I stayed in the tree for that part. Because look, I am cynical about most things, but there is a specific weight to watching a man who has been holding an entire village together on the strength of a dead man's reputation get his dead man back for 1 hour. I had walked in thinking of him as the sour one, and I want to correct that now. He had been second Hokage for a year. He had built the police force, built the Anbu, built the academy. He had reorganized the entire structure of what a ninja village is, and every institution he made was a load-bearing column he installed because the original column was gone. To everyone outside, Kaito was the harder brother, colder, more ruthless. Only Kaito knew he had been able to afford being the hardliner because he was standing in his brother's shadow. Kinsei, still fully rabid, took a swing at Renjiro. Renjiro did not turn around. He clapped his hands, and a wooden hand the size of a house came out of the ground and closed on the six-tailed monster like a kid grabbing a chick. The thing screamed. It had strength enough to shatter mountains. It did not move the fingers a millimeter. I had not known wood release does that. It suppresses tailed beast chakra by nature, and this was not even a real tailed beast, just a knockoff running on stolen parts. The cloak got crushed back into his body. He reverted to human. He got his sanity back and about 1 second to enjoy it. Then the hand closed and Kinsei became a paste. Renjiro looked at the paste with an expression I had not seen on him yet, and Kaito actually shrank back because only he knew what his brother looked like when he was genuinely angry. "Fine," Renjiro said, and the pleasant face came back on like a light switch. "He wanted to kill you. He deserved to die." I strolled over. "Big brother, who is this person?" "Ah, sir, I still don't know your name." "Li Wei," I said. "You can call me Sir, or the Xuanling Sage." The Xuanling Sage. The Six Paths Sage. Same league, obviously. Renjiro bought it completely. Kaito did not buy it at all, but had been thoroughly informed by the last 10 minutes that his opinion was not load-bearing. Then we sat down in a field full of corpses, and I let the brothers talk, because I needed Renjiro to hear the rest of it from someone he trusted. "Kaito, tell me what happened over the years." And Kaito told him about the First Shinobi World War, and when he got to the part where his brother's death was the direct cause of it, Renjiro went straight past grief to denial. "No, even if I die, there's still Kageyama. With him around, how would the other 4 countries dare start a war?" Kaito. "What happened to Kageyama? Did he die before me? Tell me." And Kaito had to say it. The year after the village was established, Kageyama left Konoha alone. 10 years later, he captured the Nine Tails and attacked the village. "Big brother, you fought him, and you finally killed him at the Valley of the End." I watched Renjiro's face come apart. "I killed Kageyama? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kageyama and I are that close. We founded Konoha together. He came up with the name. How could he leave? And how could he attack the village?" "Big brother, that was Kageyama's choice. Who knows what that guy really wanted? Besides, he left after arguing with you. You should know that best." And Renjiro went quiet, because Kaito's account was too detailed to be a lie, and because he had already noticed the timing. He had just been invited to the Naka Shrine by Kageyama to talk about something important. Today, he had not gone yet. "I created the village to protect the people I care about," he said, mostly to himself. "And in the end, I killed someone I cared about, for the village. And that is when I asked the question I had been holding since the office. Senju Renjiro, can you answer it now? What do you want to protect, the village or your family?" He could not answer it. Perfect. I did not want him to answer it. I wanted him to carry it around like a stone in his shoe for the next several months, because a man with a stone in his shoe changes direction, and I needed this man to change direction very badly. But I was not done with him yet, and the tailed beast conversation was next, and I want to tell you about it because it is the single most useful argument I made in this entire world, and it took me about 11 minutes. I need to explain his plan, because I spent the next hour dismantling it. Renjiro's plan for world peace was to capture all 9-tailed beasts and hand 7 of them out to the other villages like party favors. Mutual deterrence. Everybody gets a nuke, nobody uses a nuke. Kaito had already noticed the flaw and had spent the last decade quietly not mentioning it. The tailed beast is not the optimal solution, I said, but it's a good approach. Only the operation is problematic. Why? Second Hokage. How do you judge whether a policy is good or bad? Kaito, without hesitating. Any policy that is more beneficial than harmful is a good policy. Correct answer. And also, I noticed, the answer of a man who has personally built 3 institutions with obvious downsides and shipped them anyway. What benefits did Konoha get from giving away the tailed beasts? He made a lot of money. Anything else? It conveyed my brother's peace-loving ideals? Let's hold that one. Anything else? And Kaito glanced at his brother and did not say the rest, so I said it for him. 1. Konoha sold 7-tailed beasts for enormous sums of money and land, which meant the village never had to grovel to the daimyo for startup capital. 2. Konoha's own tailed beast was sealed by the Uzumaki clan, whose sealing work is so stable that the 9 tails basically never goes berserk without outside interference. 3. Konoha has the Uchiha, whose eyes control tailed beasts as a natural feature. Their own and everyone else's. 4. And this is the one I actually admired. Every tailed beast handed to another village is a time bomb sitting in their basement. Every time it goes off, they get weaker, and Konoha gets relatively stronger without lifting a finger. Renjiro's mouth was open. There are that many benefits? Your brother already worked all of this out. He just didn't want to tell you. Kaito, you knew all this? Kaito's eyes went sideways in the universal gesture of a man caught, and nodded. Oh no, Renjiro said, and slumped. Does that mean I became a fraudster who deliberately deceived the other 4 Kage? Kaito, immediately, with feeling. Big brother, don't be naive. Do you think the other 4 Kage couldn't see through these tricks? Do you think they were truly convinced by your ideas? So they still accepted it? With your strength, do you think they could say no? Besides, you'd already kowtowed to them. If they still didn't give you face, do you think they'd dare start a war with you? Renjiro stared into the middle distance with the expression of a man realizing he has been the only sincere person at every meeting he has ever attended. Wait, he said. Sir, if there are so many advantages, why did several more world wars break out? Which is a genuinely sharp question, and I will give him this. Renjiro is simple, but he is not stupid, and the difference matters. The answer was that all 4 advantages were real, and Konoha still lost, because Konoha spent the following 50 years stepping in every single hole in the ground. I had the whole list ready, and I read it to him. Draining the Senju clan dry under cover of a major war. Watching the entire Uzumaki clan get exterminated without lifting a finger. Tolerating a man named Katsuro until he wiped out the Uchiha. Refusing to hand real power to the Fourth Hokage and then treating his son like a disease. You had 4 twos, 4 aces, 4 kings, and a royal flush, and you still lost the hand. I did not know that was possible, but I could not say that yet, so I gave them the technical version. The main drawback of the tailed beasts is the riots. Is a riot difficult to handle? Renjiro asked, genuinely curious, having personally caught 9 of them. The tailed beast itself is not that strong. What makes it strong is the tailed beast ball. Because here is what I think everyone in that room had wrong. The scary thing about a tailed beast is not riding it into a village and wrecking the place. The scary thing is parking it 40 kilometers away, out of sight, and firing. One properly charged ball flattens a mountain, and I have since watched one do it. Under a nuclear explosion, all beings are equal. It does not matter how many elite jonin you have, or how many secret techniques your clan has been hoarding for 400 years. That is a strategic weapon. I pointed at the crater a kilometer away where Renjiro had backhanded one earlier. If a few of those hit Konoha, I said, there is no Konoha, and Renjiro got very quiet, because I had not told him anything he did not already dream about. He had had this exact fear once before. After the Valley of the End, watching Kageyama's tailed beast ball reach across the sea and delete a landmass, he had gone home and specifically arranged for the most stable seal in the world to be used on the fox. But if everyone has one, he tried, wouldn't that create mutual deterrence? He stopped, because he had just been shown 4 wars. Mutual threats can never prevent war, I said. They can only delay its onset and increase the casualties. I'm sure the second Hokage is well aware of this too, aren't you?
and Renjiro turned to look at his brother, and Kaito, cornered, gave the honest answer. Big brother, we have the Uzumaki seals, and our Jinchuriki is stable, and the Uchiha's eyes can control a tailed beast. The village is generally safe. But what about the other villages? They don't have any of that. I know. That's exactly why I agreed to hand the beasts out. Why? Because every time their village has a riot, they get weaker, which is safer for Konoha. There was a pause. Kaito, Renjiro said, wounded to the core, how could you be so wicked? Kaito turned his head away and said nothing, which in his personal language means yes, 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 I am the one who takes the blame. For the sake of the village, I had no choice but to be the bad guy, and also, I would do it again. So I closed the trap. Second Hokage, if you discovered the drawback, what would you do? Find a way to solve it. And what will the other villages do when they discover the tailed beast is strong, but the Jinchuriki is unstable? Improve their sealing. Improve the Jinchuriki's adaptability until they completely control it, but that takes decades. So you're leaving Konoha with a fox that never gets out of control and a Jinchuriki that can be suppressed if it does. Do you think the village is too comfortable? Or do you think the enemy is too stupid to move? And Kaito's face changed because he saw it. Comfortable environment breeds nothing. His descendants would never learn to handle a riot because they would never have one. Meanwhile, everyone else would be bleeding and learning. And that is exactly what happened. Tsunegakure got mauled by a raccoon for 3 generations and developed magnet release out of it. Kirigakure got mauled and developed the bubble seal and produced a perfect Jinchuriki. Kumogakure got mauled and developed the iron armor seal and produced a perfect Jinchuriki. Iwagakure got mauled the least and still improved. And Konoha, holding the single strongest fox in the world, made exactly 0 progress for 50 years and coasted entirely on Uzumaki hand-me-downs. And then the Uzumaki got exterminated. And in that entire enormous village, there was not one single person left who knew how to teach a child to control a tailed beast. Thank you for the reminder, sir, Kaito said, and he meant it, and I could see him mentally rescheduling his entire research calendar. I was careless. By the way, sir, he added, what was the optimal solution you mentioned earlier? And there it was. It's very simple, I said. There's no need to divide the tailed beasts among yourselves. Just unify the ninja world and destroy all the ninja villages and countries. Renjiro said no immediately. We finally ended the chaos. If a war of unification broke out, how many more people would die? Brother is right, Kaito said. And no one can guarantee that even if we unify, we won't split again. But I was watching his eyes when he said it, and his eyes said something completely different. His eyes said, I have wanted to do this for years, and my brother will not let me. I made a note. Don't get agitated, I said. I'm just making a suggestion, not forcing you. If you can think of a more suitable path, of course, I'd like to see you put it into practice. But you should be prepared for the costs. And both of them went silent because they could not think of one. That is the whole trick, by the way. That is the entire trick. You do not argue a man out of his ideals. You just take him to look at the results, and then you stand there quietly while he does the rest himself. One more thing, I said. 2 questions, and don't answer them yet. Senju Renjiro, what exactly is the will of fire you want to pass on? Senju Kaito, was it really the right choice to stay behind and cover the retreat with your life? Kaito looked at me like I had asked him whether water was wet. Of course it was right. He had saved 6 people. No rush, I said. Let's go to the future first and see the next generation of Hokage. You can answer then. And I opened the door to World 4, and we walked into the single worst night in Konoha's history. Konoha, Year 51, October 10th. If you know anything about this world, you know that date. We arrived a few kilometers outside the village, and I let them look, because there is no faster way to explain the future than to hand a man a pair of binoculars and point at a fox the size of a mountain range wading through his village. Big brother, look, it's the Ninetales. The Ninetales is rioting in the village. Yes, I see it, sir. What is this? So I told them. Tonight, a masked man attacked the Jinchuriki while she was in labor, ripped the fox out of her, and turned it on the village. Kaito's face did something painful. The Uzumaki seal should be very stable. How could this happen? There is no perfect seal, I said. The enemy will always find a loophole, and if there is no loophole, they will create an opportunity. Second Hokage, do you still think Uzumaki sealing plus Uchiha control makes the village safe? He did not answer. His face had gone hot. He had confidently told his brother that exact thing about 90 seconds earlier, and the universe had turned it around on him at a speed that should be illegal. Then he noticed something else. Wait, where are the Uchiha? All the Uchiha have been ordered not to engage the Ninetales. They're evacuating civilians. Who gave such a foolish order? The monkey you just appointed, or rather, the third Hokage, 34 years from now. And Kaito exploded. That's not entirely wrong, Renjiro said, being generous the way he is always generous. I can sense the fox is under Sharingan control. Maybe Bear is worried the Uchiha will be suspected, so he's keeping them clear to avoid blame. Big brother, how can you be so stupid? It doesn't matter who's controlling it. After all these years, how has the sitting Hokage failed to cultivate a single Uchiha he can trust? If all else fails, pick the strongest one and send him at the fox. If something looks wrong, kill him. Why hide a knife when you have one? Did the monkey get his head caught in a door? Kaito, that's too radical. The village is almost destroyed. What are we waiting for? Ah, that's true. I am telling you all of this because I want you to understand that when Konoha eventually gets taken apart from the inside over the next few hours, it was not me. I only had to hold the door. Down in the village, the fox opened its mouth and started charging a 100-meter tailed beast ball, and Hikaru Namikaze appeared on the Hokage rock in a white coat. Is that blonde guy the fourth Hokage? Renjiro said, delighted. He looks so young. That's the flying thunder god, Kaito said, and there was something raw in it. He learned my forbidden technique. Very few people in Konoha had ever managed it. He had never kept it secret. He had just watched almost everyone fail. And now, decades after his death, a stranger was using it better than he had. Down below, the ball flew. Hikaru threw up a space-time barrier hundreds of meters across, folded the entire attack into it, and teleported it to a spot dozens of kilometers outside the village, where it went off and lit up half the sky. Sir, Renjiro said, what's this fourth Hokage's name? What's he like? Hikaru Namikaze. As for what he's like, he can be considered the best Hokage in history. Both of them turned and looked at me, with the specific expression of two men who have just been told the fourth-place finisher beat them. I did not walk it back. Hikaru may not be the strongest Hokage. He is unquestionably the best one. Born a commoner, swept 3 wars, loyal to the village, devoted to his wife, decisive about killing, forced Kumogakure, of all places, to hold its breath, made the sitting Hokage voluntarily step down. Aside from a short lifespan, he has almost no flaws. Then Tsubasa arrived, and I got to watch 2 of history's greatest ninja do color commentary on a fight. That's a Sharingan, Kaito said instantly. It's the evil Uchiha again. Tobirama! Fine, fine, I won't call them evil. But this guy is controlling the fox, isn't he? And that movement, is that also space-time ninjutsu? Wait, he attacked a Jinchuriki in labor? That guy is a wicked beast. Even Renjiro could not defend that one. Wait, Kaito said, sniffing. He has a familiar aura. It's like he has my brother's cells in him. Half this guy's body is made of my cells, Renjiro said, baffled. How is that possible? You'll understand later. Come on, I said. Let's place some bets. Who do you think wins? Both said Hikaru. Renjiro because his instincts told him Tsubasa's aura was immature. Kaito purely out of blind faith in his own technique. How long do you think it lasts? 1 hour, said Renjiro, who once fought Kageyama for 3 days. 10 minutes, said Kaito, who is the fastest man in the world. It took 2 exchanges, under 30 seconds. Hikaru read the Kamui's weakness in one clash, hit Tsubasa with a Rasengan and a second-stage flying Thunder God at the same instant, and then teleported to him and slapped on a contract seal that stripped the fox out of his control. That's second-stage flying Thunder God, Renjiro said. Kaito, he learned that from you too? No, it's not the same. Kaito sounded, honestly, a little shaken. He improved it. My second stage can only transfer to a moving object. It can't cast ninjutsu at the same time. This one activates the Flying Thunder God while performing a technique. 2 techniques at once? That's impressive. No wonder that evil Uchiha miscalculated. There is an iron law in this world that a ninja cannot use two ninjutsu simultaneously. Kaito could not break it. Hikaru Namikaze broke it in his 30s and made it his opener. To be able to use two techniques at once, with combat awareness like that, at that age, this fourth Hokage might even surpass me, Renjiro said cheerfully. He was exaggerating, but not as much as you would think. Tsubasa bailed out through his eye, threatening loudly on the way, in the ancient tradition of men who have just lost an arm. And Hikaru went back to the village and did the whole thing again, suppressed the fox with a summoned toad, then teleported the fox itself dozens of kilometers out. Which brings us to the part I actually came for, because Mei Uzumaki was lying in a field with 5 golden chains coming out of her back, holding a 100-foot fox in a cage while she died. She had already decided how this ends. She would drag the fox into death with her. That delays its revival for a good long while. Hikaru lives. Arata has a father. For Mei, that was a happy ending, and Hikaru said no. Mei, you don't have to die with it. I'll use the last of your chakra to let you see the grown-up Arata. He was going to seal half the fox into himself with the Reaper Death Seal, so that a fragment of his wife could live inside their son and meet him once, later, when he needed her. That is what he was going to trade his life for. One conversation, 12 years out, that he would not be there to see. Up in the trees, Kaito was frantic. Big brother, something feels off. The fourth Hokage is trying to use the Reaper Death Seal. He wants to seal half the fox in himself and the other half in the baby. He genuinely could not understand it. The fox was already pinned. Reseal it. Put it in someone else. Why kill yourself? This is love, Renjiro said. He doesn't want the one he loves to go alone, and he wants the mother to see her child. Brother, are you talking about dying for a woman? I guess so. He was the fourth Hokage. How could he commit suicide for a woman? Brother, I told you he shouldn't have touched a woman. This is just too much. Tobirama, you don't understand love. I let them have that one for exactly 4 seconds. Then I stood up, because down in the barrier, Hikaru had gotten to the character for Snake, which is the last hand seal, and after that, nobody in this world could stop it. Si hai wei mao su zi yo wu, and I teleported the 3 of us into the barrier. Hikaru reacted before we finished materializing, interrupted the seal, flashed to Mei's side, scooped up the baby, and was standing in a guard position with his wife behind him before my feet were flat on the ground. His nerves were shredded. He had been ambushed twice tonight. He genuinely believed for half a second that Kageyama had come back. Then he looked properly, and he looked at 2 of the faces carved into the mountain behind his house. Brother, how come the fourth Hokage doesn't recognize us? Kaito complained. Because his enormous head is literally on the cliff. Haha, we should have been dead for quite a while. It's normal. First Hokage, I said. Take control of the fox. Lady Mei won't last long. Yes, let me. Renjiro clapped his hands and entered Sage mode, and 3 enormous red torii gates fell out of the sky, stacked on the 9 tails, and sealed its chakra flat. Hachi, in my experience, is a highly intelligent creature that has learned exactly one lesson from history, which is that struggling makes it worse. It stopped struggling. Hikaru stood there with his mouth open. That's sage art? So strong. He knew Mount Myoboku's sage mode. He had learned it himself. He knew what it was supposed to be able to do, and it was not that. It's not the technique that's strong, he said slowly, looking at Renjiro. It's the man. You're the first and second Hokage? You finally recognize me, old man? How could this be? Didn't you already? Could it be Edo Tensei? Foolish. How can you compare me to those dull psychic puppets? Kaito, Renjiro said mildly. You still left those forbidden scrolls lying around? Big brother, And Mei collapsed. Sir, Renjiro said instantly, is there any way to save her? It's simple, I said. Just reseal the fox. 4 people looked at me. I want to explain why nobody in that clearing believed me, because it is not that they thought I was lying. Because in this world, everyone knows that a Jinchuriki dies when the tailed beast is removed. Everyone knows it. It is a foundational fact. Nobody had ever tried putting it back, because nobody had ever survived long enough to try. Except the Uzumaki, whose vitality is so obscene that they get a grace period. What if, Hikaru said. Fourth Hokage, Renjiro said. Listen to the master. He won't, well, at least we won't harm you. Which is the single least reassuring endorsement I have ever received.
Hikaru had two options: trust a stranger or go through with the seal that kills them both. He picked the stranger. And Mei said yes before he finished asking, because she had been ready to die for hours, and a chance was a chance. Renjiro grabbed the fox with two wooden hands and kneaded it into a ball, and Hikaru summoned the altar, and it took about 4 minutes. Everything went smoothly. Hikaru later told me it was the first time he had ever seen the Ninetales cooperate. Docile, like a little fox. I did not have the heart to tell him it was because the fox had recognized the man with the wooden hands and made a policy decision. The seal closed. Mei breathed. It really works, Renjiro said, running a diagnostic with yang release. Her life force has stopped draining. She will not die. I don't think I'll die, Mei said, sounding personally offended by the news. Hikaru's eyes went red. He had been half a second from the final seal, half a second from a world where his son grows up alone with a fox in his gut and a village that hates him for it. Instead, both of them lived. Because of one sentence. Just reseal it. That's far too simple. He was so relieved he did not think through the implication, but Kaito did, and I watched it land on him like a bag of bricks. Konoha had held the strongest tailed beast in the world for 34 years, and had never once bothered to learn that resealing saves the host. They had never researched it, never tested it, never tried. What have those monkeys been doing all these years? And that thought right there is worth more to me than 100 speeches. Because a Kaito who is disgusted with his own successors is a Kaito who will do absolutely anything to make sure the future goes differently. Fourth Hokage, I said, take your wife and child home. We'll explain when you get back. Hikaru picked up his family and vanished in a flash of yellow, and Kaito turned around, put his hands on his hips, and yelled into the dark, "Monkey, come here and get scolded!" Outside the barrier, an old man with a pipe had been pacing a hole in the ground for 20 minutes, and had just heard a voice he had not heard in 34 years. Kenzo Sarutobi came over the wall so fast he nearly took a tree with him. First Hokage. Second Hokage, it really is you. Bear, it really is you. You've aged so much. I was watching his face for that specifically, and I got exactly what I came for. An hour ago, from Kaito's side, he had said goodbye to a young man and handed him a village. Now there was an old man in front of him with a lined face and careful eyes, and Kaito was standing there doing the arithmetic on what 34 years does. Second Hokage, how could you be? Did someone use forbidden magic to summon you? Bear, your senses have gone dull. Does this body feel like a psychic puppet to you? Ah, could it be that you've been resurrected? We'll explain when the fourth gets back, but you, why are you alone? Where are Katsuro and the others? Katsuro and Haruno should still be in the village, directing the rescue. Where's Kagami? And Kenzo Sarutobi, one of the most politically careful men alive, panicked. Kaito caught it instantly. Kagami is dead? Yes. How did he die? During the final stage of the First Shinobi World War, covering our retreat. Right after I stayed behind to fight the Kinsei army? Yes. Kagami's death was an accident, genuinely, and I want to be fair to a man I have spent most of my time in that world insulting. He volunteered. Katsuro and Kenzo and Kagami were close back then, close enough that betrayal was not on the table. Katsuro, at that point, was not yet the sort of man who sells out a teammate. He was just the sort of man who could not make himself speak up. But afterward, when the Unbu recovered the body, both of Kagami's Sharingan were missing, and Kenzo had a pretty good idea who had them, and he decided not to look into it, and he let it be quiet. Which is why he was sweating right now. Because it is not exactly a glorious thing, robbing your dead friend's face. I see, Kaito said, and I watched him assemble the whole picture in about 2 seconds. No wonder Konoha was so wary of the Uchiha now. No wonder they had been ordered to stand down tonight. And I want you to understand what he actually lost, because it was not a soldier. He had spent years grooming Kagami specifically to be the lubricant between the village and that clan. X-Man with the Hokage's mindset instead of a clan's mindset. Somebody who could stand between them and keep the temperature down for the next 50 years. And Kagami had died at 25. That disrupted his entire deployment, and nobody had replaced him, because nobody had understood what he was for. Hikaru came back a minute later and immediately found the third Hokage getting reamed out by the second Hokage, so he did the smart thing and stood quietly to one side. Bear, I know about Kagami, but since the fox was out of control, why didn't you let the Uchiha fight it? Their eyes have a special effect on tailed beasts.
It was not just his call, it was a leadership decision made collectively that it was better not to let the Uchiha near the fox in case they were secretly steering it. But he was not going to sell out his colleagues, so he took it. The fox is controlled by a Sharingan. I was worried about the Uchiha. Are you an idiot? Even if an Uchiha was controlling the fox, could things get any worse? Kenzo stopped. And then, visibly, he did the math. Send the Uchiha at the fox. Either they help, or they expose themselves, or a few hardliners die fighting a monster and the clan gets weaker. There was no downside. There had never been a downside. He had been so busy being afraid that he had failed to notice he was holding a free move. Oh no, I think I've made a fool of myself. I misjudged the situation, he admitted. But who exactly is controlling the fox? Hikaru said. Even for a Sharingan, that requires extraordinary eye power. Masked man with a tiger-striped mask. He has space-time abilities. He killed my direct Unbu, walked through the highest-level secret barrier, knew exactly when Mei would give birth, broke an 8-trigram seal, and moved in and out through the village's great barrier without resistance. Kenzo went pale. Ninjas who can do any one of those things are rare. Someone who can do all of them should not exist. Impossible. There's no such ninja. There has been, historically. Hikaru, you mean Uchiha Kageyama. He's the only one who fits. Even more impossible. He's long dead. Even the first and second know that. That's not him, Renjiro flatly, and the room stopped. If it were Kageyama, he wouldn't need the Ninetales to destroy the village with me gone. Nobody on this planet knows Kageyama better. He looked once and closed the case. Big brother is right, Kaito said. That was some Uchiha, and a young one. How could a young Uchiha have that many secrets and that much power? Kenzo was starting to construct a theory involving Kenshin and a secretly cultivated weapon, and I decided we were not doing that. No need to guess, I said. It's Uchiha Tsubasa. Hikaru and Kenzo both said, how could this be, at the same time, in the same octave? My student, Tsubasa? Yes. Impossible. Tsubasa is dead. Did you find his body? And Hikaru stopped, because he had, and it had been a charred, unrecognizable thing at a battlefield that had been on fire, and Konoha had assumed Iwa Ninja got petty and buried it under a headstone without a second look. Looking back now, there were places where things could have been tampered with. But the masked man and Tsubasa have completely different builds, and Tsubasa had no reason to attack me. Of course he didn't, and I want to defend him here, because people blame him for it. Half of Tsubasa's body had been rebuilt by Kageyama out of white Zetsu cells. His voice, physique, strength, and appearance had all changed. Unless you gave Hikaru X-ray vision, he was never going to recognize a dead student inside a new body. And more than that, Hikaru could not imagine it. Tsubasa had died a hero. Heroes do not come back and murder your wife. I've told you the truth, I said. How you verify it is your business. I'm not a walking encyclopedia. I still need to maintain the heirs of an immortal. That is the second most important line I said that night, and I said it as a joke, because a man who answers every question becomes a hotline. X-man who answers most questions and then shrugs becomes a prophet. Hikaru did not push. We had saved his wife. There was no reason for me to lie. Okay, he said, I'll find a way to verify it. Then Kaito, who cannot let a thing go, turned to him. Third Dynasty, where's your Anbu? Because I had watched that entire night from a tree with 2 dead Hokage beside me, and at no point had a single elite unit shown up to support the Hokage of the village. He had fought a masked space-time monster and a bijou completely alone, like a man with no organization at all. I've only recently assumed the position, Hikaru said, scratching his head. My direct Anbu are still being established. Which is one reason. It is not the main reason. And the clever ones in the room all heard the shape of the thing he did not say. Kaito turned and gave Kenzo a look you could have used to core an apple. There is no world where a sitting Hokage does not have usable Anbu 1 year in, not even after a war. There is a world where somebody else is still holding them. Sarutobi, transfer a batch of Anbu to the 4th. Yes, instantly, no argument, not even a flicker. Forget Kenzo. If Katsuro himself had been standing there, he would have taken the kick in the backside and thanked him for it. I watched Hikaru Namikaze receive a functioning intelligence apparatus in 4 words after a year of asking politely and getting nothing, and I filed it under things that would be useful later. Then Renjiro started glowing at the edges. What's happening? Your time in this world is almost up, I said. Don't resist. Go back. We'll meet again. He was allowed 1 hour. I had told him the limit, and he had cheerfully ignored most of what I said about conserving it. He had spent a chunk of it manhandling a tailed beast, and using power in a world you do not belong to accelerates the rejection. If he had actually gone all out, he would have gotten a few minutes. He did not want to go, and I had to say his name twice. He had known Hikaru for about 11 minutes and had already decided the man was everything he had hoped his successors would be. The philosophy of tolerance and love had landed straight in his chest. He was almost there, almost at Kageyama's place in his heart. But I had promised him another visit, so he relaxed and let the world push him out. He disappeared, and Hikaru and Kenzo's last shred of skepticism went with him. "Sir, what about my brother?" He went back. "You've got about half an hour." Kaito thought about it and decided to leave too, and I knew exactly why. Without his brother standing there, the enormous sense of security had gone out of him like air out of a tire, and he was not going to admit that in front of two juniors. Also, there was a commotion building outside, and I could see root operatives among the arriving reinforcements, and I did not want that conversation tonight. "Second Hokage, Go. The village just got flattened by a tailed beast. They need you." Kenzo went, sweating, relieved. "Fourth Hokage, you're very good too. It's a good thing you've carried on my techniques. Lead the village well, and get rid of that Uchiha named Tsubasa as soon as you can." He clapped Hikaru on the shoulder and turned to me. "Sir, take me back too. I still have things to handle, and I haven't killed that beast Ginjiro yet." So we went back to World 2, to a field full of craters, and Kaito drew his sword, flickered across 100 meters, and took Ginjiro's head off without slowing down. He hated the man for being an enemy. He hated him more for betraying his own village and his own Raikage. Then he shook the blood off, swept the field with his senses to confirm nothing was left alive, and collected all 5 six-paths tools off the corpses like a man doing inventory. "Thank you, sir. Without you and my brother, I might really have died here." "Is there anything I can do for you, sir?" Straight to it. No small talk. He had no doubt about my power. He also had no illusions about charity. He wanted to know the price, and whether Konoha could pay it. So instead of answering, I asked him the question from before. Was it really right to stay behind and die? Half an hour earlier, he would have said yes instantly. He had a list: protect the juniors, pass on the will of fire, get the news home, and underneath all of it, the real one. A Hokage does not run while his students die. But he had just spent an hour in a future that he had personally built, and the perceptive part of his brain had already noticed the thing he did not want to look at. "The monkey has changed a lot," he said. "That's the reason," I said, "right here, in this battle. You stayed behind alone, and you genuinely saved their lives, but the cost was not low. Your death shattered Sarutobi's faith and his courage. Watch it from their side because I did, and it changed what I thought of all 3 of them. The man you respect most in the world, the second Hokage, dies horribly at the hands of enemies while you run for your life. That is a load-bearing wall coming down. And it was not just Kenzo. Kagami dies in the same war. Hiroki dies to the fox. That leaves Sarutobi, Haruno, Kurenai, and Katsuro. 4 people whose nerve broke on the same night, and all 4 of them spend the next 50 years running Konoha. And every decision I later criticized them for was made by people who had learned, at a formative age, that the strongest man they knew could be killed by an ambush, and that the correct response was to be very, very careful. The village got timid because its leadership got scared in a forest once. That is why, decades later, Konoha did not dare confront Kumogakure even after Kumogakure walked in and kidnapped a 4-year-old Hyuga heiress. Instead, they crushed their own clan internally, drove Hisashi Hyuga to suicide, and handed his corpse over as an apology. The fear from one night in this forest lasted 3 generations, like a nightmare that never ends. Kaito did not need much of a hint. He got there on his own, and it hit him hard. I see, but I had no other choice. No other choice? Weren't you brave enough to stay and fight to the death with all 6 of them? That's too dangerous. I can't gamble. The Golden Horn Army is too strong. You mean the Golden Horn Army you almost wiped out single-handedly with a punctured lung? I gestured at the field. 18 elite cloud ninja and 2 monsters and a dying man had gotten through almost all of them alone. Add 6 elite jonin, and it is not even close. This, Senju Kaito, is it possible that the truly cowardly one was you? And it landed like a hammer, because the thing that had actually changed was not the future Sarutobi. Would the Kaito of the Warring States era have gone to a peace conference with Kumogakure? That man would have grabbed a knife and gone through the front door. When did I learn to compromise? When did I become a dove? Was it when Konoha was founded? At the first 5 Kage summit? Or was it the day my brother died? So it turns out I'm the coward, he said. Strictly speaking, no, I said, because I did not want to break him. I wanted to sharpen him. You have the courage to face death. You're a Hokage who, in a hopeless spot, weighed the costs and chose the option with the fewest immediate sacrifices. But short-term compromises tend to cost more later. X good punch prevents 100 more. That is not sophistication. That is just true. If Kaito had been ruthless enough to make a stand with his 6 students, even if all of them died, wiping out the Golden Horn army means Kumogakure never underestimates Konoha again. And with a little luck, 1 or 2 of them lives, and the spirit survives, and the next Hokage spends the following decades trying to destroy Kumogakure instead of appeasing it. That single moment of caution is why Kumogakure spent 50 years treating Konoha like a soft target. Sir, there's no need to comfort me, he said. Compared to my former self, I have lost too much of my edge. He was right. Compared to the Kaito at the end of the Warring States, this one was a stone with the corners worn off. And he had figured out why, too. I'm still too dependent on my older brother. Then he clenched his fists, and the temperature in that field changed. Fortunately, I still have a chance to make amends. I didn't die today. Everything can still be rewritten. Kumogakure. Just wait. Next time I'll make you pay 100-fold. And that, right there, was the whole point of the exercise. I was never worried that Kaito was not ruthless enough. I was worried he would end up as soft as his brother. One battle and a few well-placed insults had fixed that permanently. What are your plans? I asked. I need to get back. The war isn't over. I have arrangements to make. I can give you a ride. Thank you, but no, I need to catch up with the monkeys first. Which was the right call, and also not the real reason. The real reason was Uchiha Akio, because he had just learned that Kagami dies in this war, and Kagami dying is the reason the Uchiha and the village drift apart for 30 years and end in a massacre. If he could get there in time, he could change all of it. Do as you please, I said. Just don't die from recklessness again. And he was gone, running north, and I stood alone in a field of dead men, feeling reasonably good about my first day at work. I had 2 Hokage on the hook, an entire village saved in another timeline, and a dying man's future rewritten. What I did not have was Chakra. Which meant I still could not use my own eyes. So I went back to World 1, redeemed one of my modern goods vouchers, and got a military luxury RV equipped with an intercontinental ballistic missiles. I want to be clear that I did not order the missile. It came with the vehicle. I want that on the record. I parked it on top of Hokage Rock, took a hot shower, ate a late-night snack, lay down on a velvet bed, and checked my numbers. World 1 unification, 30 to 32%. World 2, 18 to 25. World 4, 22 to 33. World 4 jumped 11 points in one night, which surprised me until I thought about it. In World 1, I had mostly rattled Renjiro, and Konoha there is already at the level of overwhelming force. In World 2, keeping Kaito alive was worth 7 points on its own. But in World 4, I had just handed Konoha back the Azure Streak and a fully functional Uzumaki Jinchuriki on the same night they were both supposed to die. 2 super heavyweights restored. And crossing those thresholds gave me 2 lottery draws, which is how I discovered the single most important thing about my system, which is that it gives you exactly what you need right when it becomes maximally inconvenient for other people. Draw 1, the Chakra extraction method. Draw 2, a ninja tool called the 1,000-mile crystal ball. The crystal ball is a spy camera. Fine, useful later. But the extraction method was everything. Without a way to refine chakra, I could not condense eye power, which meant the highest ocular technique in existence was decorative. Now I had it, delivered directly into my skull, no practice required, saving me the several months a normal child spends learning to make the stuff. I sat up cross-legged in a luxury RV parked on a national monument and refined chakra all night. By morning, I had a genuinely pathetic amount, below genin, enough to run a transformation technique a few times, but it was enough to turn the eyes on. Shinra Tensei, Universal Pull, Planetary Devastation, the Illusions. All of it unlocked, all of it starved for fuel. And two ocular techniques that came with these specific eyes, which I had not expected at all. Left eye, Kayu Takemikazuchi, generate and control electromagnetic force at will. Right eye, Crystal Sky. I sat there in the dark with my hands shaking a little, because the left one is not a ninjutsu. It is a physical law. And in a world where nobody has ever taken a science class, a man who can move a magnetic field is not a ninja. He is a rumor. I did not test it that night. I had about a thimble of chakra and a great deal of self-preservation. But I remember lying back on that velvet bed thinking, very clearly, that the moment I got enough fuel, somebody was going to have a genuinely terrible day. I just did not know yet that it was going to be two guys from Iwagakure and that I was going to enjoy it far more than a reasonable person should. While I was refining chakra on a mountain, Renjiro went to the Naka shrine and detonated his own future. I got the whole thing out of him afterward, twice, with gestures. I had been telling him about that rock for 2 days, and I had not expected to be believed this fast. Kageyama had called him there to show him the stone tablet, the Uchiha ancestral tablet, buried under the shrine, readable only with enough eye power. Kageyama had cracked the first half. It told him a deity split yin and yang, and that when two opposing forces combine, true peace becomes possible. Then Kageyama started on the second thing, about how the Uchiha and the Senju can never coexist, about how after Renjiro it would be Kaito, about how one day the Uchiha would be, and Renjiro cut him off. Kageyama, I've made up my mind. You'll be the second Hokage. I would have paid money to see that face. Understand what he was interrupting, because I did not fully appreciate it until later. Kageyama had spent months preparing to leave. He had gathered his clansmen and asked who would come with him. Not one person said yes. They were tired of war, they liked the peace, and they told him no. He had made his peace with going alone. And then his best friend walked in and handed him the village. Renjiro, this joke is not funny. I'm not joking. Tomorrow I'll draw up my will and announce it to the Land of Fire and every clan. No one can object. Which is, I want to note, wildly undemocratic. My man had been Hokage for about a year and was already governing like he had a fever. Kageyama went hunting through his eyes for a lie and did not find one. I had originally planned to leave Konoha, he admitted. Kageyama, you've just become Hokage. Naming your successor by decree will meet enormous resistance. I don't care. As long as you stay, you're my brother too. And Kageyama went quiet. I understand why. It is very hard to walk out on a man that stupidly sincere. It is like packing your bags over an argument and finding your husband on his knees in the driveway, offering to fight the whole neighborhood for you. What made you change your mind? This isn't a choice you would make. Today, I received help from a celestial being and traveled to the future. I saw many terrible things. Some of them were about you. Kageyama made a noise like a man reconsidering the meaning of life. So Renjiro sat him down and told him everything I had told him, in order, in detail, including the parts I had assumed he would have the sense to leave out. And the more Kageyama listened, the worse it got for him, because a lot of it matched conclusions he had already reached privately, and some of it matched plans he had never told a living soul. Betray the village, capture the fox, come back and burn Konoha down. He had those ideas in his head, nobody else had them, and Renjiro was reading them off like a shopping list. So this is why you changed. What a great story. It isn't a story, Kageyama. I saw it. Whether it's true or not, I'll judge for myself. Believe me, based on how things go, I'll most likely die in 15 years. Kaito won't be able to hold the peace, but you can. If you stay and take the seat, the First Shinobi World War might never happen. And that is where Kageyama laughed at him. You're so naive. Even if I take the seat, how long will I live? After I go, the war is still inevitable. I know, but it buys time to find another method. What method? You and Kaito want to hand out tailed beasts to keep the balance? What a naive and foolish idea. However, it does sound exactly like something you would do. I want to point out that Kageyama solved the arms race problem in one sentence with nobody explaining anything to him. Give your rivals a strategic weapon in the name of peace, and you do not get peace. You get an escalation. Atomic, neutron, hydrogen, dirty.
Bigger, meaner, faster, forever. The two of them argued philosophy and got nowhere, which is what happens when both men are right about a different half of the problem. Renjiro believes the next generation inherits the love and carries it forward. Kageyama trusts nobody but himself, and his entire 50-year plan comes down to removing every threat personally. Eventually, they tabled it. Kageyama, do you believe what I've told you? I don't believe the stories you're telling, but I believe you. Renjiro nearly cried. Then he closed with a low blow. I did not teach him that one. He came up with it entirely on his own, which, frankly, worries me. Kageyama, I can only rely on you now. Didn't you promise Shinji you'd protect your people? If you leave, do you want the Uchiha getting bullied by Kaito? Kageyama had no counter, because that is a boomerang carved out of his own dead brother. He agreed to stay, not for the village, for his clansmen, and a promise to Shinji. He also decided, privately, that he was going to find this so-called sage and check whether Renjiro had been conned by a fraud, and if the answer was yes, kill me in one strike as a favor. Which is why an hour later I teleported into that secret room and said hello. I know how this reads. Walking up to Uchiha Kageyama alone in his clan's forbidden shrine, holding roughly a genin's worth of chakra, is not a strategy. It is a stunt. But I had run the numbers. Renjiro had spent 2 hours pre-selling me. Kageyama had been explicitly told not to attack. And Kageyama at this point in his life still had a bottom line. And the bottom line was Renjiro. Also, if it went badly, I could leave mid-sentence. Not dangerous, just tacky. Uchiha Kageyama, what are you thinking about that makes you so happy? He came out of his chair with an eternal Mangekyo already spinning. That's a Rinnegan, so you're the guy who calls himself the Xuanling Sage. I could feel him wanting to fight me. It came off him like oven heat. His blood was up, and a mysterious opponent who could appear behind him without warning was exactly the kind of gift he had been praying for. He held it in. For Renjiro, I was extremely grateful. If he had started dancing, my entire plan for that world would have consisted of teleporting away and crying. What are you doing trespassing in our clan's forbidden territory? Didn't you want to see me? You overheard my conversation with Renjiro? That rattled him. He had not noticed a thing. Does it matter? What exactly do you want? I decided not to spend 4 hours climbing this mountain, so I jumped off the top of it. What do I want? Shouldn't you be asking what you want? You're spouting nonsense. Do you think you can get the Rinnegan you're after just by fooling me? Or achieve the infinite Tsukuyomi? His color changed. You can decipher the tablet too? Does it matter? Or do you think my Rinnegan are fake and can't see through a rock? I could not decipher it. I have never been able to decipher it. I did not need to. The text had been edited by an interested party so heavily that a moderately alert child could guess the punchline. Kageyama breathed out and got his face back. That's right. My goal is the Eye of the Moon plan. Lasting peace for the entire ninja world. Then what makes you so certain the infinite Tsukuyomi brings peace? This tablet was passed down through generations of Uchiha. It's the only truth our ancestors left. Even those without an eternal Mangekyo cannot decipher all of it. Beautiful reasoning. It is also how every trap in history has worked. Family provenance plus a hard entry requirement equals unquestioned authority. Nobody audits the ancestors. So I walked over and sat down on it. His jaw tightened. Kageyama does not anger easily, and he does not care about crude provocation. But that was his ancestor's tablet, holding the road to peace, and I had put my entire backside on it. Before he could object, I gave him the good news first, because I wanted him leaning in when I broke his leg. What this tablet says is true. Combining the power of the Uchiha and the Senju really does produce the eyes you're after. His breath caught. And I had just confirmed it for him, which is the part I want you to keep hold of. Until that second, it had been a promise on a rock, like a family genealogy telling you great-grandfather buried gold in a field. However convincingly it is written, until you dig up the gold, there is a splinter in you. I had come there specifically to take that splinter out and replace it with a worse one. He had built his entire life around hedging it. Plan X, take the fox, beat Renjiro, unify by force. Plan B, fake his death, steal Renjiro's cells, and grind out the eyes in a hole in the ground for 27 years. Confirming Plan B works meant he never had to run Plan X, so I took it away from him. Unfortunately, the last half of the inscription, the part about the infinite Tsukuyomi, is fake. What did you say?
The infinite Tsukuyomi can be achieved. It really does drop the world into a beautiful illusion. And then everyone wrapped by the divine tree turns into a white Zetsu and dies completely. It isn't the truth that brings peace. It's a move that ends the world. Impossible. You're lying. Do you know who left this tablet? The ancestors of the Uchiha. Specifically? I don't know. It was left by the Sage of Six Paths, Otsutsuki Izana, to his son, Kiyoshi's line. The Six Paths Sage? Wouldn't that make it more reliable? And here is the sentence that did all the work. Have you ever thought that if the infinite Tsukuyomi really brings world peace, why didn't the Six Paths Sage just use it himself? You don't think he lacked the ability, do you? Kageyama stopped. I stood there on his sacred rock and watched a man who had built his entire adult philosophy on one document notice that the document does not make sense. Because if the technique is recorded, somebody achieved it. If somebody achieved it, the world should already be at peace. It is not. So why does an Uchiha need to do it again? That is a contradiction, and Kageyama is many things, but he cannot leave a contradiction alone. Impossible. If it's a world-ending technique, why would my ancestors leave a tablet to deceive their descendants? Sharp. Straight to the joint. I liked him for that. The reason is simple. The tablet was altered. By who? Shade Zetsu, an ambitious thing that wants to destroy the world. It's also a product of the will of the lunar goddess. Why does it want to destroy the world? Destroying the world is a side effect. Its real purpose is to use the infinite Tsukuyomi to resurrect its mother. Silence. I had just laid out the biggest conspiracy in the history of this world on a table in under a minute, and he had been standing inside it the whole time. And what actually got him was not the scale of it, it was the position it put him in. In Kageyama's eyes, he had been made to look like a fool, ex-complete fool, played for decades by a talking shadow. With his pride, that is not survivable. Do you have evidence? I can take you to the future so you can witness the lie and the consequences yourself. You can really travel through time? Of course, but it won't be free. His shoulders came down about an inch, and I knew I had him. Ban is not afraid of people making demands. He is afraid of people giving him things. Unearned favors have the worst interest rates in the world. What do you want? Go and destroy Iwagakure. If you succeed, I'll take you to the future. He blinked at me. Destroy Iwagakure? I will be transparent about why I picked that particular chore. First, I needed something Renjiro would never agree to, and Kageyama would agree to without a flicker. Erasing a great village is exactly that shape. Second, I needed World 1's unification number to cross 50%, because at 50, I get to carry 2 extra people across worlds instead of 1, and nothing on this board is worth more points than deleting a hidden village. Third, Iwagakure was the only one that existed yet. Konoha and Iwagakure were the only 2 of the 5 standing. There was nothing else on the menu. My goal is to unify the entire ninja world through Konoha, I told him, and achieve peace. He looked at me like I had sprouted a second head. Ha! Clumsy lie. I did not argue. Once the world is actually unified, he will work out I was telling the truth, and until then, he can believe whatever helps him sleep. Just consider it a transaction. Iwagakure falls, I show you the future. Not too difficult for you, is it? He thought about it, and agreed, and the whole negotiation took 4 minutes. Because it was not difficult. Pile the entire village of Iwagakure into one heap at this point in history, and it does not equal him. The hard part was never the killing. The hard part was explaining it to Renjiro afterward, and Kageyama had already privately decided that was Kaito's problem. Then I asked the question that turns a business deal into a leash. After you destroy Iwagakure, every clan in the world will treat you as their greatest enemy. It doesn't matter. Aren't you afraid Konoha gets dragged into it? With Renjiro around, it won't have much impact. And your Uchiha clan? He stopped. I was not threatening him, and he knew I was not. Kageyama personally does not care if the planet hunts him. He would enjoy it. But the Uchiha are not Kageyama. Every time one of them leaves the village on a mission after that, a mob is waiting. You cannot keep a clan hiding behind a wall forever. No missions, no income, no development. 2 generations, and they are useless. Unless he kills every hostile ninja alive, or unifies the world and puts every clan under Konoha. I stood there and let him walk himself into that, and it was a genuinely beautiful thing to watch. Is this your real purpose? He asked it very coldly. He had also, somewhere in the last 10 minutes, quietly tried to put me under a genjutsu. It had done nothing. My system blocks all mental interference, which he could not know, and which he was not going to admit had failed. So instead of answering, I pulled 2 cans of chilled cola out of my pouch and threw him one. He caught it, looked at me, decided it was a drink, took an enormous swig with the confidence of a man who has never once worried about poison, because anybody who wants him dead has faster options than chemistry. Then he choked on the carbonation. I have made Uchiha Kageyama cough. Top 5 personal achievements. Nobody can take it from me. But he liked it, and I watched him decide not to say so. High sugar, cold, stimulating. He sat there for a second, genuinely thinking that if the Warring States clans had been drinking this, fewer of his relatives might have killed themselves from stress. He was still deciding whether a soft drink counted as a bribe when I changed the subject. The Rinnegan can perform a technique outside the 6 paths. It's called Samsara of Heavenly Life. So, it can resurrect the dead. I have never seen a man's body temperature change that fast, because the one thing Kageyama cannot have, the hole in the middle of his life that all that power does not fill, is Shinji. And every time he sees Kaito orbiting Renjiro, he thinks about his own little brother, and it goes through him like a nail. That is most of why he cannot stand being in a room with the man. Can the Rinnegan really do it? Yes. What price? The caster loses their own life. Is that the only price? Yes. He nodded slowly. I watched him solve it in 2 seconds flat, and I want you to appreciate the elegance of this man's ethics. The caster dies. Fine. Who said the caster has to be me? There are a great many ninja in the world. Villains. Death row inmates. Techniques are tools. How you use one depends on how clever you are. The only real problem was getting a Rinnegan, and he looked straight at my face while he thought it, and something restless moved behind his eyes. I did not enjoy that part. After Iwagakure falls and all the tailed beasts are captured, I said, I can help you activate a Rinnegan. His pupils contracted, and he understood immediately that I was writing checks against a future I did not own. He ate it anyway. Happily, without a shred of regret. Who cares if it is a promise? If Shinji comes back, I will fight the entire ninja world. Success rate? Near 100%. Time? Within 15 years. 15 years is a long wait for a man in a hurry. Set it against the alternative, which was no hope at all, and it is a bargain. For reference, it took Kageyama 27 years in the original timeline to grow a Rinnegan by himself, and he is the reincarnation of Kyoshi. That is the difficulty level. But he was not doing it alone anymore. He had a stable environment, unlimited funding, and a man who could go ask other timelines how it was done. What if it doesn't work? Then there are other Rinnegan you can borrow. Which sounds generous, and is not, because lending somebody my eyes for a technique that kills the user has never once cost me anything. Good. One last thing. Why are you willing to help me resurrect Shinji? And I gave him the honest answer, because the honest answer is always the most disarming. Uchiha Kageyama, do you think you could run Konoha well? Silence. What if it were Shinji? If it were Shinji, he would definitely manage it well. Instantly, no hesitation, total certainty, and I want to be clear that I was not insulting him, I was quoting him back to himself. Kageyama knows exactly what he is. He is the strongest face and the biggest fist his clan has produced, and he could not tell you how many people live in the Uchiha compound. Not the head count, not the money, not the reserves. Shinji handled all of that. After Shinji died, the Uchiha started losing ground, and Kageyama ended up almost completely alone, with nobody willing to follow him into the dark. That is the real weakness of Uchiha Kageyama, not power, administration. Right now it does not show, because Renjiro does the paperwork. The second Renjiro is gone, and Kageyama has the chair, it becomes infinite. Am I expecting him to run Konoha alone? He cannot run one clan. And expecting him and Kaito to co-manage anything is a comedy sketch that ends in arson. So, he said, and his mouth twisted, you need Shinji. The future Konoha will need Shinji. He laughed a little, wry, and took another enormous drink of cola. It's really pathetic not having my little brother. I can't even run a family. It isn't that Shinji needs me, it's that I need Shinji more. I left after that. You do not linger after landing a hook that good. While I was doing that, in
World 2, Uchiha Akio was busy dying, and I found out about it after the fact. I got this one out of Katsuro, years later, in a different country, and he told it badly. He and Kagami had volunteered to draw the border patrols off Kenzo's escape. 2 exhausted men against about 20 cloud ninja. Even exhausted elite jonin are elite jonin. So for the first few minutes, they were simply killing people. Then the chakra ran out. The wounds started stacking. Kagami's Sharingan was drooling blood down both cheeks. Katsuro. If I die, please bring my Sharingan back. Kagami, you know these eyes can't fall into Kumogakure's hands. This is my last request. Okay, I promise you. Hold on to that exchange. I want it in your hands because I am going to hand it back to you in about 40 years, and it is going to be extremely unpleasant. Kagami got paralyzed by a water and lightning combination and took 3 explosive tagged kunai to the chest, and the blast turned everything within 20 feet into steam. Katsuro screamed his name, and Kagami reformed out of empty air on the other side of him, whole, with his left eye gone white and blind. Izanagi, he said, gasping, an Uchiha forbidden technique. It erases events that are bad for you and makes good ones real. The Uchiha have something like that? Want to learn? I can teach you. Unfortunately, you need a Sharingan, and afterward that Sharingan goes permanently blind. He was laughing about it. He knew he was going to die there, and he had already decided to hand Katsuro his remaining eye so it could get home. Katsuro, at this point in his life, told him to keep it. My clan's wind release is unparalleled in the ninja world, thank you. I do not need your bloodline charity. Put that on the record too, please. Kagami reached up to pull his own eye out. And then 8 or 9 cloud ninja died in about 3 seconds, and a silver blur stopped in front of them. Katsuro, Kagami, sorry I'm late. Senju Kaito sheathed his sword. The ninja world's fastest had come back from the dead, and Katsuro Shimura's jaw hit the dirt. Second Hokage, you're not dead. What, you'd love for me to die in battle? No, how could that be? And then Katsuro had a private thought that I want preserved exactly as it occurred to him. Lord Kaito is not dead. That means the monkey can't be third Hokage yet. That means I still have a chance. He was overjoyed. His whole life had suddenly gone bright and the future was promising. That is Katsuro Shimura at 20-something, not a monster, just a man who wants the job so badly that his best friend's promotion registers as an injury. Kaito looked them over, both critically low. 30 seconds later, and Kagami would have been a corpse with empty sockets, which confirmed every single thing I had told him about the next 34 years. Where's the Golden Horn Force? Ignore them. I killed them all. What, gold and silver too? That's right. He took the credit. His brother had done most of it. He was not going to explain time travel in a forest at 4 in the morning, and honestly, neither would I. And standing there, watching Katsuro laugh and Kagami grin and both of them come back to life in front of him, Kaito felt something go cold in his chest. Because that immortal was right. Which is the thing I had been trying to make him see for 2 days and had not managed. If he had died there, the damage to those two would have been permanent. Instead, they were standing in a field of dead cloud ninja getting their nerve back, and from this angle, they would never fear Kumogakure again as long as they lived. Compromise and cowardice are not always the best choice. Courage and conviction are also part of the will of fire. The next morning, I went to World 4 and had breakfast at the Hokage's house. I knocked. I want that noted. I could have teleported straight into the living room, and I did not, on the grounds that May might be breastfeeding, and I am not that kind of person. She opened the door herself. 12 hours after nearly dying, she opened the door herself. Pure-blood Uzumaki vitality is genuinely obscene. Mrs. May, you're recovering well. It was all thanks to you last night, sir. Otherwise, Hikaru and I would be gone. She dragged me inside to feed me. She did not care who I was or what I wanted. I had saved her family, therefore I was getting soup. It smells good. Pork bone broth with salt ramen, it's Hikaru's favorite. It is actually her favorite. Hikaru's favorite food is everything May cooks, which is a different thing, and which he has never once corrected her on. Have you had breakfast, sir? 2 servings, please. I did not come to freeload. I came to freeload and gather intelligence, which is a completely different activity. While she cooked, she asked me the thing that had been eating her all night. Hikaru said the masked man was really Tsubasa. Is that true? It's him. But how? He doesn't look like Tsubasa at all, and she was winding up. She had known that kid. She liked him.
Optimistic, lively, kind, a bit of an idiot. That was the child she had wanted her own son to grow up like. How does that become a man who throws a newborn in the air and puts explosive tags in his blanket? Let's explain it all when the Fourth gets back. Meanwhile, the Fourth was in a meeting getting eaten alive, and I got the transcript out of him that afternoon. I had spent a week mapping who actually owned what in that village, and here is what I found. 5 people ran Konoha. Kenzo Sarutobi held the direct Anbu, the city defense forces, medical, interrogation, and intelligence. Haruno and Kurenai jointly ran administration, diplomacy, and the money coming in from the Land of Fire. Katsuro held root and a slice of the finances, and Hikaru Namikaze, Fourth Hokage, held the education ministry and some paperwork. That is the whole portfolio. That is it. The Fourth Hokage sounds impressive and had less real authority than the man running the secret police. He had never complained because his seat had not been given to him by any of them. He earned it walking through 3 wars and coming out the far side with a legend attached. He just needed time. They opened with casualty figures: 638 ninja, 2,845 civilians. Then, Katsuro went for the throat. The Jinchuriki's delivery time and location were top secret. Only the 3rd and the 4th and a handful of others knew. The enemy's timing was too precise. Kenzo, Hikaru, can you explain this to me? He was, in essence, accusing somebody in that room of treason. Hikaru could not answer. He genuinely did not know, and the only other person who had known was Ryota, and he was not saying that name out loud while he was still deciding whether he believed it. So Katsuro turned on Kenzo. What about you? It said the 2 who delivered the baby, Hana and Aki, were both your people. And Kenzo just sat there, with his head down, not saying anything. Katsuro, Haruno said quietly, you shouldn't have asked that. Lady Hana also perished. Katsuro did not know. Nobody had told him. In one night, Kenzo Sarutobi had lost his wife, and his oldest friend found out by accident in a policy meeting. He dropped it and swung back at Hikaru. Whoever leaked it must be investigated. Furthermore, the village has repeatedly stressed the threat of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Hikaru. As Fourth Hokage, you caused a tailed beast riot that did this much damage. You must take responsibility. I want to be fair. That is not an unreasonable position. It is also a naked power grab in a nice coat, and everybody at that table knew it. Kenzo finally surfaced. We can discuss responsibility later. The urgent task is the aftermath. Repair the village, treat the wounded, bury the dead. Kenzo, you're covering for someone. Katsuro, if you really want to talk about responsibility, can you tell me where you and Root were last night? That shut it down instantly. It also told me the exact shape of Konoha's leadership, which is 2 old men who have spent 50 years knowing precisely which of each other's ribs are cracked. Then an Anbu came in and whispered that I was at his house, and Hikaru lit up and excused himself. Sir, you've arrived. Yo, 3rd Dynasty. He inhaled 3 servings of ramen in front of me. He had fought a masked monster, a tailed beast, and a night of paperwork on an empty stomach, and he had also just become a father, so his appetite was running overtime. Then we got down to it. 3rd Leader, judging from your face, the village's higher-ups have already started causing you trouble. He froze mid-motion. So you've already seen through it all. The sharpest knife is never the enemy's. Only your own people know where your soft spots are, how deep to go to make it hurt, and how to do it without ever taking off the mask of civility. What? May was on her feet. I moved my bowl. Are those old men and women starting on you again? She knew. She had watched him get boxed in for a year. She had watched him come home from meetings where he had been outvoted about his own village. The village suffered huge losses, Hikaru said, tired. Someone has to be held responsible. Why should it be you? I sealed the fox for the village. They failed to protect it. In the end, it was you and the previous Hokage who saved everyone and resealed it. Why should they criticize you? May, don't be angry. You haven't recovered. Hikaru, what do they want? They're not trying to force you out of the seat, are they? Very unlikely, and I won't resign. But Lord Katsuro and the 2 advisors will probably use this to pin the blame on me and take away some of the Hokage's authority. He was not a political novice. He had already read the whole play, so I said the thing that changed the temperature in that kitchen. He may not compromise, I said, but for you and the child, he will. May turned around. Sir, what did you say? Devastating tailed beast riot with that many casualties breeds hatred. If there's a clear enemy, that hatred gets aimed outward. Unfortunately, this enemy is a ghost. Almost nobody saw him. So after losing their families last night, the villagers can't focus hatred on a ghost. They'll focus it on the concrete thing, on the fox, and on the fox's Jinchuriki. If Hikaru doesn't take the blame, he doesn't absorb that hatred. Then it goes to you, Mei, and to the Uchiha, who are already suspected of steering the fox. Which means that for the next few years, or the next decade, you and Arata live inside a village full of malice. That's what he didn't want to see. That's the real reason he's willing to take the fall. Hikaru, am I right? He paused, then he laughed, a little. Sir, your insight is remarkable. And Mei's eyes went red because she had spent 10 minutes furious about unfairness while her husband had already run the numbers and decided to eat the whole thing so his wife and his newborn son would get a quieter decade. That is Hikaru Namikaze. Underneath the gentleness, there is a man doing brutally cold arithmetic and picking the option that costs him personally. Stop, stop, stop. You two, stop showing off your love. Sir, what does showing off love mean? That's not important. Then Mei, still indignant, opened the door for me herself. Isn't there any way to avoid all of this? It's so unfair that the one who saved the village carries the blame. I told her I had a way. It's simple. Expose the real culprit. You mean Tsubasa? Hikaru shot that down instantly and correctly. You cannot prove it. Even if you prove it, an unfamiliar ghost is a terrible target for a village's grief. And Katsuro will simply announce that the Hokage invented a scapegoat out of his own dead student, which is monstrous and also extremely effective. That makes it even simpler, I said. Since we're worried about those old men causing trouble from behind, let's take them all out. Both of them nearly fell out of their chairs. No, 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 sir, please wait. Their behavior was inappropriate, but it doesn't warrant death. I want to note that Hikaru's immediate assumption was that I was about to murder his entire government within 4 seconds, and that this was a fair read of the room. Even the third being terrible was not, to Hikaru, a killing matter. The man was Takeshi's teacher, and besides, most of the third was fine, aside from a mild addiction to power and one enormous blind spot named Katsuro. Fourth Hokage, you're still too kind-hearted. If you don't want to kill him, then remove him another way. Get them out of the core leadership and strip them of their positions. This probably isn't easy either. Taking their authority is harder than taking their lives. Then he made the argument that shows he is not simply soft, and it is the good one. The cost of stripping them may far outweigh the benefits. Rule is never a one-man affair. No matter how strong I am, I can't govern alone. I can't issue tasks and calculate revenue and maintain public order by myself. Even the best shadow clone gets tired. And even if I bring Katsuro down, I still need the clans to run the village. I can't guarantee the new leadership would be better than the old. Hikaru, I said, you're playing a longer game. You already have a plan, X moderate 1, don't you? He stopped. Then he told me, and it was better than I had expected. He had never fought for power because fighting for it damages the village, so instead he had volunteered to be a puppet. He took the education ministry, the most boring, least prestigious portfolio available, the one nobody wanted, and he asked for it. Then he started quietly stuffing ordinary children into it. He held the first Academy Ninjutsu competition, the first Academy exhibition. He pushed new techniques into the curriculum. He got 3 ordinary students, Jiro Namiyashi among them, close enough to an S-rank forbidden technique that in this village it counted as heresy. His entire theory of governance was to break the clan system and the secret technique system from underneath by teaching everybody's children the same things. And because he did it in the education department while smiling, nobody in Konoha's leadership ever once considered Hikaru Namikaze a threat. The Azure Streak had slaughtered his way across an entire world war, and his own government thought he was harmless because he liked kids. Your idea is good, I told him, and highly feasible. Given Konoha's rigid elite system, there's no better method, as long as you refuse to shed blood. He looked genuinely happy for a second. Nothing on earth feels better than somebody confirming your secret plan is not stupid. Then I poured the water on. But you've overlooked 2 things. First, you die young. You would have died last night. And every reform you started dies with you. 10 years from now, the Academy still teaches nothing advanced, and every secret technique is still locked inside a clan compound. He took that on the chin. He had to. He had been half a second from proving it. Second, even if you live, you don't have the time. because Uchiha Kageyama is still alive. He and Mei made almost the same noise. How could this be? Sir, didn't you say the masked man was Tsubasa? The masked man is Tsubasa, and Kageyama is also alive. Where's the conflict? Didn't he die decades ago? Can't a man fake his death? Then I walked him through it, because with Hikaru, you never have to state a conclusion, only the evidence. Why did Tsubasa's strength explode? Why did his personality invert? How did he learn the exact moment a Jinchuriki's seal weakens in childbirth? How did he learn to break an 8-trigram seal? Could he possibly have done all of that alone? Unless somebody is guiding him, and instructing him, and using him. Hikaru's face did several things at once, and settled. He's been collecting the tailed beasts to destroy the ninja world, I said, including Yumi's attack on Konoha and her death by Ryota's hand. That was his doing. Yumi, he caused that too? And one more thing, he already has a Rinnegan, power comparable to a god. With that single-mindedness, how long do you think peace lasts? How much time do you have to gradually reform? I did not tell him this world's Kageyama was already dead, obviously, because a real threat you can measure is far less motivating than a legendary one you cannot. And it was not even a lie in any way that mattered. Tsubasa, Haruki, Shade Zetsu, and the whole Akatsuki were sitting right there in the dark, and Konoha did not get very long in the original timeline either. Naming the villain Uchiha Kageyama just made the fire hotter and the fuse shorter, which is exactly what I wanted. Is everything you said true? Why would I lie? Verify it yourself. And I watched the Fourth Hokage go very still and very serious, in a way he had not done for the fox. Hikaru, don't worry, Mei said, cupping his face. No matter what happens, Arata and I will always be with you. Me too. I will never leave you. And Hikaru closed his eyes and decided something. Nobody was touching his wife and his son. And a plan that assumed 15 quiet years was now a plan built on sand. Sir, can I defeat Uchiha Kageyama? Third Dynasty. Do you think you can defeat Senju Renjiro? Hikaru said absolutely nothing, which is its own kind of answer. Fine. If you cannot beat them, you cannot beat them. Nothing shameful in it. Go develop new techniques and get stronger. The future belongs to people who build things. So what should I do next? I only offer suggestions. I don't give orders. How you choose is up to you. Thank you, sir. I suggest you tear down Katsuro and those corrupt old men as soon as possible and consolidate the whole village. At minimum, the next time an enemy village or a tailed beast comes, last night doesn't happen again. He nodded. He had understood the value of that for years. Kumogakure's greatest asset is not its ninja. It is that everybody there points the same direction and the Raikage can implement a decision by dinner. Sir, do you have a peaceful solution? If I could, I really wouldn't want to move against those people. Taking down the Konoha F4 isn't difficult. It takes a little strategy and one specific tactic. It's impossible without sacrifices, but we can minimize them. 3 steps. Step 1. Bring some in, then crack down on the rest. Because not every clan in this village has had a good 50 years. Ask the Uchiha if they want a seat at the table. Ask the Hyuga. They dream about it. They think about it while they are on the toilet. Especially the Uchiha, who are currently one bad rumor away from losing everything. Sir, you mean the Uchiha and the Hyuga. Don't you and Kenshin have a pretty good relationship? Kenshin was the easiest ally on my board, and I had him circled before I ever knocked on that door. He had been quietly betting on Hikaru for years. Their wives were best friends. In venture capital terms, he was Hikaru's angel investor, and last night his entire portfolio had nearly burned down. Because if the fox had killed Hikaru and Mei, the Uchiha would have been left standing under public suspicion with no protector at all. You're right, sir. If I go to Kenshin, he'll most likely support me, but the Hyuga won't be easy. Correct. The Uchiha want to survive and be treated fairly. The Hyuga want to be the #1 clan in Konoha, and right now they already are. The Senju and the Uchiha both got gutted in the Second and Third Wars. The Senju are effectively extinct. The Hyuga walked into the gap. And I had underestimated the Byakugan, which has an obscenely high floor. It cracks Sharingan illusions, it cracks Kotoa Matsukami. The Uchiha produce more monsters, but every Hyuga who masters the basics is functionally a jonin, which is why the Hyuga have more jonin than anybody alive. Add the caged bird seal, which gives the main house absolute control over the branch house, and you get a clan that votes as one block. And Konoha's Jonin Council is a parliament. Every major decision has to pass it. The Hyuga are the largest party in that parliament. That is the real reason nobody has ever pushed them around. Not the eyes, the votes. Why would that clan gamble everything on a puppet Hokage against a leadership that has held power for decades when neutrality is already extremely comfortable? The Hyuga aren't easy, I agreed. Their neutrality has made them complacent, but it isn't a problem as long as steps 2 and 3 happen. Even if you don't go to them, Hikaru, they'll come to you. Mei's eyes lit up. Sir, please speak quickly. Step 2, retreat in order to advance and split the conflict. Step 3, use someone else to do the dirty work and be the Oriole waiting behind. Specifically, it's like this first, then like this, and finally like that. Hikaru hesitated. This seems a bit inappropriate. It would sacrifice a lot of ninja. Some sacrifices are unavoidable. You know that very well. I'm just offering suggestions. Whether you adopt them is entirely up to you. Don't forget, Konoha doesn't have much time left. And I'll tell you one more thing for free. It probably won't be long before Uchiha Kageyama and Tsubasa take control of Kirigakure and the 4th Mizukage. That one was free, accurate, and load-bearing. He agreed. He was never indecisive. Fighting Tsubasa, sealing the fox, taking a wild shot on my advice about resealing. Once Hikaru Namikaze decides, he executes. Mei, I'll need to trouble you a bit from now on. It's nothing. It just means we can't go out. It gives the 3 of us more time together. She was thrilled. Months at home with her husband and her baby. She would have voted for this plan even if it had involved arson. 2 hours later, Hikaru walked back into that conference room and lied to the government of Konoha with a completely straight face. Mei's condition is very bad. As you all know, a Jinchuriki dies immediately when the tailed beast is stripped out. Mei, with Uzumaki vitality, held on a little longer. The fox was resealed, but her lost life force can't be replenished. Wouldn't that be very dangerous? I can maintain the seal, but I don't think she can hold on for long. In that case, we should find a new Jinchuriki as soon as possible. I will not seek another Jinchuriki before Mei's accident. If she passes, I'll seal the fox into myself and become the new Jinchuriki. Kurenai vetoed that instantly, exactly as I had told Hikaru he would. In the mind of every senior official in every village, a Jinchuriki is a weapon. You do not turn your own head of state into a weapon of mass destruction. If a Jinchuriki with the Hokage's authority goes berserk, who stops it? I disagree, Katsuro said, standing, righteous as a church. Since the Jinchuriki is unstable, we should replace her immediately. Fourth Hokage, are you going to protect your wife? Hikaru turned and looked at him, just looked, and let the killing intent out. Lord Katsuro, do you want me to kill my own wife with my own hands? Katsuro swallowed whatever he had queued up next, because he had suddenly remembered, as I watched him remember it, the reputation of the azure streak on a battlefield, and had run the numbers on whether his old bones could survive an all-you-can-eat Rasengan buffet, and the answer was no. Hikaru, Kenzo said carefully, taking a long pull on his pipe. If you continue to help Mei maintain the seal, then the administration of the village, Lord Third, I'm sorry. For the next period, I'll stay by Mei's side to help her stabilize the seal. During this period, I can only trouble the Third, the 2 advisors, and Lord Katsuro to temporarily assume the authority of the Hokage. He stepped aside. And I want you to picture Katsuro Shimura's face, because he nearly came out of his chair. How long had he waited for that? Even temporary, even borrowed. It was the thing. How long will it take? Haruno asked. 3 months at the shortest, 6 at the longest. That's too long. You're the Hokage. How can you be away from your position? I've always felt guilty toward Mei. I want to spend as much of her last period with her as I can. I agree, Katsuro said, instantly, warmly. Hikaru, you go and keep the lady company without worry. The seal is also very important. We'll manage the village for you. Everyone at that table saw exactly what Katsuro was doing. Nobody said a word, because who complains about being handed more power? But how do we explain the Fourth's absence? Just announced that the Ninetales riot left the Fourth Hokage seriously injured and in need of a long recovery. It's better than announcing the seal is unstable. If necessary, you can also blame me for the damage. That did it. That was the sweetener.
Hikaru Namikaze, willingly offering to eat the blame. What a young fellow, willing to give up something as wonderful as power for his wife and child. Did he really think he could take the Hokage's authority back after 6 months? Utterly naive. They agreed. He thanked them politely and flashed out. And behind him, the meeting immediately dissolved into an argument about which of them got to sit in the chair. He did not go home. He went straight to the Uchiha compound and let himself into the clan head's house. Kenshin was delighted to see him, and I had told Hikaru he would be, because forget everything else, Hikaru Namikaze being alive was the single most important fact in the Uchiha clan's life. As long as the Fourth Hokage breathes, the leadership does not dare do anything final to them. Hikaru, how are you? Is Mrs. May all right? Hikaru closed the door and put up a barrier. You, Kenshin, is not stupid. X barrier means the conversation is not about wives. It's complicated. Before I explain, I'd like to confirm one thing. Chief Kenshin, are you willing to support me unconditionally? I, Kenshin, think carefully before you answer, preferably in your capacity as clan chief. This choice could affect the future of the entire Uchiha clan. And Kenshin felt, not fear, but a kind of joyous vertigo. He had been waiting for that day a long time. It was why he had bet on Hikaru in the first place. He had assumed it would take another decade, or arrive as a slow, peaceful evolution. He did not care what had accelerated it, because the Uchiha did not have many options to begin with, and after last night, they had none. By morning, the village was already whispering, and I had heard it myself at a noodle stand. Why didn't the Uchiha fight the fox last night? Why did the fox look like it was under Sharingan control? Nobody who lost a family member cares about root causes. Within weeks, that whisper becomes policy. Kenshin had already run the projection on how bad it gets. And the leadership had ordered his clan to stand down during the attack, which meant the Uchiha's last defense had been taken off the board for them. Mud in the crotch. Even if it is not excrement, it is excrement. Fourth Hokage Hikaru Namikaze, he said. In the name of the Uchiha clan head, I pledge my allegiance to you. I will serve you faithfully and never betray you. Half an hour later, Hikaru flew home satisfied, and I was still in his kitchen because May had made more soup. How's it going? It should go smoothly. Lord Katsuro and the others didn't seem to have any doubts. On the contrary, they seemed quite excited. Humph, that old guy is naturally happy. He probably dreams about usurping the Hokage's authority. Sir, who do you think will end up taking his duties? It doesn't matter who exercises your authority, I said. What matters is that you can extricate yourself under the guise of caring for May. That way, no matter what happens in the village next, you don't have to take the blame. Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown. Because when Kumogakure comes, whoever is holding the authority has to carry the war. That was the whole plan. Hikaru steps aside. The F4 fight over the chair. And Kumogakure, who has been waiting decades for exactly this, walks in. Let them fight. Let them lose. I am counting on something very ordinary here. Ninja and civilians are identical on this point. Nobody appreciates a thing until it is gone. Once everyone in Konoha realizes those old men cannot protect them, and every village on the map dares to step on them, they will start missing the Fourth Hokage. And then he comes back and turns it around, and takes the whole place with him, and sweeps the relics of the old era into the bin. Borrowed knife. Kumogakure's blade. Our target. Sir, will Kumogakure really attack? Yes, it will definitely happen. Even with the plot changed and Hikaru alive, the moment he stops appearing in public and a rumor goes out that the Azure Streak is gravely injured, the other villages start circling, and Kumogakure, the most powerful and the most contemptuous of Konoha, moves first, and I would bet my eyes on it. That is exactly what they did in the original timeline the instant they heard he was dead. 3 years of war, no decisive result. Then they signed an alliance and immediately sent a man to kidnap a 4-year-old girl. So when those old fogies can't beat Kumogakure, the villagers will know how amazing you are, my husband. May was already enjoying it enormously. War always results in death, Hikaru said quietly, unless absolutely necessary. Then you should try to unify the entire ninja world, I said. Then there will be no more wars. He burst out laughing. Sir, you are too kind. I don't have that ability. My greatest wish is to protect Konoha. I did not push. He is like Renjiro. You cannot force this kind of man. You guide gently, and once the world is actually unified, he makes the right call on his own. By the way, sir, May said, how do you know Konoha is no match for Kumogakure? Have you forgotten who killed the second Hokage? Do you think those old men have the guts to fight Kumogakure to the death?
I had watched that nerve break with my own eyes, from a tree 17 years earlier in a different world. They might have courage against other villages. Against Kumogakure they have none, because in this timeline Kaito did not survive, and Sarutobi's entire generation had their nerve broken in a forest by Cloud Ninja. That is why, even after they finally got a ceasefire, Sarutobi forced the Hyuga to send Hizashi to his death and hand the corpse over as an apology. But what if Konoha actually beats Kumogakure? Mei worried. Wouldn't Hikaru look like a clown? Unless something goes wrong, besides Kumogakure itself, Kageyama and Tsubasa will also move against Konoha. Hikaru tensed at the name. Tsubasa is a subject he does not want touched. Hikaru, Mei, why do you think Tsubasa attacked you? Why seize the fox at that specific moment? Was he forced by Kageyama? The change in Tsubasa was orchestrated by Kageyama, but his choice to attack Konoha wasn't on Kageyama's orders, because Kageyama was already dead when Ryo was born. Nobody was giving Tsubasa instructions. So why hit Konoha at all? Revenge? Then go kill the Kirigakure ninja who killed Yumi. Capture the fox? I checked the statue myself and it was nowhere near ready. He had not collected a single other-tailed beast. Why grab the strongest one first and advertise to the entire planet that an extremist organization is hunting Bijou? That is a terror cell announcing it has a nuke before it has a truck. Every permanent member of the Security Council stops sleeping. Then why? To weaken Konoha and hold the balance of the ninja world. Hikaru did not follow, and I do not blame him, because after the Third War, there were no winners. So I laid the board out for him. Tsunagakure, Third Kazekage missing, Civil War, nearly annihilated, Rasa barely holding it together, incapable of invading anybody. Kirigakure, and I have been in that one, and it is worse in person. Third Mizukage dead, tailed beast out of control. The Seven Swordsmen collapsed, the Bloody Mist policy eating its own ninja. The remaining Anbu elites wiped out by Tsubasa personally. Iwagakure, 50 elites deleted by Hikaru at Kanabi Bridge, and 10,000 men spent grinding down the third Raikage. Kumogakure, their strongest Raikage killed, heavy losses. And Konoha, which had graduated 7-year-olds during the war and nearly had its spine broken. Everybody lost. But Konoha still had Hikaru Namikaze and Uzumaki Mei. And this is the part I needed him to hear from me, rather than work out alone. The Azure Streak is worth more than half a village. Mei is not a housewife, she is a living strategic weapon who can steer the Nine Tails with Uzumaki technique and deliver a nuclear strike on request. With those two, post-war Konoha had the power to erase the other 4 villages, which would have ended the Akatsuki's timeline before it started. So the Nine Tails riot was error correction, I said. If the goal were just to take the fox, he'd have taken it and left. Why summon it inside the village and let it rampage? The fundamental purpose was to kill the Uzumaki and strip Konoha of its first strike capability. Hikaru went quiet, and then everything he had not understood snapped into place. That is why Kumogakure attacked immediately afterward. 3 years of war, no result, and then they sent a man to steal a Hyuga child, just to probe. If Konoha had still held first strike capability, they would never have been in a position to be asked for a pair of eyes. And 7 years later, on the night of the Uchiha massacre, Tsubasa helps Kai, and I had to sit with that one for a while before it made sense to me, because Katsuro was building a Sharingan arm to restore Konoha's control over a tailed beast, and Tsubasa wanted that severed permanently, plus a fresh stock of eyes for the shelf. That's ruthless. Tsubasa. How did Tsubasa become like this? It's simple. His beloved Yumi died, so he began to hate the whole world and the entire ninja system. Add Kageyama's manipulation, and it isn't surprising he decided to destroy the world and reshape it. Hikaru had nothing to say to that. Yumi was his student too. He lost her as well. Everyone only ever remembers that Tsubasa was heartbroken. He had been on a mission that day. He could not be everywhere. Kageyama had picked that day precisely because Hikaru would be somewhere else. So as long as Mei and I are alive, Akatsuki and Tsubasa will still try to kill us? And cooperate with Kumogakure? Right. One Kumogakure is a headache. Add Tsubasa, and an organization that owns a Rinnegan, and do you still think Konoha wins? He nodded. If he and Mei both sit out, Konoha loses. Which is the entire point. Hikaru has to come out at the last minute, turn the tide, and unify the village behind him. And if it goes well, Tsubasa and Haruki both die on the way, and my number goes up. Third dynasty. If you face Tsubasa again, will you kill him? He thought about it. I want to defeat him, give him another chance, try my best to persuade him back. But if it's truly beyond repair, I'll end his life myself. That is the entire man in 2 sentences. Then why don't you fly over there right now, give him a pill, and catch him? I'm sorry, the Flying Thunder God mark on him is beyond
beyond my perception range. It's also possible he's already removed it. Can your mark be removed? Normally it stays, but if the other party cuts off the flesh or pulverizes the kunai, it disappears. I nodded and dropped it. I checked afterward because I wanted to know. At that exact moment, several hundred kilometers away, Tsubasa was lying face down while a white plant thing peeled the skin off his back, screaming into a rock because he had reached the same conclusion about 90 minutes earlier, which tells you a great deal about both of them. Then the baby started crying at me because he wanted feeding, and Mei went to get him, and the fourth Hokage of Konoha stood in his own living room with the specific, helpless expression of a brand new father. I decided that was a good place to leave. The next morning, I watched Renjiro call every clan head in Konoha into one room and inform them that Uchiha Kageyama would be the second Hokage. I had not suggested this. I want that clear. My man did it entirely on his own, and I sat in the corner of that meeting enjoying myself more than I have enjoyed anything in years. The room detonated. Weren't we supposed to elect the Hokage democratically? How did this suddenly become a dictatorship? You lured the dog in to kill it, huh? Renjiro, who cannot lie to save his life, went with pleading. Please agree. I can't explain the reasons in detail, but appointing Kageyama as second Hokage will protect the village and all of you. It's the only way to keep the peace if I unfortunately perish. Which had the effect of convincing 11 clan heads that the god of shinobi was dying of something. Kaito leaned over and hissed that nobody would understand him if he said it like that, and then rescued the situation by inventing a lie on the spot. Gentlemen, my elder brother received a prophecy from the great toad sage of Mount Myoboku yesterday. It states that shortly after his death, the first shinobi world war will break out. To stop it, a sufficiently powerful second Hokage is required. I made a note. Kaito's political instincts are genuinely frightening. He took my intelligence, swapped the source from a suspicious stranger to a legendary sacred toad, and made it credible in 11 seconds. The clan heads started nodding. Mount Myoboku is on the level of Shikotsu Forest. Surely they would not make a wild prediction. And then Renjiro, beaming, pulled Kageyama to the front and asked him to say a few words. Kageyama did not refuse. Kageyama stepped up, activated his eternal Mangekyo, swept the room with it, and said 7 words. Extremely verbose. Who's in favor and who's opposed? The meeting room went completely silent. Renjiro scratched his head and laughed nervously. Kaito opened his mouth in horror, and I could see him physically restraining himself from kicking Kageyama in the shin. And I sat there in the corner thinking, with real admiration, that this is the fastest anyone has ever passed a constitutional amendment. Every clan head voted yes, unanimously, following their hearts. I want to be fair about why. It was not just terror. I have thought about that vote a lot since, and it was not only terror. The Warring States era had ended about a year earlier. The Sarutobi and Shimura clans had not joined Konoha for democracy and freedom. They joined because the strongest clan and the second strongest clan had made an alliance, and everybody wanted to stand near it. Currently, the first Hokage is Senju, so the Senju are on top. Swap in an Uchiha for the second seat, and it is the same building with different furniture. As long as Konoha stands, it stays the strongest thing on the map, and nobody has to go back to the Warring States. Everything is negotiable. There was exactly one loser in that room, and it was Senju Kaito, who had just been quietly written out of the succession by his own brother in front of his colleagues. He handled it about as well as you would expect. He was not even that interested in power. What he could not stand was that the detestable Uchiha Kageyama was going to be the second Hokage, and that his brother had done it cheerfully. Kaito, you look pretty resentful. Brother, the messenger from Iwagakure should be arriving soon. He changed the subject so hard, I heard it snap. Which brings me to the 2 people who were about to have the worst week in the history of the land of Earth. I was standing on a rooftop when they came through the gate, and I already knew both of their names. Iwagakure had sent a delegation. 2 men. The first Tsuchikage had been invited to an alliance and had, sensibly, decided not to come himself. It had been under a year since the Warring States ended, and the other 3 great nations had not built their villages yet. Rushing into an alliance might provoke everybody. But you do not ignore an invitation from the god of shinobi. So he sent his bodyguard, a man named Raiden, and his 12-year-old grandson, Tetsuo. I watched them come through the gate. The kid was nervous and trying not to show it, staring at all the timber, saying out loud that with forests like this, it must be so convenient to build houses. The land of Earth is mostly rock desert. They have to haul lumber in from ridiculous distances.
He was genuinely envious of trees. The land of fire is uniquely blessed, Raiden told him, but there's no need to envy them. X comfortable environment only breeds laziness. X ninja without the will of stone is destined not to last long. Yes, I will strive to inherit the will of stone. I stood on a rooftop and watched that entire exchange and felt something I do not enjoy feeling, which is guilt in advance. The talks went well, and I sat through all of them, and I have rarely felt worse in a meeting. 2 hours, both sides pleased. Konoha learned about the land of Earth and confirmed the one village per country model works. Iwagakure confirmed Konoha had no immediate appetite for conquest, which meant they could spend money on development instead of standing guard. Worth the trip, both of them said. Then Tetsuo asked his teacher what he thought of Senju Renjiro, because Renjiro had spent the meeting looking like a friendly idiot while Kaito did all the actual talking. Tetsuo, don't judge a person's threat level by their appearance and demeanor. Senju Renjiro is far more terrifying than you can imagine. He's a monster who could single-handedly destroy an entire country. Grandpa, could Lord Tsuchikage defeat him? It's difficult. Is it possible for me to defeat him in the future? Yes, it's possible. He was lying to a child to protect his confidence, and it was a kind lie, and I was standing on a roof knowing exactly how the next 72 hours were going to go. That evening, Raiden took Tetsuo to the Naka shrine to probe Uchiha Kageyama. That was the actual mission, not the alliance. Find out how strong the second monster is, and find out whether the two of them can be split. They were polite about it. Raiden introduced himself properly. Tetsuo bowed. Kageyama opened with an insult about the Tsuchikage being too afraid to come himself, and Tetsuo, 12 years old, defended his grandfather to a man who had killed more people than he had met. No, Lord Tsuchikage is very strong. I came here myself to see what Konoha was like. Ha, kid, do you even know what true power is? Strength is not just about power, but the tenacity of will. Strength without willpower cannot be considered true strength. Boring sophistry. Before absolute power, everything is vain. Then Raiden asked to witness the power of the Uchiha, which was the whole reason they had come, and Kageyama gave it to them. With your meager strength, you dare to witness Uchiha power. You're not even qualified to be allies. Why? Lord Renjiro has already agreed to the alliance. There are no allies. Surrender to the power of Konoha. And the first form of Susanoo came up out of him, half a skeleton, no flesh, not even close to his ceiling, and enough to overwhelm most Kage-level opponents on a bad day. It waved a hand, and the explosion threw both of them dozens of meters. I want to note that Kageyama did not kill the boy, and that this was deliberate. Not killing children is one of the few bottom lines he keeps. He lost several younger brothers in the war himself. Tetsuo got up anyway, unsteady, concussed, with the will of stone lighting up behind his eyes. Looks like you still want to dance, but you're still too green, and Kageyama put him under a genjutsu and dropped him like a sack. Raiden grabbed the boy and vanished with his concealment technique, which is genuinely one of the best hiding techniques in this world, and which is why he had been sent at all. The legendary Susanoo, Kageyama's power is truly astonishing. Decent ability to hide, Kageyama said, and turned his head to look directly at where Raiden was standing invisible. But you don't think you can get away from me with such a small trick, do you? Raiden did the smart thing. He conceded immediately and asked, politely, for the friendship of Iwagakure and Konoha, and for the matter to rest there. He had done his homework better than I had expected. He knew Kageyama's patterns, knew he did not kill children, and had brought Tetsuo along partly as insurance. It is a bit unethical to use your own student as a shield, but Iwagakure was 3 months old, and you take risks. He had bet correctly. He had also bet against a version of Kageyama that no longer existed, because that Kageyama had spent yesterday evening being told by me that his ancestor's holy text was a forgery, and being offered his dead brother back. Foolish bastards. I won't kill you, at least not now. Go back. Tell Daichi that I will personally visit him in 3 days. If you don't even have the strength to contend with me, then there's no point in forming an alliance. May Iwagakure be completely destroyed. I was standing about 40 meters away when he said it, and I watched a man's entire national future get cancelled in one sentence, out loud, 3 days in advance. Which is the part I still find remarkable. He announced it. He could have gone at night. It would have been easier. Uchiha Kageyama considered that beneath him. I suggested a night operation exactly once, and I did not suggest it twice. Better to arrive in daylight, with everybody watching, and crush their will to resist so completely that no survivor ever dreams about rebuilding. One battle, accomplished. That is what he wanted. He also, I later learned, had planted a subtle genjutsu suggestion in Raiden the moment they made eye contact at the start of the conversation. Nothing dramatic, just enough that after retreating, Raiden would not stop to tell Konoha anything. He would run straight home. Do not let his arrogance fool you. Kageyama is arrogant, warlike, obsessive, domineering, and ruthless. He is also careful. He does not leave openings. Aside from Renjiro, he has never lost to anyone. After they left, I appeared beside him because I wanted to check something. Preparing to take on the entire Iwagakure single-handedly? I am enough on my own. Haven't you considered failure? Failure is impossible. Aren't you afraid Renjiro will stop you? He won't know. By the time he does, Iwagakure will have already vanished. He was right about that too. Renjiro and Kaito had left the village that morning to go see the daimyo of the Land of Fire, because Renjiro had named a successor by decree, and the Land of Fire wanted a word about it. They had deliberately not brought Kageyama along, on the grounds that if Kageyama met the daimyo, he might not be able to resist killing everybody in the room. So the man they left behind to guard the village used the window to go and delete a country. 3 days later, I stood on a rock face outside Iwagakure and watched it happen. I did not intervene. I want to be honest about my position here. I came to watch, and I came to learn, because barring accidents, I was going to have to arrange the destruction of Iwagakure in 6 more timelines, and I wanted notes. Also, I was there to copy his taijutsu, which I will get to. Iwagakure spotted him immediately, and the alarm went up, and I have to give them credit. There was no panic. Wave after wave of Iwa ninja came up out of the village and surrounded him, several thousand. Most of them were genin filling a quota and posed no threat whatsoever, and every one of them came anyway. Kageyama noticed the same thing I did, which is that the village was quiet underneath. The women, children, and elderly had already been moved. That's even better, he said. Then there's even less need to hold back. Daichi came up to meet him, the first Tsuchikage. He could fly using the lightweight rock technique, and he hovered 100 meters out to keep his distance. He also noticed me standing there and could not place me at all. No headband, almost no chakra, not even genin level. Is it hidden, or is that everything he has? He decided to file me under later, which was, in fairness, the correct triage. Lord Uchiha Kageyama, why must things come to this? We have no enmity. There's no need to draw swords. It is foolish to place the hope of ending a war on the enemy. Your Excellency, if you have grievances, we are willing to discuss them. Iwagakure is willing to form an alliance with the Uchiha clan. Ha ha ha, you think you're worthy? I watched the Tsuchikage's face change, and I understood him completely. He had heard the Uchiha were arrogant. He had not budgeted for this. He gave one last warning, and Kageyama told him he was verbose, and opened with a fire dragon that crossed 100 meters instantly. What followed was not a battle. It was a demonstration. Daichi was not weak, and I do not want you to remember him as a speed bump. He was the man who had ended the chaos in an entire country and built a village out of it. He threw everything he had. Rock iron cannon, earth rush gun, rock pillar gun, earth dragon. Kageyama did not use a single technique to answer the opening barrage. He waved his fan and shattered the cannonballs out of the air. Then he jumped, formed seals, and dropped a fire release that covered half the sky. I have seen a lot of large techniques since I got here. That one exceeded the boundary of what a ninjutsu is supposed to be. In another timeline, 20 elite Kirigakure water specialists working together barely held that same move off with a joint barrier. There are almost no water users in Iwagakure. There would be, at best, 1 man in 10 with a hope, and he did not have him. Daichi raised a rock arm the size of 5 people. It went red hot in seconds and started to soften. He layered a clay giant on top of it, burning through enormous chakra, and barely held. And before he could breathe, Kageyama dropped the second one, a fireball the size of a meteor. The clay giant shattered. The Tsuchikage went into a rock wall like a thrown stone. His men rushed into the fire to pull him out, and a lot of them burned for it. He came out of the flames on a plate of levitated earth with most of his beard gone and his clothes on fire. And Kageyama laughed and dropped into the middle of the army. I have to describe this properly because this is where I learned something. Ordinary ninja could not see him.
They saw a faint red light moving inside the formation, like somebody painting, and wherever it passed, people fell. I had misunderstood the Sharingan until that afternoon. It is not just illusions and eye techniques. The dynamic vision alone is a weapon. In a fight between two evenly matched ninja, superior dynamic vision means your opponent moves like a snail and you move like lightning. There is no counter to that. There is nothing to counter with. And it copies taijutsu on sight. Kageyama is the only man in this era who fought Senju Renjiro to a standstill in close quarters. Would you like to dance too? That is the whole resume, and it is enough. Hundreds of Iwa ninja died in the first few minutes, and for him, it was a warm-up. Meanwhile, I was standing on a cliff with my Rinnegan wide open, watching his movements at a resolution nobody else on that field had, and copying as fast as I could. That is not a chance you get twice. That is the strongest taijutsu in the world, honed over decades of actual battlefield killing. Every motion lethal, no flourishes, no wasted travel. I could not learn it all in a few minutes. But I got enough of a rough imprint that I would stop being a complete novice in a fight, which for a man with a genin's chakra and God's eyes was a meaningful upgrade. Not bad. The swastika dance is quite good. You could dance a little longer. And then two Iwa ninja came up the back of my cliff. I noticed them coming. Ex-Chunin and a special Jonin, circling wide around the battlefield, moving very quietly toward the guy who was clearly not fighting. They had made a reasonable read. If you cannot beat the monster, grab the soft one. He came in with Kageyama, so maybe he is Konoha, so maybe he is worth something as a hostage. Iwagakure itself was not certain what my relationship with Kageyama was, which is why they only sent two. I did not teleport away. This was, I decided, a rare opportunity. I had spent 3 days with chakra in my body and no reason to use it. I was going to have to unify 7 worlds. I could not spend the rest of my career fleeing at the sight of a hostile ninja like an embarrassed pigeon. So I stood there and let them get close. They both went for control techniques. Rock Pillar Prison, X-1000 Winds Bind. They wanted me alive. I activated the Rinnegan's absorption barrier, and both techniques went into me and stopped existing. I want to describe how that felt, because it was the moment my opinion of my own eyes changed permanently. The stone did not hit me. The wind did not touch me. 2 competent adults threw their best restraints at me, and the universe quietly declined. That is why this is called the strongest eye. It eats ninjutsu. For an ordinary ninja, it is very close to unsolvable. They stood there staring at me, and I was looking back at them with genuine warmth because they had just donated a meaningful quantity of chakra directly into my reserves. Yo, thanks for the chakra, bro. Then I used the left eye for the first time. Kayu Takemikazuchi, generate and control electromagnetic force at will. The Chunin on the right started convulsing. Then his skin broke out in thousands of tiny red dots, and a fine gray-black mist began to seep out of his pores and gather in the air in front of me. It collected into a small black bead about the size of half a fingernail. That was the iron, out of his blood, out of his body, pulled out through the skin by a magnetic field I had made with my eye. His skin went red. His breathing stopped. He fainted, and shortly after that, he was going to die of not having enough iron in him to move oxygen. X few grams. That is all it took. His partner had no idea what he had just watched me do. He did not know what the mist was. He did not know what had killed his friend. He only knew that the man standing in front of him had done something that was not in any scroll he had ever read. Fear broke him instantly. He gave up on capturing me and ran. Don't rush off. Here's a gift for you. Catch it. I am not Magneto. I have no interest in being Magneto. But electromagnetism is one of the 4 fundamental forces, and I had spent my entire previous life in a world where people took that seriously. I fed the absorbed chakra back into the left eye and grabbed the iron bead. Blue-green arcs coiled up my arm and formed a coil. The field grabbed the bead, and I put an enormous ampere force behind it. The bead turned into a stream of metal ions and left the barrel at a speed I could not follow with my own eyes. It went through the running man and kept going and put a crater several meters wide into the rock face a long way behind him. I stood there for a moment with my arms smoking, having just invented a railgun in a world with no electricity, and I will be honest with you, I laughed out loud on that cliff. The power was comparable to a basic Rasengan, which is one of the few X-rank techniques in this world, and I had used a fraction of my chakra, and I had done it with iron I stole out of a man's blood. If I had real reserves, I could crank that 100 times, x thousand. My railgun might not pierce a star, it could probably manage the moon. That is what I was thinking, standing on a cliff, watching an entire nation die below me. I would like to say I was troubled by that. Mostly I was doing multiplication. Down on the field, Daichi finally played his real card. Barrier. Super heavy rock formation. Iwagakure had wired the whole area in advance, because obviously they had. They knew he was coming. He had told them. The barrier came up and gravity multiplied inside it. Hundreds of genin dropped to their knees on the spot, pinned like specimens. And Kageyama slowed down. That was the entire point. That was the trap. His taijutsu is nearly unsolvable because you cannot touch him, so make him touchable. And outside the barrier, invisible, Raiden started charging Dust Release. I want to explain Dust Release because it is the only technique on that field that could have ended the day differently. It combines 3 natures at once, and it does not damage you, it decomposes you. Everything inside the cube goes to atomic state and stops being matter. Under normal conditions, you cannot hit Kageyama with it. Its charge time is enormous, and Kageyama at speed is faster than the human eye can track. But inside a gravity barrier, with his speed cut, 1 shot could do it. 1 strike, 1 kill. And Raiden knew he had exactly 1. I watched him take aim, and I did not warn anybody. And I want to be honest that for about 3 seconds, I genuinely did not know which way I wanted it to go. Then Kageyama solved it, because Kageyama's combat awareness is not a technique, it is an organ. The instant he felt himself get heavy, he knew what was coming. Not the specific move, the shape of it. Somebody is about to snipe me with something enormous. So he filled the field with fire-release dust concealment. Hot, chakra-laden dust, hundreds of meters of it, opaque even to Sharingan. The barrier could slow a ninja, it could not slow dust. Raiden lost his target completely, and from where I was standing, I could see exactly how bad his options had become. He could have fired a wider dust release, but that means a longer charge and killing several hundred of his own people, and he had 30 seconds, so he fired blind. X cube several meters across at the last place he had seen Kageyama went to atoms. The heat and blast from it savaged hundreds of Iwa ninja trapped inside the barrier, and outside, in the dark, thousands of men held their breath waiting to hear that their teacher had killed the monster. What they got instead was an azure chakra katana coming up through the barrier from underneath. The super heavy rock formation popped like a soap bubble, and then a mountain stood up. Complete Susanoo. Taller than the peak behind it, ex-war god in the perfect posture, wrapped in blue fire. I did not need to describe it to you, and the several thousand men below did not need it described to them either. The oppression that comes off a thing that size is not a tactical problem, it is a biological one. It is a person standing in front of Godzilla. Ordinary willpower does not survive contact. Kageyama hovered a few hundred meters up on Susanoo's forehead with his arms crossed and looked down at Raiden. Nice ninjutsu, you almost got it. In that case, I'll give you the honor of witnessing the true power of Uchiha Kageyama. Iwagakure, may you disappear from this world today. He drew the sword and cut down at a village a kilometer away. The wind alone from the swing was a hurricane. The chakra edge that came off it split Iwagakure in half and left a canyon several thousand meters long where a village had been. Every building, all at once, 1 stroke. Most of the army collapsed where they stood. About a dozen seconds later, the first men broke and ran, and then it went through the whole formation like a crack through ice. Daichi tried to stop the rout and could not. He could have started killing deserters. It would not have helped, and pushing men that far when they are already terrified only makes them turn around and kill you instead. If I cannot beat Uchiha Kageyama, can I not at least beat you, old man? And in that moment, watching his country come apart, the first Tsuchikage put together a completely wrong theory that made perfect sense. This was all an act by Konoha from the beginning. Hokage Renjiro extends a friendly hand and lures our envoy in. Then Konoha uses our refusal as the excuse to send Kageyama. Konoha takes the reputation and the profit. Iwagakure becomes the chicken killed to warn the monkeys. How cruel the Hokage was. How cruel Konoha was. He was wrong about almost every detail and completely right about the outcome, and he died believing a lie about a man who would have been horrified. He did not stop. I want that on the record too. Raiden staggered up beside him, refusing to concede, and asked him to buy time for 1 more dust release.
So Daichi poured everything he had left into a super rock-slaying technique and raised a 200-meter giant out of the ground, a thing that eats chakra by the second and can kill the caster outright if he slips. That technique is the reason he became Tsuchikage. It is the reason he pacified an entire country. Kageyama cut it in half at the waist with one swing, and Daichi rebuilt it. Instantly. Boulders flew back into place from the ground, and the giant reformed. Kageyama's eyes actually lit up at that. Earth release that repairs itself? Not bad. Not bad at all. In Earth release, no one is better than you. You're not disgracing the name of Tsuchikage. However, how long can you sustain that consumption? That is the only compliment Kageyama paid anyone that day, and he meant it, and it did not slow his arm down by a millimeter. He cut the giant apart again and again, casually, dismembering a toy, to see how long the old man could keep going, which gave Raiden his second window. He circled hundreds of meters behind Susanoo and started charging again, aiming at the man on the forehead. He got halfway, and then he realized that Uchiha Kageyama had already turned around and was looking directly at him. Two more enormous arms grew out of Susanoo. One made a fist and swung. The air along the path compressed and detonated. The blow crossed hundreds of meters and hit Raiden, and the ground caved in for tens of meters around him like a meteorite strike. Dust release interrupted, bones shattered, muscles torn, on the edge of death. To launch a sneak attack when the opponent thinks they've won, Kageyama said, and to have the Tsuchikage distract me, he's just as despicable as that beast Kaito, which, coming from him, is the highest praise available. Unfortunately, true power is not defeated by such tricks. 4 Susanoo swords came down, and the future second Tsuchikage stopped existing. Daichi lost his mind at that. His most prized student in front of him. He threw the rock giant at Susanoo in a suicide charge. No matter how loudly you shout, it won't change the outcome. Power is not willpower. It's a phenomenon caused by matter. The original Tsuchikage let it retire. 4 swords fell at once, like 4 blue auroras cutting the sky, and the giant shattered, and stone rained down for a long time, and the first Tsuchikage died with it. I stood on that cliff and looked at the field afterward. X thousand ninja dead at minimum, uncounted wounded. The terrain around Iwagakure permanently rewritten with canyons thousands of meters long. Survivors running in every direction, wishing they had never joined. And I checked my system, because I am a practical man. World 1 unification, 35 to 52%, 17 points in one afternoon, which raised the immediate question of where the other 48 were supposed to come from, since at this point in history, Konoha and Iwagakure were the only 2 hidden villages that existed. The other 3 great nations had not built theirs yet. There was nowhere left to destroy. Was I going to have to slaughter every ninja clan in 3 countries? Or actually conquer 4 nations? Destroying a village is not difficult. Conquering a country is a completely different problem. You either physically erase it, which even a Ten-Tails would find exhausting, or you break it culturally and spiritually, which takes preparation and planning and time. I decided not to worry about it that day, and I used my 2 new lottery draws instead. 1 modern goods voucher, which I already had, and 1 premium ninjutsu scroll, lightning release, Raikiri. I want to explain the tiers because this is the running joke of my entire career. Standard scrolls teach you the technique. Rare scrolls teach you the technique and give you some chakra. Premium scrolls teach you the technique instantly, give you a large chakra boost, and add the corresponding nature to you permanently. I pulled a premium on my 3rd draw. The technique itself was not the point. The point was that my chakra ceiling went up by a factor of dozens, permanently, and my natures went from fire and wind to fire, wind, and lightning. I love this system. It gives you whatever you need. It is so much better than those systems that treat the host like a donkey. That upgrade is the reason the next paragraph is possible. Because Kageyama finished his mop-up work and came back up the cliff, and I told him the battlefield was not clean yet. What else do you need me to do? You don't need to do it. I can do it myself. He raised an eyebrow at that. He was actually interested. He thought he was about to see the true strength of the Xuanling sage. He was also confused because the entire village was a ruin and everybody who could run had run, and there were a few hundred dying men left. What was I planning to do? Bully the wounded? Is a dignified immortal really that pathetic? I teleported 3,000 meters above the ruins of Iwagakure and spent one of my modern goods vouchers. X gray-green cylinder appeared beside me, over 10 meters long. I set the delay, released it, and teleported back to the cliff. Kageyama had watched me hang in the air over the ruins for several seconds and had absolutely no idea what I had done. What is this? Come on, let me take you to observe from a distance. I teleported both of us tens of kilometers out, which he found extremely uncomfortable, and which also confirmed for him that I could move him anywhere I liked without asking, which I let him sit with. Then I put on sunglasses. Which way should we look? Down there, in the center of Iwagakure, a sphere of light came up out of the ground. It was brighter than the sun. For a moment it overwrote the actual daylight. Then it expanded into an orange-red mushroom cloud tens of thousands of meters high, and next to it, a complete Susanoo looked like a toy. Kageyama stared at it with his mouth slightly open. What exactly is ninjutsu? The ground groaned. The shockwave came across the desert as a visible ripple in the air, tearing everything in its path apart, and it still had enough left when it reached us tens of kilometers away to push at our clothes. Near the epicenter, given how this world's ninja are built, an unshielded person would simply evaporate. Kageyama, in Susanoo, would not have wanted to be inside it either. It was the first nuclear detonation I had ever witnessed personally. It was significantly larger than a tailed beast ball, and far uglier to look at. How is it? Is the battlefield cleaned up properly? What kind of ninjutsu is this? It has no chakra aura at all. Nuclear release. Nuclear explosion technique. There's such a release? It's a technique from another world, very difficult for ordinary ninja to learn, he frowned. I can't learn it either? This one's far more complex than an S-rank ninjutsu. If Konoha develops normally, you might master it in a few decades. He nodded and let it go, which he would not have done if he had understood that what I had actually done was open a mail-order catalog. But he was already noticing something else. The skin on his hands. X very small number of cells changing, something invisible and wrong. I have to give him credit here. X-Man at his level knows his own body so precisely that he detected radiation exposure by feel minutes after the fact, with no instruments and no vocabulary for it. You felt the radiation? What is radiation? An invisible force that continuously weakens a ninja's physical strength. Think of it as a large barrier that lasts a very long time and cannot be resisted. Anyone who stays inside it decays and dies. He worked out the implication in about a second. So that's how you handle a battlefield. In that case, no one can rebuild Iwagakure. You actually have such cruel methods. Compared to an immortal, you're more like a demon. Even that bastard Kaito can't compare to you. I took that as a compliment because it was meant as one, and because the specific reason I had done it was worth the insult. Iwagakure was the first village I had ever taken off the board. I needed it to stay off. Some ninja have obsessions that ordinary people cannot understand, and if I left a clean ruin, in 3 years a few stubborn survivors would drift back and start rebuilding, and I did not want to keep coming back with Kageyama like a man retreating a lawn. So I made the ground itself refuse. With such powerful escape techniques, he said, if you wanted to destroy Iwagakure, why make me do it? And I gave him the immortal's answer. Immortals generally don't interfere excessively with worldly changes. Iwagakure was destroyed by you. What does that have to do with me? He gained a deeper understanding of my shamelessness in that moment. I could see it land. Is this what you call not interfering excessively? You were just short of wiping out the entire village. Besides, what kind of immortal calls himself an immortal all day long? That treacherous fellow is probably just as despicable as Kaito. He thought all of that with a completely blank face, and he was right, and I did not care. But there was a real reason, and it is one I have never told anybody in that world. The system had informed me, early, that because I do not belong to the Hokage world, the world itself rejects me. I move normally only because the system shields me. If I kill too many people directly, by hand, the rejection intensifies, and that interferes with the main quest. Which is why I need a faction. I need Konoha to do the actual destroying. It is only a relative limit. If a fool decides I am easy to bully, I will send him to the Pure Land personally and eat the fine. But it is why, from the beginning, I have been a man who talks people into things. All right, Kageyama said.
Now it's time to keep your promise, isn't it? It's not the right time yet. The murderous aura came up off him immediately. He had spent the afternoon standing on a mountain of corpses, and he was not in the mood. You're breaking the contract? Deception and betrayal are the two things Kageyama cannot tolerate. What's the rush? The battlefield here hasn't been cleared up yet. I stalled him, and I had a reason, and the reason was a technical constraint I did not want to explain. Because I can insert a time anchor into a parallel world once, after that, every subsequent visit has to follow the timeline forward from that anchor. I could take Kageyama to World 5 right now and show him the Fourth Shinobi World War and the infinite Tsukuyomi failing in real time, and then I could never show that to anybody else, ever. So I was saving it. I wanted an audience. Such an excuse is lame, and my patience has limits. However, taking you to see the future first is no problem. Which was true, because World 1 had just crossed 50%, and my carrying capacity had gone up. And before he could say anything else, I took him to World 2, where the two people he hated most in the universe were currently working on their handwriting. Kaito's office, Konoha, year 17. I appeared with Kageyama beside me, and I want you to understand that I did this on purpose, and that I enjoyed it. It's you, Uchiha Kageyama. You're not dead? No, you're Kageyama from Renjiro's side. Kageyama looked out the window at a Konoha that was far larger and richer than the one he had left that morning, and then at the old man behind the desk. Is this Konoha Village? The Konoha of the future? Are you that guy Kaito? No, that's not right. You're just as annoying, but you're not the Kaito I know. His eyes are ridiculous. He caught the difference in one look. The Kaito in his world is younger, sharper, more insufferable, and has never once been afraid because his brother is alive. This one had been through the meat grinder and lost his edges and gained something quieter underneath. I braced for a fight. I had a plan to teleport one of them out. Neither of them moved. Kageyama held back because he needed information, and this old man was a source. Old Kaito held back because this Kageyama was not the Kageyama who had betrayed his village, and because he did not want to lose face in front of me. I was almost disappointed. Sir, why did you bring this guy here? Where's my older brother? I made a deal with him. Maybe you need his power too. Kageyama looked out the window again, and something crossed his face that I had not seen before. Is this really the future? Yes. How far? Konoha, 16 years after Renjiro's death. So that's how it is. This is the future Renjiro visited. Is he really dead in this world? There was a sadness on him for about half a second. He put it away immediately, but I saw it, and so did Kaito, and it changed the temperature in that room permanently. Because now Kageyama understood why Renjiro had come home from one trip and immediately offered him the succession, no matter the cost. Losing a loved one is unbearable, even if the man who died here was not the Hashi he knew, and that was also the moment his last doubt about me died quietly. This guy really can move me through time. The Xuanling sage lives up to the name. Then he opened his mouth and ruined it. So this Kaito died at the hands of two beasts from Kumogakure, and Renjiro had to save him? The old man's face went the color of a plum. I stepped back out of the blast radius. They went at it for a while. Kageyama found the whole story hilarious and tragic. The arrogant Kaito, killed by two clowns. Old Kaito, cornered, retreating into, I was just careless, and I did not dodge, and we were ambushed, and internally screaming that if he were at full strength, he would fight this man 300 rounds. Then reasoning caught up, and he decided he could not, in fact, take him. Fine, I will bear with it. I am the second Hokage. I will not stoop to the level of this rogue ninja. I did not participate. I stood by the window and thought about how, in a few decades, everybody involved would learn that Uchiha Kageyama ends up getting his heart ripped out by Shade Zetsu's son. Who ends up laughing at whom is not settled yet. Eventually, I got them onto business, and old Kaito laid out his plan, and it was better than I had hoped. Iwagakure and Kirigakure were massing armies in the Land of Iron for a decisive battle. Both second-generation Kage were likely to kill each other there, and while that happened, Kaito intended to ally with Tsunagakure and hit Iwagakure's home base and erase it. And by that point, largely because of things I had told him, he had entirely given up on the tailed beast deterrence system and on peace. He simply wanted to weaken or delete as many of the other 4 villages as possible while he was still alive, because he now understood that after him it was going to be Sarutobi, and that man was going to squander everything.
Kageyama scoffed at all of it, as expected of the despicable Senju Kaito. All you think about is schemes and plots, which produce the single best exchange of my career. Evil Uchiha Kageyama, how dare you say that? If you hadn't betrayed Konoha and fought my brother to the death, how could he have died so quickly? Incompetent people only know how to blame others. Or are you saying Konoha should perish without me? Then Kageyama, who had erased a nation before breakfast, added, just now I completely destroyed Iwagakure. What? Don't you understand? My Iwagakure has completely disappeared. You destroyed Iwagakure? How could this be? How could Big Brother let you? He doesn't know yet. Anyway, even if he finds out, it won't change anything. And I watched the second Hokage of Konoha stand there and physically restrain himself because his own carefully staged multi-village conspiracy to destroy Iwagakure was scheduled for 3 days from now, and this man had done the same job that afternoon, alone, as a chore. Have you realized the gap between yourself and others? What's there to be smug about? It won't be long before I can destroy Iwagakure too. Just don't exaggerate. I stepped in before somebody broke a window and got the actual work done because I had come for something specific. Konoha in World 2 does not have overwhelming force. Kaito alone is not enough. If I want that world unified, I need to raise Konoha's overall combat power, and the most upgradable asset on the board was a young Uchiha named Kagami. So I asked Kageyama to teach him. Both of them refused instantly and violently. Sir, I don't think this will work. I'm not comfortable with this guy guiding the mirror. You think I'm happy to teach? I should have seen that coming. Kaito had spent years growing exactly one Uchiha who was loyal to the village instead of the clan, and he was not letting Kageyama near him. Kageyama had no interest in tutoring a boy Kaito had brainwashed, so I made them compromise, which took about 11 seconds. Kageyama, write down the advanced fire releases you know on a scroll. Then Kaito passes it to Kagami. Just avoid direct contact. Kaito's eyes lit up like a man being handed free money. Kageyama frowned. Doesn't your clan have advanced escape techniques? When you left Konoha in this world, you took a large amount of the Uchiha's savings and a great many advanced techniques with you. The clan couldn't even use high-level fire release afterward. It's like the freak of this world owes the Uchiha clan, which was true, and which I had checked before I said it. The future Kageyama had needed money and materials for his Rinnegan project and his underground base, and he had drained his clan's treasury on the way out. He had not harmed a single clansman, which for him counted as restraint, but he had absolutely cleaned out the vault. Knowing that, Kageyama did not refuse. He sat down and spent half an hour writing out a dozen advanced fire release techniques for a boy he would never meet. Extinguishing the Great Fire. Destroying the Great Fire. Dragon Flame Song Technique. Any one of those would meaningfully upgrade an Uchiha. All of them together, with enough chakra, is Kage-level combat power, without a single special ability attached. I handed the scroll to Kaito, who accepted it with the specific joy of a man who has just been given a weapon by his worst enemy to give to his favorite student. Then I took Kageyama to World 4, because I needed something from him, and I had been building to it all day. Here? Konoha, 50 years from now. Oh, did you come here to prove the infinite Tsukuyomi? No, I came to verify something, and I'd like to ask you for a favor. What do you need me to do? Activate your summoning technique. He looked at me sideways. Summoning jutsu? I've never contracted any summoning beasts. It's okay, give it a try. Because in Konoha Year 1, Kageyama had not yet caught the Nine Tails and had not yet made a contract with it. But he and the Kageyama of this world share blood, chakra, and technique. If he cast it, there was a very good chance the fox would answer. He did. And several kilometers away, inside a house in Konoha, Uzumaki Mei dropped a teacup and went down on her knees clutching her stomach. I had timed this deliberately, and I want to explain why, because it is the coldest thing I did that week. Takeshi had come home. I liked him immediately, and that was inconvenient for me. He had heard about the Nine Tails attack while traveling and had run the entire way back without stopping, abandoning his novel and his bathhouses purely to find out whether Hikaru and the baby were alive. Hikaru had told him everything. The first and second Hokage, me, Tsubasa, Kageyama, all of it. And Takeshi, who has traveled the world and seen its underside, had done the correct thing, which was to be suspicious of me. Hikaru, this could be a trap. What if that Liyue immortal has ill intentions? What if he's fabricating an Uchiha Kageyama whose existence is unproven to incite you into a war and weaken Konoha? He was not being unreasonable. He was, in fact, precisely correct about the mechanism and only wrong about the goal. And Hikaru was starting to waver because Takeshi was the person he trusted most in the world after his wife, which is when Mei screamed in the kitchen. "It's Uchiha Kageyama. He's summoning the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails told me." The fox, faced with a summons from the one entity in creation it genuinely fears, had cooperated instantly and enthusiastically and told its host exactly who was calling. The chakra riot lasted under 30 seconds because the seal meant the summons could only reach the fox's chakra and not physically retrieve it. It was enough. Because nobody but Kageyama can call the Nine Tails. Nobody else can make it react like that. Renjiro? The fox is afraid of Renjiro. It does not hate him. Renjiro never wrote it. I stood in a field several kilometers away, next to a man from 50 years in the past who had made a phone call, and inside that house the last shred of doubt about my intelligence died, and Takeshi's face went red, and Hikaru reinforced the seal and made a decision. That guy is still alive, and he's still eyeing the Nine Tails. I did not lie to them. I want to be precise about that. Every single word was true. I simply chose which true thing to demonstrate and when. Kageyama went home shortly after, out of hours, and I went to have a conversation with a sage. I appeared in Hikaru's living room without warning, because at this point it was practically my second office. Takeshi nearly went through the ceiling. Then he saw my eyes and stopped moving entirely. This is a Rinnegan. How is this possible? He was not looking at me. He was looking at a memory. What, you taught Haruki for 3 years and you still can't tell the real Rinnegan from a fake one? You know Haruki? Hikaru looked between us, lost. Teacher, who is Haruki? And Takeshi told him the story, and I let him tell it, because I wanted Hikaru to hear the shape of it before I broke it. I already knew all of it, and I let him tell me anyway, because I wanted Hikaru to hear it from him. 3 orphans in the Land of Rain at the end of the Second Shinobi World War. One of them with the eyes of the Six Paths sage. Takeshi had thought he might be the child of prophecy, so he stayed in a war zone and taught 3 children for 3 years. Haruki learned every technique he had and comprehended 6 chakra natures by the age of 10. Then Takeshi left, and later the news came that the children had died. The great Toad Sage's prophecy cannot be wrong, so I misjudged him. He wasn't the child. I let him finish, and then took it apart. As one of Konoha's legendary 3, you spend all day spouting a lousy prophecy and running around the world. Aren't you ashamed? No wonder Akina looks down on you. You have no sense of responsibility at all. His face went red immediately, and I want to be clear that I did that on purpose and that it was necessary. You don't understand the importance of prophecy. If the child isn't properly guided, his power could bring destruction. Since you value the child of prophecy so much, why didn't you stay by Haruki's side and protect him as he grew up? I want to be fair to him, because his reasons were genuinely complicated, and I flattened them on purpose. Haruki had gotten strong. Only Goro in the whole Land of Rain could reliably beat him. Takeshi thought the 3 of them could protect themselves. And Konoha had gone to war again, and Akina had written to him saying his strength was needed, and to protect his village and the woman he loved, he left. While keeping loyalty to Konoha, you also wanted to help the prophesied child change the world. X person cannot sit on 2 sides. The more critical the moment, the more a choice has to be made. But after making choices and sacrifices, you lack resolve, so you regret it, and embark on another journey to find another chosen one, trying to make amends for the last choice. This is where you fail, Takeshi. He had nothing. He stood there with nothing, because it is the pattern of his whole life. Time in the Land of Rain cost him Kato Hiroshi and Daisuke. Leaving the Land of Rain cost him Haruki and Koji. Traveling the world cost him being absent the night his student's family nearly died. None of those are his fault. He has been tortured by all of them for decades, because as long as he had been there, he might really have changed the outcome. Every failure drove him further into looking for the prophecy, because he had lost so much already that surely, he could not fail to fulfill the prophecy too. Sir, the teacher still has many good points. Hikaru, actually stood up for him, which I found genuinely touching, because Hikaru does not know any of these stories. In his eyes, Takeshi has always simply been the best ninja alive. So I stopped, out of respect for Hikaru, and gave Takeshi the news instead. Let me tell you some information you don't know. It might cheer you up. First, Haruki is not dead. Ah? Second, Katsuro, in league with Goro, killed Koji. Ah? Third, Haruki and the Akatsuki organization he founded are now under Kageyama's control, and he's plotting to take over the entire ninja world. Ah? I have never seen a man's blood pressure climb like that. He was more agitated than he gets at a bathhouse. Then he asked about Sayuri, and I told him she was alive, and I told him what happened. Katsuro and Goro kidnapped her. They forced Haruki to choose. Koji threw himself onto Haruki's blade to save her, and that broke Haruki completely. All these years, you haven't even bothered to go back to the land of rain and check? He had not, because deep down he was afraid of what familiar streets would do to him. How could this happen? This shouldn't be. They possess the power of the Rinnegan, but lack the corresponding mindset, I said. Living in a chaotic world, they still wanted to change everything peacefully. That's why they failed. Whether it's Katsuro or Goro, you don't think they'd just ignore it after seeing what those eyes can do you? Also, that Goro is no longer the demigod you faced. Past his peak, strength declining, all the edge gone. Somebody told him a man in his village could threaten him, and Katsuro said the right words, and he agreed to plot against 3 children he had personally spared years earlier. Humans are inherently fickle. Very few people in this world stay true to their original aspirations. Even Renjiro couldn't manage it completely. If I had to name one entity in this world who has never once wavered from its founding intention, it is a talking shadow that is not human and that has spent 1,000 years single-mindedly trying to get its mother back. I did not say that part out loud. Not yet. Takeshi wanted to leave for the land of rain that night. What's the point of you going now? Do you think you can bring Koji back to life? Do you think you can convince Haruki with a few words? Or do you believe you can take on the entire Akatsuki organization single-handedly? He deflated. But I can't just do nothing. Haruki might very well be the child of prophecy. Who said Haruki is the child of prophecy? No, isn't that right? It can be, or it cannot be. He stared at me like I had started speaking backwards. Whoever can end the war, whoever survives to the end, is the true child of prophecy. Hikaru got there first, which is why I like him. Fate doesn't choose anyone. Fate only favors the final victor. That's right. But the great Toad Sage's prophecies have never been wrong. If he can make prophecies, then the child was already chosen in advance. Fate is not predetermined. If we must speak of selection, then yes, somebody did choose a prophesied child in advance. For example, the 6 Paths chose that little guy in the room as his prophesied child. Both of them jumped straight out of their chairs. Naruto? Hikaru, the prophesied son is actually my son. Takeshi, the prophesied child is actually my student's son. Sir, is this true? That's how it used to be. But things have changed now. Changed? Hikaru, you are the new prophet. This is impossible. How can the child of prophecy be changed so easily? The child of prophecy has not changed. I have simply chosen a new one. Hikaru, I choose you. How can you be so casual? Takeshi said, jumping up and down. What? Izana and Fukurokuju can choose the child of prophecy, and I can't? And here is my actual reasoning, which I did not share. I do not have time to wait for a newborn to grow up. I have an infinitely superior asset standing in the room right now. Arata, in the original story, only beat his final enemy because a very old man handed him a power-up. If I hand Hikaru power-ups and get him strong enough to unify the ninja world, that makes me the one doing the choosing. Besides, so what if he is a prophesied child? So what if 4 wars ended? Did the ninja world enjoy lasting peace afterward? It did not. It stayed a time of war and chaos with different clothes on. The prophecy is practically useless. Sir, I may disappoint you, Hikaru said, rubbing the back of his head. I'm afraid I can't bring about change in the world. He genuinely believed that. He could not save Yumi or Tsubasa and nearly lost Mei. No rush, you'll find out in time. Because I do not need to persuade Hikaru Namikaze to unify anything. I only need to keep putting enemies in front of him. He is not Kageyama, and I will never be able to use him the way I use Kageyama. You will never talk that man into destroying a village.
But when a threat looms over his village and his family, his decisiveness and his willingness to kill are second to nobody in this world. All I have to do is deliver the enemy and stand back. And there are a great many ways to deliver an enemy. Here is my working list, and I want you to know I keep it written down. Mock Haruki's understanding of pain to his face. Spray Sayuri with oil. Pull the mask off Tsubasa. Go steal the money Kakuzu has saved. Dig up Sasori's parents. Preach to Hidan. Go kill the 4th Raikage's little brother. Go kidnap the 3rd Tsuchikage's granddaughter. If Konoha had not been so badly damaged by the fox, I could have started the 4th Shinobi World War that same week. Instead, I settled for something more surgical, which is why my next stop was an underground laboratory beneath an orphanage, where a man was sitting in a pile of failed research, muttering to himself about how hard Renjiro cells are to master. I did not go alone. I sent Hikaru, with Kenshin behind him. Because the thing I needed was not Ryunosuke's loyalty, it was his complete removal from Katsuro's side, and there is exactly one currency that works on that man. Hikaru broke every trap in the base in under a minute, which is how Ryunosuke learned that the 4th Hokage was not remotely injured, which delighted him instantly, because it meant somebody was lying to everybody, and there was a story in it. Hikaru laid out the plan. Ryunosuke's eyes went narrow and happy. That's a brilliant plan. By taking advantage of the chaos, we push Katsuro to the forefront, while we gather strength behind the scenes. Hikaru, are you finally not going to submit to those old men anymore? I didn't kill them. I had no intention of harming those officials. I just want them to step down. You're finally starting to look like a Hokage, but you're still not cold enough. Then he did what he always does, which is press for more. And judging from your tone, time seems to be of great urgency. I want to know what happened that made you suddenly make this decision. I'm sorry, I can't tell you that part unless I can be completely certain you've broken contact with Lord Katsuro. Hikaru, this isn't an attempt to win me over. If you want my support, you'd better show some more sincerity. My presence here is already the greatest show of sincerity. Oh, in that case, aren't you afraid I'll inform Katsuro in a bit? No, I don't think you would. Then let's put it another way. If you leak it, you will be hunted by me to the ends of the earth. I want to note that a permanent pursuit by the Azure Streak is functionally worse than an S-rank bounty from all 5 nations. It means that no matter where you go, if you relax for a moment, a Rasengan arrives in a place you cannot see. Ryunosuke licked his lips and got visibly more excited, because of course he did. X yellow flash of pursuit? Certainly something to be wary of. But Hikaru, I'm not so easy to kill. And it won't be easy for you to catch me, since you're all alone. Which is when Uchiha Kenshin stepped out of the dark behind him with his Sharingan already lit. What if we add me? What if we add the Uchiha clan? I would have given a great deal to be there in person for that. Hikaru described it to me afterward, and I made him do it twice. Ryunosuke's excitement peaked, because he had been genuinely surprised, which almost never happens to him. Hikaru, the unassuming puppet, had quietly acquired the entire Uchiha clan and bound the clan head to him personally. He also understood immediately that he was going to die in this room if he said the wrong thing. One Azure Streak is a lethal threat. Add Kenshin. Add the clan behind him. He had not even finished developing his body reincarnation technique yet. Lord Ryunosuke, I apologize for discussing this with you in this way. Please forgive me. Hikaru, you've given me so many surprises. So, would you like to join us? I never intended to be your enemy, Hikaru. Was there even a choice? On one side, decaying old termites. On the other, a new Hokage with unlimited potential and terrifying combat power. Even the dumbest man knows how to vote, and Ryunosuke is not remotely dumb. Then, Hikaru added the condition, which was mine. We also hope your collaboration and research with Katsuro comes to a halt as soon as possible. Ryunosuke's face fell. Asking him to stop working on Renjiro cells is like asking him for half his life. Hikaru, that's asking too much. We know you're collaborating with Katsuro on Renjiro cells. We also know it's unlikely to yield results in the short term. Oh? No matter what method you use, it's very difficult to suppress the corrosiveness of Renjiro cells. Once they get chakra, they devour the host. He went still. That was precisely the wall he was stuck against, and he had told nobody. Sharingan appears to inhibit Renjiro cells, and Renjiro cells appear to reduce the side effects of Sharingan. Ryunosuke's expression changed completely. That is a technical stroke of genius that he had not reached yet. Handing it to him was like walking up to an ancient engineer and mentioning, casually, that steam from boiling water can lift a lid. How much time? How much manpower? How many corpses? How did you know? Someone told me that. Who is that person? Is there someone more talented than me, with better results? I can't say. However, if you're willing to join, Chief Kenshin can provide a small amount of Sharingan as research material. And that was the whole negotiation, right there. X. Small amount of Sharingan is genuinely nothing to the Uchiha. Ninja die on missions every year. They have a stockpile, mostly 1 and 2 tomoe, and for research purposes, ordinary ones are fine. Sacrifice a handful of eyes and secure the clan's continued existence. That is not a trade, that is a windfall. Besides, if they did not pay it, Katsuro would covet those eyes anyway, along with their lives. Hikaru, whose strategy is this? It's really despicable. I can't find any reason to refuse. Whoever wrote this has thoroughly understood my needs. They targeted my weaknesses with bribes. If possible, I would like that person to continue relentlessly attacking my weaknesses. He agreed. He also agreed to conduct all future experiments under village supervision, which he interpreted as a suggestion, and which is why he immediately started planning where to dig the second lab. And on his way out, he made a private vow that I did not learn about until much later, and that I have thought about many times since. That guy who figured out my thoughts and used my weaknesses to tempt me. Just you wait. I, Ryunosuke, will definitely surprise you. I want you to hold on to that one too. Because he did. 2 days after Ryunosuke signed on, Kumogakude started poking World 4's northern border, and Katsuro Shimura began mobilizing for a war he was extremely excited about. I will come back to that, because first I have to tell you what happened in World 1, where destroying a country turned out to have consequences that nobody in that room had thought about. I had assumed the fallout from Iwagakude would be military. It was accounting. The entire ninja world went into a panic, and I had not budgeted for a single day of it. X hidden village had been erased in an afternoon by one man, and every daimyo on the continent worked out the implication at roughly the same speed, which is that their own hired ninja could do that to them. And the Land of Fire, which pays Konoha's bills, responded by trying to strangle it. Not with soldiers, with paperwork. I read every one of those letters over Kaito's shoulder, and they got worse as they went. They demanded prior written approval for missions above B rank. They demanded a full roster of every ninja in the village with clan affiliations. They cut the quarterly stipend by a third pending review. They requested that the second Hokage designate attend the capital for an inquiry, which everybody understood meant a cell. I walked into that office to find Senju Kaito physically buried behind scrolls, with the specific facial expression of a man who has discovered that governance is worse than combat. You, he said, without looking up. This is your fault. I didn't destroy anything. You are the most exhausting liar I have ever met, and I have met Uchiha Kageyama. He then briefed his brother, and Kageyama, and me, and what followed was the single most useful argument I witnessed in that world, because for once, all three of them were right. Kaito's position was that they had just traded a real strategic asset for a corpse. Iwagakude was not our enemy. Iwagakude was the second largest ninja market on the continent. Their daimyo bought missions from them, which meant their ninja stayed home. Now the Land of Earth has no village, no ninja, and 40,000 square kilometers of ronin with no employer. Do you know where an unemployed Iwagakude jonin goes, Kageyama? He goes to the Land of Water. He goes to the Land of Lightning. He goes to whoever will feed him. You did not destroy a rival. You gift-wrapped our rivals about 6,000 trained men. Kageyama's position was that Kaito was a merchant. You measure a nation by what it pays. That is why you will lose. Iwagakude was the only village that could have contested Konoha within 20 years. It no longer exists. Everything else is bookkeeping. Renjiro's position was that they had both missed the actual problem, and he was, I have to say, the one who saw it clearest, which nobody expected, including me. You're both talking about ninja. Nobody in the Land of Earth is a ninja. There were about 2 million people living there. They had one village and one economy, and both of those are gone. In 3 months, they'll start walking. They'll walk into the Land of Grass, and the Land of Rivers, and the Land of Fire, because we have food.
And when 100,000 starving people come over the border, the daimyo of the Land of Fire will ask Konoha to stop them. That's the order he'll give, and whoever is Hokage will have to answer it. The room went quiet, because he was right, and because everybody there had suddenly pictured the specific job of standing on a border telling farmers to go home. Kaito recovered first, which is his whole personality. Then we take them. What? We take them. All of them. The Land of Fire has arable land it isn't using, and the daimyo has been complaining about a labor shortage for 6 years. We settle them, we tax them, and in 1 generation their children are Konohas. You want to absorb an entire country's population? I want to absorb an entire country's population, yes, and I want the Land of Fire's daimyo to pay for it, and I want him to think it was his idea. Kageyama actually laughed at that, genuinely, once. You are a repulsive person, Kaito. Thank you. I sat in the corner and watched the second Hokage designate and the man who would have been third Hokage jointly invent immigration policy out of spite, and I checked my system, and World 1 had gone up another point without anybody hitting anybody, which is the first time I understood that my quest was not counting corpses. Then Renjiro did the thing that made the rest of that year possible. He waited until the meeting broke up, and he followed Kageyama out into the corridor, and he cut a piece of flesh off his own forearm and handed it to him. I was standing right there. I had no warning, neither did Kageyama. What are you doing? You need my cells, for Shinji. Kageyama stood in that hallway, holding a piece of his best friend's arm, and could not produce a single word. How did you... Sir told me the eyes need Senju and Uchiha both, and you've been going out at night and coming back smelling like a laboratory, and you're a terrible liar, Kageyama. You always have been. You could have asked. I know you can't ask. I want to be honest that I did not enjoy that moment. I engineered the Shinji project. I dangled it. It is one of the 2 leashes I have on the strongest man in that world. And Renjiro, who had not been consulted and had worked the whole thing out on his own, simply cut off part of himself and handed it over in a hallway because his friend wanted his brother back and could not bring himself to say so. Kageyama took it. He did not say thank you. He said, "This is nowhere near enough," which from him is the same thing, and Renjiro laughed like an idiot and offered to cut off more, and Kageyama told him to stop being disgusting. That night, I brought Hikaru Namikaze to World 1. That was not on my schedule either. Kaito demanded it, because I had let slip that in another timeline a man had improved his Flying Thunder God technique, and Senju Kaito's response to that information was roughly the response of a composer being told somebody had finished his symphony. You will bring him. Tonight. He's fighting a war. He will find an hour. So I collected the Fourth Hokage of World 4 out of a command tent at 2 in the morning, and I put him in a room with the man who invented his signature technique, and then with a 17 years older version of that same man, and I stood back. 2 Tobiramas. I had not fully considered what that would be like, and I want the record to show that they hated it. Your posture is appalling. Your seal work is sloppier than I remember being. I am not sloppy, I am under-resourced. In this timeline, I have been running a village alone for 16 years because my brother died. That sounds like an excuse a sloppy person would make. I have never seen a man insult himself with such precision and such enthusiasm. Then Hikaru showed them the modified formula, and both of them stopped talking at the same time. I do not fully understand Flying Thunder God theory. I understand that Kaito's original required a physical marker, a pre-placed seal, and a line of sight or a memorized coordinate, and that it moves the caster to the mark. Hikaru had done 3 things to it. He had made the marker transferable by touch, so he could tag a person mid-fight instead of placing a seal. He had made it work in reverse, so he could bring a marked object to himself. And he had chained it, so he could move between marks in sequence faster than the eye follows, which is the entire reason the Azure Streak is a legend and not merely a fast man. Old Kaito sat down slowly on a bench. You made it 2-way. Yes, sir. I spent 11 years trying to make it 2-way. I concluded it was structurally impossible because the return vector has no anchor. It does if you use your own chakra signature as the anchor instead of a location. Explain that again, slowly. And I want you to picture this. the founder of an entire branch of space-time ninjutsu, 60-something, second Hokage, sitting on a bench in his own office being tutored by a polite blonde man who was not born yet, while a younger version of himself stood behind them with his arms crossed, pretending not to take notes. He was taking notes. I watched him do it. Young Kaito, at the end of it, said the only thing he could say. "You are not a senju." "No, sir." That is genuinely offensive. I got about 4 hours of good work out of that meeting, and then I had to leave because I had an appointment in World 3, and my appointment was 2 members of a criminal organization. World 3, Konoha, Year 63, raining. Uchiha Kai and Hoshigaki Samehiko were walking a road in the Land of Fire, and I stepped out in front of them. I want to explain why I did this, because it was the most dangerous thing I did that month, and it was not necessary. It was necessary. World 3 was my worst board, 22%. Hikaru dead, Kenzo aging, Katsuro entrenched, Ryunosuke gone rogue. Nothing there was moving in my favor, and the reason nothing was moving is that Akatsuki had free run of the continent, and every faction was too afraid of them to consolidate. I could not fight Akatsuki. I have a genin's chakra. I could take one asset off the board, and the asset I wanted was the eye that stops time. "Who are you?" Samehiko said, already grinning, because a man standing alone in the rain in front of 2 S-rank criminals is either a fool or a story. "Uchiha Kai." "I'd like to buy your left eye." Kai's Sharingan came on. Samehiko's grin got much wider. "He's serious. Kai, I think he's serious." Samehiko came at me first, because Samehiko always goes first. Samehada came off his back, and the water release started, and about 600 cubic meters of the Land of Fire's rainfall reorganized itself into a shark the size of a building. I used Shinra Tensei. I had never used it at that scale before. My chakra was still a joke, but Shinra Tensei does not care about your reserves so much as your intent, and the technique does not push objects, it pushes space. Samehiko's water shark ceased to be a shape. The road ceased to be a road. Both of them went backward about 80 meters, and Samehiko put a tree through his own shoulder blade. He came up out of the crater laughing so hard he could barely stand. "That's ex-Rinnegan! Kai, Itachi! That's the real one!" Kai did not laugh. Kai looked at my eyes for exactly 1 second and then used Amaterasu, black fire, instantaneous, at the point of focus, on my chest, and I absorbed it. Preta path. The Rinnegan eats ninjutsu. It has always eaten ninjutsu. It does not distinguish between a genin's fireball and the highest order flame release in the world. The black flames went into my palm and stopped existing, and my chakra reserves went up. I have never seen Uchiha Kai's expression change before or since. It changed then, because he had just spent an eye's worth of his remaining life on his trump card, and I had used it as a snack. Then he did the right thing, which is why he is Kai. He did not panic. He did not throw the other eye at me. He assessed, correctly, that ninjutsu was worthless, and he built Susanoo. Full Susanoo, ribcage and arms, with the Yata mirror on the left and the Totsuka blade on the right. The Yata mirror is the reason that fight got interesting for me. It is not a shield. It is a mirror that changes its own nature to whatever it is struck by, which makes it, by reputation, an absolute defense. Ninjutsu will not go through it. So I did not use ninjutsu. I put a hand out and used Kayu Takamikazuchi on the rainwater soaking the road, and pulled the iron out of the ground, out of the mud, out of the trace minerals in 100 meters of soil, and I compressed all of it into a slug about the size of a grape. It took 11 seconds. Samehiko spent 9 of those seconds hitting me with Samehada and being unable to reach me because Kai, thinking clearly, had put Susanoo's arm between us to stop me escaping, which meant I was standing inside an absolute defense with the man who owned it. Composite railgun, point blank, 10 centimeters from the Yata mirror. The mirror adapts to the nature of what strikes it. It did adapt. It adapted perfectly. It cannot adapt to momentum. The slug went through the mirror, through the Susanoo ribcage, out the back, through 400 meters of forest, and left a channel in the earth you could lay a pipe in. Susanoo came apart like a dropped glass. Kai went down on one knee, bleeding out of both eyes, entirely intact, because I had aimed 6 centimeters left of him on purpose. That was a demonstration, I said. Now, your left eye. Why? Because I need Tsukuyomi and you're going to be dead in 3 years anyway. He did not react to that. That is the part that unsettled me. I told a man his terminal diagnosis and he simply filed it. If I refuse, then I take it, and your partner dies. and Ryo inherits an organization instead of a grudge. You know about Ryo. I know about all of it. I know what Katsuro told you. I know what you did. I know why. And I'm telling you, it doesn't work. The plan doesn't work, Kai. Your brother is not going to be told the truth by anybody kind. He's going to find out from Uchiha Kageyama in a cave at the worst possible moment, and he is going to spend the rest of his life trying to destroy the village you died for. That got through. That was the only thing that got through. You're lying. You've had my eyes pointed at you for 4 minutes. Do I need to lie? He gave me the eye. He did it himself, kneeling in the mud in front of me, and he did not make a sound, and Samehiko stood there with Samehara on his shoulder and did not intervene, because Samehiko had already worked out that the fight was over and had already started finding the whole thing hilarious. I gave him a replacement. X cleaned 3 Tomoe Sharingan out of my pouch, which I had acquired in World 2 from a dead man, and which I want to be honest is a downgrade of a magnitude that most Uchiha would consider worse than blindness. He took it without complaint. That's a real trade, Samehiko said. You know, most people just take. Most people aren't planning to come back. Oh, you're coming back? You're going to want to talk to me eventually, Samehiko. Am I? You're the only person in Akatsuki who's ever asked what the plan actually does at the end. Nobody's answered you. I will. And I left him standing in the rain with that, which is a thing I have found works on almost everybody. You do not recruit a man by offering him a better deal. You recruit him by being the first person who treats his question as reasonable. I did not implant the eye immediately. I want to note that. X left Mangekyo out of Kai's skull is not something you casually screw into your own face, and I had a Rinnegan pair I was not giving up. I put it in the pouch, and I went to World 2, where Senju Kaito was executing the most complicated operation of his career, and it was about to go extremely wrong. The plan was this. I want to lay the board out because I spent 2 days memorizing it. Iwagakure and Kirigakure had massed armies in the Land of Iron for a decisive battle. Raiden, now 2nd Tsuchikage, against Hozuki Toru, 2nd Mizukage. Both of them were bringing everything, which meant Iwagakure's home village would be defended by garrison troops and a 12-year-old prodigy who had grown into a very dangerous 40-year-old, Tetsuo. Kaito's plan was to ally with Tsunagakure, hit Iwagakure while its army was 600 kilometers away, and take the whole thing off the board. For that, he needed Suna, and Suna is not easily persuaded of anything, so he sent Shimura Katsuro and Uchiha Akio. I went along to watch, and I want to introduce you to 2 people who become extremely important. Ayame of the Sand. At that point in her life, she was somewhere around 50, already the finest puppet master alive, already responsible for more Iwagakure deaths than the rest of her village combined, and already deeply, professionally suspicious of everyone from Konoha, and her younger brother Takeo, who was quieter, kinder, and about as dangerous. The 3rd Kazekage was not yet Kazekage. Suna was run by a man named Ryuji, and Ryuji was in a bad position, which Katsuro exploited immediately. You're being squeezed, Katsuro told him, in a tent with no preamble. Iwagakure takes your eastern trade routes every spring and you can't hold them. Your daimyo has cut your funding twice, and the Land of Wind has no other source of income. You came a long way to tell me my own problems. I came a long way to tell you that Iwagakure's army is currently in the Land of Iron, and that it will be there for at least 11 days, and that Konoha is prepared to move on their home village on the 8th. Ayame objected instantly and correctly. And after Konoha destroys Iwagakure, what stops Konoha from turning west? Katsuro did not flinch. Nothing stops us. That's precisely why you should come with us, so that the split is negotiated rather than dictated. I want to point out that this is an appalling thing to say in a diplomatic meeting, and it worked because it was true, and because Ryuji had already run the same numbers. Ayame argued him for 6 hours. Katsuro out-argued her, which is not something many people managed. Her final objection was timing. She wanted to strike on the 11th day, when Iwagakure's army would be exhausted and returning. Katsuro wanted the 8th. On the 11th, they're weaker. On the 11th, they're closer. Ayame Dono, you are optimizing for the battle. I am optimizing for the withdrawal. She hated that. She agreed with it. She hated agreeing with it more. Ryuji signed. And that night, while Kagami was on watch outside the guest quarters, something got him. I did not see it happen. Nobody did. He was standing at a post in a friendly village, and he went down without a sound, and by the time Katsuro found him 19 minutes later, He was breathing 4 times a minute with his eyes open and rolled back. It was not Suna, I checked. I have looked at that from every angle since, and it was not Suna. It was an Iwagakure sleeper cell inside Sunagakure, who had identified the Uchiha as the highest value target in the delegation, and who had used a mid-tier genjutsu that should not have held an Uchiha for 11 seconds. It held him for 9 hours. Because it did not have to be strong, it only had to get in. And once it was in, Uchiha Akio's own mind did the rest. I know what he saw, because he told me afterward, once, and never again. He saw Konoha burning, not attacked, finished. He walked through it. He saw the academy with the roof gone. He saw the Hokage rock with the faces broken off. He saw the Uchiha compound as a foundation with no walls. And he understood in the dream that his clan had been blamed for it, and in the middle of the ruin he found Senju Kaito dead in the street, and the genjutsu made him understand that it had happened because Kagami had not been there. 9 hours. On a loop. I have used Tsukuyomi on people since. I have put men into worlds for 72 subjective hours. I did not enjoy any of it, and I have never once done it to somebody who did not have it coming. And the reason is that I stood in a room in Sunagakure and watched what 9 hours does to a good person's face. When he woke up, both eyes were Mangekyo. Katsuro was the first thing he saw, and Katsuro, who had spent his life coveting exactly those eyes, sat there holding a bowl of water with an expression I could not read at all. You're awake. Katsuro, is Konoha? Konoha is fine. You've been under for 9 hours. It wasn't real. Ah. And then Uchiha Akio put his face in his hands and made a noise I am not going to describe. His ability came in 3 days later, and it is one of the strangest in this world. Toshinohiko, the word spirit. It does not burn, it does not crush. It creates a field of enforced silence, and inside it, no one can speak. That sounds harmless until you remember that almost every technique in this world requires a name, a breath, or a coordinated shout. Command structures require voices. Formation ninjutsu requires a caller. Kagami could walk into a 100-man formation and turn it into 100 individuals. Kaito, when I described it to him, went silent for a while, and then said something I have thought about since. So the Uchiha's power is grief. Yes. And the stronger the grief, the stronger the I. Yes. That's the worst thing I've ever heard. Then he took the new capability and rewrote his entire Iwagakure plan around it inside of 2 hours, because he is Senju Kaito, and he mourns on his own time. 8 days later, I stood on a ridge in the land of Earth and watched Konoha and Sunagakure walk into Iwagakure together. 600 kilometers east, in the land of Iron, Raiden was fighting Hozuki Toru and did not know. I went and looked at that battle first, partly because I needed to know whether either Kage would survive to come home and complicate my afternoon, mostly because I had wanted to watch Hozuki Toru fight since the day I learned he existed. He is a joke to everybody who has not met him. He is fat and cheerful and sarcastic, and he makes terrible puns in the middle of lethal combat, and his own village considers him an embarrassment they cannot get rid of. He is also the only man in that generation who could reliably beat Raiden, and he does it with a clam. I am not being metaphorical. He summons a clam the size of a hill, and it produces a mirage so complete that there is no test you can run from inside it. Everything Toru does within that mirage is real. Everything you do is not. Raiden's answer to that is dust release, because dust release does not care what you are seeing. It decomposes the volume regardless of what your eyes believe about it. So the two of them fought for 11 hours across a chunk of the land of Iron about the size of a small province. And I want to say plainly that it was the best battle I have ever watched, and that I could not concentrate on a minute of it because I kept flicking back to my other window. Raiden was winning on points and losing on time. He had spent enormous chakra. Toru had spent almost nothing because a genjutsu costs a fraction of what a molecular decomposition costs, and because his entire strategy is patience wearing a stupid grin. And at hour 9, a messenger toad out of the land of Earth reached the Iwagakure command post, and the message reached Raiden in the middle of the fight. Konoha and Suna are inside the village. I watched Kage's concentration break. I saw the exact moment, and I watched Hozuki Toru notice it break,
And I want you to understand that the fat man with the puns did not hesitate for a quarter of a second. He killed him. Clean, immediate, no joke attached. The mirage closed, and Raiden died inside a false world, and the second Mizukage walked out onto a real battlefield and told his officers to prepare a withdrawal, because he had just worked out that the war had changed shape, and he did not yet know into what. That is the single fastest strategic read I saw from anybody in that timeline, and it came from the man everybody laughs at, and I have adjusted my estimate of him permanently. Meanwhile, in the village itself, Tetsuo was having the worst morning of his life. He was in his 40s by then. He had been the Tsuchikage's grandson and Raiden's student and the second strongest man in his country for his entire adult life. That morning, he was the strongest man in it because everybody above him had gone east. He held the northern gate for 2 hours against a Suna puppet corps and did not give ground. I want that recorded properly because I was there and nobody who writes the history was. Dust release at his level from a fixed defensive position in terrain he had grown up in, with the lightweight technique letting him reposition faster than any attacker could commit, he broke 3 separate advances and killed something in the region of 200 men. Ayame could not touch him. She said so out loud in front of Katsuro, which from Ayame is roughly equivalent to a religious conversion. So Kaito did it, and he did it the way he does everything, which is with a plan that is very slightly unfair. Kagami went in first, alone, and did not attack. He walked into range and turned on Toshinohiko, and every ninja inside that field, including Tetsuo, discovered simultaneously that they could not speak. Dust release is a 3-nature composite, and one of the most technically demanding things a human being can do. Tetsuo could still form it. He had done it 10,000 times, and his hands did not need instructions. What he could not do was call the formation. He could not coordinate the line. He could not tell the men on his flank that the western wall was about to come down. And they could not tell him that a white-haired man had just arrived behind him. Tetsuo's last act was to turn around with a dust release cube most of the way charged. Flying Thunder God does not care how charged it is. Second Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, dead at the north gate of his own village, in silence because he could not shout. I did not enjoy that. I had met that man as a 12-year-old in World 1, telling his teacher that he would inherit the Will of Stone. I had watched Kageyama concuss him in a shrine, and I had let that happen too. 2 versions of the same boy, in 2 timelines, both killed on my schedule for my number. I wrote him into the ledger, and I moved on. And I want to be honest with you, that moving on got easier every single time I did it, and that this is the part of the job I do not usually mention. They did not destroy the village. That was Kaito's call, and it was better than mine would have been. Mine involved a voucher. They stripped it instead. Every scroll in the archive, every Keke Genkai record, every stockpile. The entire Chakra metal reserve, which was the largest on the continent. 11 years of accumulated tax revenue in coin, in carts, under guard. And the population registry, so they would know exactly who was worth hiring later. Then they walked out and left the building standing. Why? I asked him, on the ridge, watching the carts. Because a razed village produces refugees, and a looted village produces employees. That's your brother's argument. My brother's argument was correct. Do not tell him. World 2 unification, 33 to 41%. And then Senju Kaito did something to Shimura Katsuro that I did not see coming, and which retroactively explained about 6 things I had been carrying around unexamined. He sent him to Suna, permanently, undercover, not as an ambassador, as a defector. You will be publicly executed, he told him, in a tent, at night, with me standing in the corner because Kaito had stopped bothering to ask me to leave. By me, in front of Tsunagakure's delegation. X-Clone will do the dying. Then you will surface in the land of wind as a man who fled Konoha after his own Hokage tried to kill him. For how long? Until I recall you. Understand what he was being offered. Katsuro Shimura had spent his entire life wanting the Hokage's chair. Every choice he had ever made ran through that, and he was being told to give up his name, his clan, his village, and any possibility of ever holding any office at all, and to go and live among people who would kill him if they ever found out what he was. Why me? Because you are the only person in this village who wants power badly enough to survive not having any. And Katsuro said yes. Then Kaito gave him the bait, and that is the part that made me put my drink down. X Sharingan.
Uchiha Akio's blinded left eye, the one burned out by Izanagi on the Land of Lightning border. Harvested and preserved and sitting in a jar on the table between them. Suno will not trust a defector. Suno will trust a defector who arrives carrying something Konoha would kill to keep. You're handing them a Sharingan. I am handing them a blind Sharingan, which they will spend 11 years failing to activate, during which they will tell me everything else they are working on. I want you to hold two facts side by side. The first is that Uchiha Akio consented to that. He offered it. He and Katsuro had a conversation about it that nobody else was present for, and afterward, Katsuro would not discuss it at all, and Kagami only ever said that it was a fair price for the Land of Lightning. The second is that in a completely different timeline, 34 years later, an old man in bandages took that same clan's eyes without asking anybody and grafted 10 of them into his own arm and told himself it was for the village. Same man, same clan, same eyes. One version was given them, one version took them, and as far as I can tell, the entire difference between those two lives is one conversation that Senju Kaito chose to have and that Kenzo Sarutobi never did. I have not worked out what to do with that, and I am fairly sure I never will. I gave him 2 pieces of intelligence before I left because I owed him and because I enjoy the specific face he makes. Raiden is dead. Toru killed him 9 hours ago. Confirmed? I watched it. Then Kirigakure has an intact army, an intact Kage, and no rival in the West. Yes. That is significantly worse than the outcome I designed. There's a second thing. Of course there is. Uchiha Kageyama is alive in this world. Under a rock in the Land of Iron, on life support, growing a Rinnegan. He has been there since the Valley of the End. Senju Kaito put both hands flat on the table and did not move for a while. My brother told me he killed him. Your brother believed he killed him. How long has he been down there? 17 years. And you are telling me this now? You couldn't have done anything about it before today. Today you have Kagami's Mangekyo, an army, a war chest, and Iwagakure's entire archive. Now you can start. He did not thank me. He has never thanked me once in 2 timelines. He simply began writing, and by the time I left the tent, he had filled 2 pages with a plan I did not fully understand and did not need to, because it was going to take 20 years, and I only needed it to work. Then I went back to World 4, where Katsuro's war had gone wrong in exactly the way I designed, and considerably worse than I wanted. The war itself was fine. That is the part that frustrates me. Katsuro had run it competently for 11 weeks. Root's forward work was genuinely first class. He had pushed the front over the border and into the Land of Lightning, which no Konoha administration had achieved in 40 years. And the village had noticed, and his standing was climbing every week. He had also emptied the village. That is what a war does, and nobody in Konoha's leadership had ever fought one from behind a desk. Every jonin who could be spared was 200 kilometers north. The Unbu rotation was skeletal. The Uchiha police force had been committed forward as shock troops on Katsuro's own order, which he regarded as a clever way of spending men he did not like. Konoha was, that month, the emptiest it had been since the day it was founded. And several hundred kilometers west, in a tower in Amegakure, Uzumaki Haruki killed Goro of the Salamander. I was not there. I have the account from a Root survivor, and from Takeshi's own investigation afterward, and the two agree on every detail that matters. Goro had spent years hunting the survivors of the organization he helped destroy, and I had known where he was for months and had said nothing to anybody. He had made one specific and very stupid error, which was to assume that the boy in the wheelchair had been the weakest of the 3. Haruki killed him, his family, and every officer in his command structure in one night. And then he did not announce it. That was Tsubasa's idea, and it was an extremely good one, because Amegakure's army did not know its leader was dead. It kept receiving orders under Goro's seal, from Goro's office, in Goro's handwriting, and for 11 days those orders said mobilize. Then Tsubasa went to Haruki and asked for Konoha. I know roughly what that conversation was, because Haruki repeated a piece of it later, to somebody who repeated it to me. Tsubasa's argument was not about the tailed beast. He knew perfectly well that Haruki did not care about the fox, and never had. His argument was that Shimura Katsuro, the man who had held the knife that ended Koji, was at that moment the acting ruler of Konoha and would never again be as exposed as he was that month. Haruki agreed in under a minute, which is how 6 bodies with orange hair and black rods through their faces came across the Land of Fire's western border, with an entire hidden village's army moving behind them under a dead man's signature. And Shimura Katsuro, acting Hokage, with his war 40,000 men away to the north, had to build a defense out of whatever was still standing in the village. He got Hyuga Kenji. He got Uchiha Kenshin, who came because Hikaru told him to and for no other reason whatsoever. And he got Ino Shika Cho. Akimitsu, Isao, and Genzo, in their 30s, the best formation team in the village, all 3 of whom had been left at home because Katsuro did not trust clan units at the front. 5 men and Katsuro, against the 6 paths of pain. I was there. I did not help. I want to be extremely clear about that, because this is the one I have to answer for, and I am not going to soften it. I was on a ridge 400 meters south with a Rinnegan that can read Chakra transmission, and about 19 minutes in which I could have told them what I told Hikaru in a different life, and I did not open my mouth once. Because Shimura Katsuro needed to fail publicly. Because the price of that was 5 men, and I had already priced it, and I had decided months earlier that I was willing to pay. They fought well, better than I expected, better than anybody in the original timeline. Isao Nara read the shared vision inside 4 minutes. Nobody managed that in the story I know until they had a corpse on a table to take apart. He worked it out from behavior alone, that they saw through one another, that the tall one with the piercings was the transmitter, that blinding it collapsed the network. And he built a plan around it in the middle of a fight, out loud, while running. Kenji and Kenshin executed it, and it very nearly worked. The Naraka path went down, briefly. For about 6 seconds it was actually down. Kenshin burned his eyes to the Mangekyo doing it, in public, in front of Kenji and in front of Katsuro. That was a secret the Uchiha clan had been keeping carefully for years, and Katsuro filed it away with a joy that I could see from 400 meters and that made my skin crawl. And then the Deva Path's reload came up, and the plan, and most of the men executing it, stopped being relevant. Kenji got out. He is a main house Hyuga with a family and an obligation and a clan that does not survive his death, and he made the correct choice, and it took him years to stop being told about it. Kenshin got out because Hikaru had a mark on him and yanked him 400 kilometers north mid-step. He fought that yank the entire way and lost, and arrived in a command tent in the Land of Lightning, screaming at a Hokage who had just saved his life. Ino Shikacho did not get out. They died covering a withdrawal. Genzo held the Asura Path's line of fire with expansion, standing in the open, making himself a wall out of a body that could not be made big enough. Akimitsu kept the human path out of Isao's head for 11 seconds past the point where he could have run, because Isao was still talking on the command channel, and 11 seconds was what he asked for. And Isao stayed to call the retreat. And the man they were covering, the man whose withdrawal those 3 lives bought, was a shadow clone. Katsuro had swapped out 4 minutes earlier. He had done it competently. That is the obscene part. He did it in the middle of a Shinra Tensei so that nobody could see, and he left the clone running the command channel so that nobody could hear a difference. And the 3 men on that channel died taking orders from a construct. And then, when the Deva Path found the real one anyway on the Eastern Road, he used Izanagi. He rewrote his own death. He burned one of his stolen Uchiha eyes to do it, and he walked off a field on which every other man had died. He came back to Konoha alive. He is the only one who came back to Konoha alive. I watched Isao Nara's son get told, 6 days later, by a woman who had to say it twice because the first time did not go in. That happened in the original timeline too, and I did not cause it there. I caused it here. I have put it in the ledger, and I am not going to dress it up, and I am not going to tell you it was worth it, because I genuinely do not know, and because everybody who could have told me is dead. Takeshi came back from the Land of Rain the next morning with Akina Senju, which is the only good thing that happened that week. He had gone the moment Haruki was confirmed. He had worked out faster than anybody that Konoha was about to need every medic alive, and he had been putting that particular conversation off for 20 years, and had finally been handed an excuse he could not argue with. She came. She did not want to come. She argued with him for most of a day. She came. And then the greatest medical ninja alive walked into a field hospital with 211 casualties in it, saw the floor, and could not move her hands. I was in the corridor when it happened. I want to describe what hemophobia actually looks like in a person of that capability, because the word does not carry it. She did not faint. She did not make a sound. She stood in a doorway with a perfectly composed face, while every muscle in both forearms locked solid, and she looked at a man bleeding out on a table 4 meters away, and she could not make her arms come up. Sakura had to walk her out of the building. Takeshi went after her, and I heard about 10 seconds of that conversation, and it was not good, and I did not stay for the rest. So I went and found her in a stairwell an hour later, and I made her an offer. I can fix it. You can't. I know exactly what it is. You gave the necklace to Daisuke, and he died. You gave it to Hiroshi, and he died. You are the finest healer who has ever lived, and both times you were holding the person while they emptied out onto you. Get away from me. It isn't a phobia. Ex-phobia is irrational. What you have is a conclusion. And the conclusion is that when there is that much blood on the floor, you fail. That isn't fear, that's evidence. You've run the experiment twice, and it came out the same way twice, and any sensible person would believe it. She stopped on the stairs. So? So I can disprove it, once, if you let me. How? By bringing them back and letting you ask them. She hit me. I want that in the record because I deserved it, and because a 51-year-old woman holding back 99% of her strength still put me through a stairwell wall, and I could not breathe properly for a minute and a half. Edo Tensei, she said, standing over me. You are offering me Edo Tensei. Do you have the faintest idea? Yes. They're dead. They are allowed to be dead. That is the one thing they've got. They are, and I'm not going to keep them. 10 minutes. Then I release it properly in front of you, and you watch it happen, and it's finished, and it stays finished. You're a ghoul. I'm a man with a job. And she said no. I want to be honest about that as well. She said no, and she meant it, and I did not do it anyway, because I have exactly one boundary, and that is where it sits. Senju Kaito did it. I had brought him to World 4 to consult on seal work for something completely unrelated, and Takeshi told him what had happened in the stairwell, and the man who invented the technique went and found Akina Senju himself, his brother's granddaughter. Family, by the standards of a clan that has almost none left anywhere in any timeline. I do not know what he said to her, neither does Takeshi. They were alone in a room for 2 hours, and neither of them has ever repeated a word of it. What I know is that she came out and said yes, and that the second Hokage performed his own forbidden technique on 2 people he had never met, using their own remains, with a living sacrifice whose sourcing he declined to discuss, and which I have chosen, deliberately, not to investigate. Daisuke came first, 12 years old, exactly as he was. Not a day older, and not a day wiser. He was confused for about 4 seconds, and then he saw his sister, and he was thrilled. Because a 12-year-old does not have the equipment to process his own death, and mostly wanted to know whether she was okay. Nei-chan, you're old. You little. That was most of it, honestly. He talked, she listened. He told her the Hokage thing had been a stupid dream, and that he was sorry about the necklace, and that the necklace had not done anything, he had just been slow, and there had been a lot of them, and it was not her fault, and could she please stop. Then Kato Hiroshi. I left the room for that. Everybody left the room. Even Kaito, who had to stay within range for the technique, went and stood in the corridor with his back to the door. What I know is that it took about 40 minutes, and that at the end of it, Akina Senju released the technique herself. Kaito offered. She said no. She took the seal tag out of Hiroshi's chest with her own hand and stood there and watched him go. She healed for 9 hours straight that night, and her hands did not stop once. She has never spoken to me about any of it, and she never will, and I consider that entirely fair, and I would not know what to say back. The village learned about the shadow clone 11 days later. That was not me either, and I want to be honest that I would have leaked it, and that I had a plan for leaking it, and that Hyuga Kenji got there first without meaning to. He filed a formal combat report. He is a man who follows procedure the way other people breathe, and procedure required him to note the exact moment at which the field commander's chakra signature changed because his eyes had seen it happen and it was material to the engagement. He wrote 1 sentence and it ended a 50-year career. Kenzo Sarutobi convened the council himself. I did not arrange that. I have gone back over it, and I genuinely did not, and I found that remarkable at the time, and I understand it better now. Because Kenzo had spent 40 years protecting Shimura Katsuro. He had covered for Root. He had let the Uchiha surveillance program stand.
He had known about Kagami's eyes and said nothing in 2 timelines on 2 separate occasions. And 3 clan heads had died covering a shadow clone. He stripped him of everything in a single session. Root disbanded, on the record, with the files transferred that afternoon. Council seat revoked. Command authority void. Pension forfeit. He did it personally, out loud, without letting anybody else speak first. And it took me an embarrassingly long time to understand that this was the last mercy he had left to give. Because if the Nara had spoken first, or the Akimichi, there would have been a motion for execution, and it would have carried. And it would have been carried out that night. Katsuro, he said at the end, we were children together. Kenzo, I have protected you since we were 11 years old. I told myself you saw things I could not afford to see. I did, yes, and I let you. So this is mine as well. That is the closest that man ever came to saying the true thing out loud. And he said it in a room full of people who hated Katsuro more than they had ever hated anything, and not one of them enjoyed hearing it. I did not enjoy it either, and I had spent a year arguing that he should have to, which left the question of what Konoha was actually going to do about the 6 bodies still standing in the Land of Fire. And the answer to that required the ugliest piece of persuasion of my career. I made Hikaru Namikaze become a Jinchuriki. Here is the situation as it actually stood. Mei had the 9 tails. Mei had been resealed 6 months earlier at enormous cost, had not recovered, and was never going to be a frontline asset again. Every person in that room knew it. Not one of them would say it. And Haruki had 4 functioning paths, a Rinnegan, Chibaku Tensei, and a body nobody could find. And Konoha had a Hokage who could teleport anywhere instantly and could not hurt him fast enough for it to matter. Half, I said. Not all of it. The yin half stays with Mei. You take the yang. That is not how a Jinchuriki works. It is how it works if the seal is designed by 3 people who invented sealing, and I happen to have 2 of them and Takeshi. Hikaru said no. He said no for 11 hours, and every single one of his arguments was correct. He said the village would never accept a Jinchuriki Hokage, which was true. He said Mei would be halved and would never forgive being made smaller for his sake, which was true and which was the one that was actually stopping him. He said the 9 tails would never cooperate, which was extremely true, since the fox had spent 6 months telling Mei daily and in considerable detail what it thought of all of us, and of me specifically. Mei broke it. She came in at hour 11 with the seal formula already redrawn in her own hand, in Uzumaki notation, having corrected 2 errors in Takeshi's version, and put it on the table in front of her husband. I've been carrying it since I was 9, she said. Do you know how long that is? Do you know what it's like to be a weapon for 40 years and then be told, politely, by everybody that you're a liability? Mei, take half. It's not a sacrifice, you idiot. It's the first time in my entire life that anybody has offered to carry any of it. The extraction took 6 hours, and it very nearly killed both of them, and I was in the room for all of it, and there was nothing I could do at any point. And the fox, which spent that entire 6 hours screaming, went quiet at the end. Because the yang half found itself inside a man who did not put it in a cage. Hikaru did not seal it behind bars. He built the containment as a shared space, which Uzumaki seal theory permits, and which no Uzumaki has ever actually done, because it is insane and because the failure mode is that the beast simply walks out through your ribs. Hachi's yang half woke up inside the Fourth Hokage and discovered it could move around. I was standing outside the seal chamber when he came out. His eyes had gone gold and slit. There was a chakra cloak on him that made the air taste like copper for 20 meters in every direction, and he was looking at his own hands like a man trying on somebody else's coat. Sir, he said, it's talking to me. What's it saying? It's calling me a moron. That's a good sign. Is it? It called Mei a moron for 40 years. It's how it says hello. I spent the 11 days before pain arrived doing the only thing I am actually good at, which is telling people things. I want to walk you through that because it is the closest I have come to earning any of this. I sat down with Takeshi on the first night, and I did not give him a warning. I gave him a manual. 6 bodies, not 1 man. Write that down. 6? 6. They share vision. Everything one sees, all of them see. If you kill one out of sight of the others, you have about a second before that stops being true. He wrote it down. He is a better student than his reputation suggests, and I think that is because most people who teach him are trying to impress him. The real body isn't there. It's somewhere else, immobile, on life support, and it's running all 6 through black receivers. You cannot win by killing bodies. You can only win by finding the man. Then let's find the man. I can't, not from here. My eyes see chakra transmission at about 4 kilometers on a good day, and he is not within 4 kilometers of anything. That is the first time I ever admitted a limit to somebody in that world, and I did it on purpose because Takeshi does not trust people who have no limits. Then I gave him the 6. Deva does gravity. Push and pull, and the push has a 5-second reload, and I told him to count out loud because 5 seconds is an eternity if you are counting, and no time at all if you are not. Preta absorbs ninjutsu. All of it. Do not throw chakra at the bald one, ever, under any circumstances, including as a feint. Human reads minds through the skull and kills doing it. If it gets a hand on your head, you are already gone. Animal summons. It is the least dangerous alone and the worst in a street. Asura is not a person. It is a machine with a person's face on the outside, and it fires missiles, and it can regrow its own limbs into weapons. And Naraka, the one with the enormous stone face beside it. Naraka is the one that matters, because Naraka repairs the others. Kill it last, and you fight the same 5 bodies forever. Kill it first, and everything you break stays broken. Takeshi read that list 4 times. Then he said a word I am not going to write down, and went to find Akina. I gave the same briefing to Akina the next morning, and she asked better questions than he did. The absorption one, does it absorb everything, or does it absorb chakra? Chakra. So if I hit it, if you hit it with your fist, and there is no chakra on the fist, the barrier has nothing to grab. She looked at me for a long moment. Nobody has ever tried that. Nobody who has met that thing has had your arms. I want to be honest about my motives here. That was not encouragement. That was me placing a weapon where I needed it to be and dressing it up as a compliment, and she knew it, and she took it anyway because it was also true. Kenzo Sarutobi I briefed last, and I briefed him badly. I was still angry with him. I had spent months building the case that he was the reason Konoha rotted, and I had watched him let Katsuro run a secret police force for 40 years, and there was a piece of me that wanted him to walk into that fight with less than everybody else had. So I told him the 6 functions, and I did not tell him about the Super Shinra Tensei. I did not know it was coming, I want that to be clear. Haruki had never used it in any timeline I had visited, and I had no reason to expect it. But I have gone back over that briefing many times, and the honest version is that I gave the old man a shorter conversation than I gave the other 2 because I did not like him, and 11 days later, he died in a street. I do not think the briefing would have saved him. I think about it anyway. The village itself got 11 days of preparation, and I was involved in most of it. We evacuated 4 districts, not officially. Officially, there was a structural survey of the northern water mains, which required temporary relocation, which Konoha's civil authority accepted without question because it came with a stamp. I forged the stamp. It took me 9 minutes and a modern goods voucher, and I have never told anybody, and if the Land of Fire ever audits that quarter, there is going to be an interesting conversation. 11,000 people slept somewhere other than their homes on the night it happened. That is the number I hold on to when I think about the 406 who did not. I also spent those 11 days doing something entirely selfish, which was training. My chakra had gone up enormously after the Raikiri scroll, and again after eating Kai's Amaterasu, and I had discovered something about my own eyes that changed how I fight. Pretapath does not merely block ninjutsu, it converts it. Every technique thrown at me becomes fuel. Which means that in a world where everybody solves their problems by throwing enormous quantities of chakra at things, the correct strategy for a man with almost no chakra is to stand still and be attacked. I am, functionally, a battery that insults people. I worked out my ranges. I worked out that Shinra Tensei at my level tops out around 80 meters and costs me about 1/5 of everything I have. I worked out that the railgun needs 11 seconds and a source of iron, and that blood is a source of iron, and that I did not enjoy how quickly I had thought of that. And I worked out that if I am ever in a fight where I cannot leave, I lose. That is the whole assessment. I am a man whose combat doctrine is a door. Then pain arrived, and I went up onto a water tower 2 kilometers south of the village, and I stayed there, and I want to take you through it the way it actually happened, because the way I have told it to people since is tidier than the truth. They came in at dawn from the west, and I had my eyes on them 11 kilometers out. 6 bodies, walking, in a line, not hurrying. The first 4 minutes went better than anything I had projected. Takeshi did not scout, he did not probe. He came off the Hokage rock in sage mode with both toads already on his shoulders and went straight for the Naraka path with a sage art Rasengan the size of a handcart, exactly as briefed, because I had told him the fight is decided by whether that thing dies early. The Preta path stepped into the path of it. Of course it did. That is what it is for. Haruki has run that intercept 10,000 times, and it has never once failed him.
and Akina Senju came down through the roof of the building behind it and hit it in the base of the skull with her bare hand. I made a noise on that water tower, out loud, alone, because I had put that idea in her head 9 days earlier, and I had not been certain it would work, and the absorption barrier came up exactly as designed and had nothing whatsoever to grab, and the Predapath's head separated from its shoulders and went down through 2 floors. 5 bodies. She was crying while she did it. I could see it from 2 kilometers away with these eyes, and I have never mentioned it to her, and I am not going to. 19 days in that village, 11 of them in an operating theater. First time she had thrown a punch at a living target in 20 years, and she opened with a decapitation. Then the Naraka Path put its hand on the corpse, and the head grew back. I had told them that would happen. I had said the words out loud, in a room, with all 3 of them present. Being told is not the same as watching. I watched Takeshi's whole rhythm break for about 2 seconds when the thing he had already killed stood back up, and I understood in that moment why Konoha lost this fight in the original timeline, even with better people. It is not the power. It is that the fight refuses to progress. You do the correct thing perfectly, and the board resets, and after the 4th reset, you start making the mistakes of a tired man. They went for the Naraka Path for 6 straight minutes and could not reach it. Haruki had adapted. He kept it 400 meters back with the Deva Path screening, and every time Takeshi closed to 80 meters, the world pushed him away, and 5 seconds later, it pushed him away again. I counted the reloads from the tower. 5.1, 5.0, 5.1. Perfectly regular, beautifully engineered. Absolutely unbeatable if you cannot get inside it. So the toads did the thing that nearly ended it. Frog Song. Jirobo and Kyo sing. It is not a figure of speech, and it is not something you can block, because it is not chakra, and it is not visual, and it does not care what your eyes can do. It is sound. It goes into the ear, and inside it, the target stops. All 5 bodies stopped in the street at once. I want you to understand what I was looking at. 5 paths of pain standing in a Konoha street like street furniture. Takeshi walking up to the Naraka Path with a Sage Rasengan in his hand, and about 1.5 seconds of work left in the entire war. I was already doing the arithmetic on my unification number, and a white shape came up out of the ground under Jirobo's feet. White Zetsu, one of hundreds, individually useless, incapable of harming a Sannin, incapable of harming a Toad Elder, incapable of doing anything at all except closing one hand around one ankle and pulling. Frog Song requires 2 voices. I had known there were white Zetsu in the Land of Fire. I had told Takeshi there were white Zetsu in the Land of Fire. I had not told him that they can move through solid ground, and that they will be under his feet specifically at the moment he is winning, because I did not think of it, because I had catalogued them as a strategic nuisance rather than a tactical one. That is my error. It is on the list. Haruki had about 11 seconds of blindness, and he did not waste one of them. He pulled the Deva Path back 600 meters, stood it up in an open lot, and held it there. I did not know what he was doing. Takeshi did not know. Akina did not know. Kenzo Sarutobi worked it out about 1.5 seconds before it happened, and started screaming at the Civil Defense Channel to get everybody underground. And that scream is the reason the number is 406 and not 4,000. Super Shinra Tensei. It is not a separate technique. That is what I find obscene about it. It is the ordinary gravity pulse, held down and charged, costing very nearly every drop of chakra a Rinnegan user has, with a radius the size of a village. The northern third of Konoha stopped existing. Not burned, not flattened, pushed. Every building, every wall, every tree, every cart, every person inside 800 meters went outward at once. Then the ground came apart. Then there was a crater, and the crater had a clean edge the way a bowl has a clean edge. I was 2 kilometers south, and it took the tower out from under me. I landed badly, and something in my shoulder went, and I lay in the dirt for about 4 seconds, looking up at a dust column that was climbing past the Hokage rock. 406 people. That is not an estimate. I pulled it out of the registry afterward, and I counted the names myself, which took 1.5 hours, and which I did because I wanted to be a person who had counted them, rather than a person who had heard a number. The next 20 minutes were not a battle. I want to be precise about that, because everything before it had been tactical, and everything after it was not. It was 3 exhausted people trying to stop a thing that had already spent its one big move and was still winning. Kenzo Sarutobi died at minute 9. He had summoned Kongo, gone to the Diamond Staff, and pushed the Asura path off the eastern approach, and he was holding that line by himself because the other two were pinned 400 meters west. The Deva Path's reload came up. Kongo took most of it. X summon that has served 4 Hokage and can turn into an indestructible weapon took a gravity pulse meant for a man and shattered back into a monkey and was gone in smoke. And the 3rd Hokage stood in the road with a broken staff and both lungs going, and the Deva Path walked over to him. There was no conversation. That is the part I keep going back to. In the story I know, that man got a whole argument. He got to talk about pain. He got a death with a witness and a theme and a meaning bolted onto the end of it. Here, he got a black rod through the sternum from a body that had already turned its head to look at something else. He did not go quickly. 90 seconds, roughly, and he was conscious for most of it. And what he did with those 90 seconds was crawl. 6 meters on his elbows with a punctured chest to put his own body between the road and a shelter hatch. Not to close it. He could not have closed it. To be in front of it. Nothing came down that road. It did not matter. He did it anyway. I was on the ground 2 kilometers away with a wrecked shoulder, and I could see all of it, and I did not move. I have already told you why. I decided months earlier that his death solved 4 of my problems, and I stand by the arithmetic, and I want you to know that the arithmetic was correct, and that I have not stopped seeing him crawl. Takeshi went down at minute 14 with 3 rods through him, pinned to a wall by his own coat, entirely conscious, watching the human path walk toward Akina. And that is when Ryunosuke did the most impressive thing anybody did in that entire war, 400 kilometers away, with nobody watching. He had never intended to come to Konoha. I want to be fair to him about this, because everybody in that village spent the following year calling him a coward, and every single one of them was wrong. For 11 days, while Takeshi built a defense and I forged evacuation orders, Ryunosuke had been doing the only job that actually mattered. He had been finding the body. He did it with snakes. Thousands of them, seeded across 4 countries, mapping chakra transmission the way you map an underground river by putting dye in it and waiting to see where it comes out. 11 days, 4 countries, 1 tower in the land of rain. He walked in alone. He got past Sayuri by having a body made of snakes, which is not a counter to paper so much as a refusal to be a shape she could burn. And he went into a room where a skeletal man was wired into a machine with 6 black rods coming out of his spine. Uzumaki Haruki, 32 years old, about 40 kilos, legs that had not worked in 15 years. Running 6 bodies 600 kilometers away with the eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths. "Hello," Ryunosuke said. "You must be very tired." And Haruki pulled every path off the field at once. That is the moment Konoha was saved. Not Akina's punch, not the toads. X-Man Konoha had branded a traitor, walked into a room and said, "Hello," and 5 bodies standing over 3 dying legends simply stopped and left. Konoha has never known that. Ryunosuke has never told them. I have told exactly 1 person, and it was not anybody in that village. Then Haruki used Chibaku Tensei on his own tower. The ceiling, the walls, the machine, the floor, and about half a mountainside went up into a sphere, and Ryunosuke went up with it. He countered with the 8 branches technique, an 8-headed white serpent the size of a hill coming out of a man's body inside a building that was already leaving the ground. He held that sphere apart for 40 seconds. I've looked at the numbers on that since, and it should not be possible, and the only explanation I have is that Ryunosuke had spent 30 years making himself into something that is technically no longer a person, and that this was the first time it had ever been worth it. Then Haruki closed it, and Ryunosuke was inside a small artificial moon. He got one thing out before it sealed. X single snake with a kunai in its mouth, thrown at nothing in particular. X kunai with a flying thunder god seal on it. Hikaru Namikaze had handed him that 11 days earlier, and told him not to use it unless he was going to die. Ryunosuke had accepted it with visible contempt in front of me with a comment about leashes. He had kept it in his sleeve the entire time. Hikaru arrived from 400 kilometers away, out of a war, in the time it takes to blink. He pulled Ryunosuke out of a sphere of compressed rock. He put him on the ground. He said something to him that I did not hear, and Ryunosuke has never repeated. Then he turned around, and Konoha's 4th Hokage went into Hachi mode in front of Uzumaki Haruki.
I need to describe this properly, because everything up to that point had been people fighting, and this was not that. The yang half of the Nine Tails does not produce a cloak. It produces a coat of chakra with a man inside it, gold and black, and Hikaru had spent 6 months learning to wear it. And the thing about handing that to the fastest person alive is that it does not make him stronger, it makes his margins impossible. 9 consecutive Stage 2 Flying Thunder God jumps. Not 9 jumps over a fight, 9 inside 1 second, along a chain of markers he laid down as he moved, each landing a full Rasengan on a different target. The Deva path went first. It did not use Shinra Tensei. It never got to. The reload is 5 seconds, and Hikaru Namikaze had decided that nobody in that war was ever getting 5 seconds again. 2 rounds. That is what it took. 2 exchanges, and every remaining body was down. And the second time he came through, he had not been attacking at all. He had been tagging. Then he stopped in the middle of the field and let a tailed beast ball form over his open palm. I want you to hold the shape of that. 6 months earlier, that man had sealed a tailed beast into his newborn son and had fully expected to die doing it. Now, he was holding one like a lantern, casually, while he decided where to put it. He threw it at Haruki's real body, and Uchiha Tsubasa ate it. Kamui, straight through the vortex, ball and all, into a dimension where it could detonate harmlessly for the rest of time. And Tsubasa stepped out of nothing between the two of them, with a wood-release limb already growing out of his shoulder. I had been wondering when he would show. Hikaru did not slow down. That is the whole difference between him and everybody else. Most people, seeing that man appear, take a beat. He tagged the arm. Kamui makes Tsubasa intangible. It does not make grafted equipment intangible while he is solid, and a wood-release limb he had bolted on was not part of him in any sense a space-time seal recognizes. Hikaru flashed to the mark. That put him inside Tsubasa's guard while Tsubasa was still solid. He took the arm off at the shoulder with a Rasengan and flashed back out. 1 exchange, 1 arm, and for the first time in 11 years, Uchiha Tsubasa was hurt in a fight he had chosen to enter. He took the mask off. I was close enough to see Hikaru's face when it came off, and I have decided not to describe it. You saved Konoha, Tsubasa said. You saved your wife. You saved your son. You couldn't save your own student. Tsubasa, don't. You were 13. So was Yumi. They stood in a field full of dead bodies and said each other's names, and the entire war stopped for about 4 seconds. And I stood in the wreckage with a wrecked shoulder, thinking about how a whole world war in a different timeline comes out of one girl, one impossible order, and a boy who was never told what actually happened to him. And while they were doing that, the coil Zetsu came up out of the ground behind Haruki and gouged out his left eye. Tsubasa had given that order before he ever showed his face. Because Tsubasa Uchiha is a grieving man and a sentimental one, and he is also the most operationally disciplined person in this entire story, and he came to that field for exactly one thing, and he got most of it. Hikaru severed the Zetsu's arm before it withdrew, and took the eye out of its hand in the air. He got the left one, Tsubasa got the right, and was through his own vortex before the severed arm hit the ground, which left Uzumaki Haruki, half-blind, out of chakra, 400 kilometers from a war he had already lost, wired into a machine that was no longer attached to a building. He used Super Shinra Tensei again. He did not have the chakra for it. I know he did not, because I was looking at him with these eyes, and there was nothing left in him to spend. He did it anyway, on a man who cannot be caught by anything with a wind-up. Hikaru was 200 meters clear before it landed, and Uzumaki Haruki killed himself doing it, which I have concluded was the entire point, and which I did not understand until considerably later. I got there about 40 seconds after. Hikaru was standing over the body. Ryunosuke was already kneeling beside it with a case open, because Ryunosuke has never in his life observed a silence. And Sayuri came out of the paper. She did not attack. She had watched the whole thing from what was left of the rafters, and she had 100,000 explosive tags folded and ready, and she did not use one of them. He's finished, she said. Yes. Are you going to kill me? And Hikaru Namikaze, who had just fought a god, and lost the same student twice in one afternoon, said the thing that made me revise my entire estimate of him. No. Takeshi-sensei is alive. He's about 2 kilometers that way. He's pinned to a wall, and I think he'd like to see you. She went. I checked on that afterward, more than once. She did not join Konoha, and she never will. She stayed in the Land of Fire for 11 weeks, and she and Takeshi buried Koji properly, with a stone, in a place I am not going to write down. I have decided that is the closest thing to a good outcome available anywhere in this story. Ryunosuke got the corpse. He asked for it out loud, in front of everybody, about 30 seconds after the man died, because he has never once understood a room, and I no longer believe he is pretending. Hikaru gave it to him, on conditions, in writing, witnessed. And then Hikaru held up the left Rinnegan. I knew. I want to be completely clear that I knew what was about to happen, that I had roughly 4 seconds, and that I spent all 4 of them standing there with my mouth open, because I had spent 6 months telling Uchiha Kageyama that I would put a Rinnegan in his head, because that eye was, at that moment, the single most valuable object in any of my 7 worlds, because Ryunosuke was already on his feet with both hands out, and an expression on his face that I have never seen on a living human being before or since. Hikaru, do you understand what that is? I do. That is the only one in existence outside a criminal's skull. The research alone, I know. Then give it to me. And Hikaru Namikaze put a Rasengan through it. Not a fumble, not a slip. He held it up so that all 4 of us could see it clearly, and then he destroyed it, deliberately, at arm's length. Ryunosuke made a sound I have never heard him make. I did not say anything at all. Sir, Hikaru said, and turned around, and he was completely calm. And I understood right then that he had worked out considerably more than I had ever given him credit for. You've been extremely generous with your intelligence. I have. You told me about Kageyama. You told me about Tsubasa. You gave me each path's function 11 days before they arrived, and that saved my village, and I will never be able to repay it. Yes. You have never once told me what you want. I did not answer him. I've thought about it a great deal, and the only thing I can think of that a man with those eyes would need from a village is more eyes. So I've removed the temptation. He was smiling when he said it, politely, the same way he smiles at everybody, which is the single most alarming thing about him. Third Dynasty, I said. Do you have any idea what you have just cost me? No, but I know what it would have cost me to find out. That is the only time anybody in 7 worlds has ever taken something from me. I have turned it over a great many times since, and here is where I have landed. He was wrong about my goal and completely right about my methods. He made the correct decision on incomplete information, using nothing but inference, against a man who can leave any conversation instantly and who had been managing him for months. I would have done exactly the same thing in his position. That did not make it cheaper. Because Uchiha Kageyama was sitting in World 1, 6 months into growing a pair of eyes out of a piece of his best friend's forearm, with my promise in his pocket. And I had nothing to give him now except a left Mangekyo in a jar, taken out of the skull of a dying man he has never met, in a timeline he has never visited. So I stood in that rubble doing the only arithmetic available to me, which was how many days I had before a man with an eternal Mangekyo asked me a polite question about a jar. The answer came out somewhere under 30, and I stopped counting, because I had one more thing to check first, and I did not like what I was about to find. I stayed in that broken tower for about 20 minutes after everyone left, and I want to tell you what I was actually doing, because it was not morning. I was counting who had shown up. Haruki came, Tsubasa came, Sayuri came, Coil Zetsu came, took an eye, and lost an arm doing it. Shade Zetsu did not come. Think about what was on that table, ex-Rinnegan, in the open, changing hands. The thing that had spent 1,000 years steering the Uchiha toward the infinite Tsukuyomi did not turn up for the one object its entire plan runs on. There are 2 explanations. Either it could not get there, or it did not need to, because it already knew how the evening ended. I do not like either of those, and I like the second one considerably less. I have told you that I edited a stone tablet's reputation, blackmailed a Tsuchikage's country out of existence, and moved between 7 timelines without anybody noticing. It had not occurred to me until that night that there might be somebody in this world running the same play with a 1,000-year head start. I filed it. Then I went to find Hikaru because he was already giving orders, and the orders were not what I expected. He had a map out on a broken wall. Kenshin, Hokage. Take the Uchiha to Amegakure. Everything the Akatsuki built there. Every facility, every cell, every safe house in the land of rain. Understood. Prisoners? Goro's officer corps has been dead for 11 days and nobody has noticed. There is no government there. There are men following orders from a corpse. Give them one chance to put the weapons down. If they don't, finish it. Kenshin left. He was gone before the sentence had finished settling. That was the first order I ever heard Hikaru Namikaze give that I would have expected from Kaito. And you? I said. Kumogakure. You have a functional army holding that line. I have a functional army holding a line against a village that has just heard the third Hokage is dead. He was right, and he had worked it out faster than I had. Because news travels. Konoha had lost 400 people, an entire district, and a former Hokage in one afternoon, and there is no version of that which stays quiet. The Fourth Hokage would hear about it inside 4 days. And X is a man of enormous appetite who had been waiting his whole life for Konoha to have a bad week. So I'm going to go north, Hikaru said, and I'm going to end it before he finds out. He did not quite manage that. X found out 2 days early from a root asset who had gone freelance after the disbandment, and he came south immediately with everything he had, which turned out to be the best possible outcome because it meant the Fourth Raiko attacked a man who had been a Jinchuriki for 6 months instead of waiting to attack a man who had been one for 6 years. Before I get to that, there is a thing that happened in Konoha that I did not see coming and should have. Tsubasa went for Ryota. Not to kill him, he had lost the right side of his own face's usefulness the day Hikaru took his arm off, and more to the point, Haruki was dead, the Gedo statue had no operator, and his entire timetable had just been set back a decade, which meant he needed his own capability back to full. Kamui works both ways. Tsubasa had one eye, Ryota had the other. With both, Tsubasa can send and retrieve, which means he can pull objects out of his dimension instead of only pushing them in, which means the tailed beast ball he had swallowed to save Haruki's life becomes an asset rather than an embarrassment. I did not see him come, and neither did anybody else, and I have gone looking for the gap since. He came into Konoha 9 days after Pain, during the reconstruction, when there were 4,000 strangers in the village clearing rubble and nobody was checking anybody's face. Hatake Ryota was 24 and on medical leave with a chakra exhaustion injury and was, by his own later account, asleep on a bench. Tsubasa took the eye out and left. That is the whole engagement. There was no fight. There was no confrontation. X-Man walked up to his old teammate on a bench, took back the eye he had given him at 13, and went. He also did not kill him. I have thought about that a lot. He had every reason to. Ryota is the single most dangerous witness to his identity alive, and he was unconscious, and Tsubasa had a knife. He took the eye and put a field dressing on it. He put a dressing on it. Ryota woke up 11 hours later in a hospital with half his sight gone, and Mei Uzumaki sitting on the end of the bed, because Hikaru was 600 kilometers away, and Mei had decided somebody was going to be there when he woke up. Mei-san, my eye. I know. Who? And she told him, because Hikaru had left instructions that if Ryota asked, he was to be told, and not by a stranger. Tsubasa is alive. Tsubasa took it. Tsubasa has been alive for 11 years. Hatake Ryota got out of that bed with a punctured lung and one eye and no chakra and made it about 4 meters toward the door before Mei put him back down. Not gently. She hit him. Where are you going? I have to. You have to what? You have one eye and you can't stand up. What exactly is your plan, Ryota? He was my responsibility. He was 13. You were 13. He tried again 40 minutes later and she knocked him unconscious. And then she carried him to her own house and put him in the spare room and sat outside the door for 2 days. Ryota spent the following week chained to a sofa in the Hokage's residence, being fed by a woman who would not discuss it, with a newborn asleep in the next room. I came by once. He was staring at the ceiling. You knew, he said. I did. How long? Since before the fox. You could have told me. I told Hikaru. He decided not to tell you. You want to know why? Yes. Because he thought you'd do exactly what you did 4 minutes after finding out, and he was right, and you're on a sofa. Ryota did not say anything to that for a while. Is he beyond saving? And I gave him the honest answer, which was, I don't know. Nobody does. Not even him. That is the last useful thing I said to Hatake Ryota that year. The Fourth Kage crossed the border on a Tuesday with 22,000 men and his brother. I do not want to spend a long time on that war because it lasted 6 days. Hikaru had spent 6 months learning to wear the Nine Tails and had used it in combat exactly once against Haruki in a controlled situation at range. X is the only man on the continent whose raw speed is in the same conversation as the flying thunder god. Lightning release armor puts his reflexes above his own nervous system's ability to plan. He does not think about the strike. He is already there. They met on the 4th day. That fight is the closest Hikaru Namikaze came to dying in that world.
and I include the Nine Tails, and I include Tsubasa. X got through the teleport twice. Twice. That should not be a number that exists. The first time he did it by attacking the marker rather than the man, which nobody had ever thought of. The second time he did it by simply being faster than the decision. At minute 9, Hikaru had a broken collarbone, a burst eardrum, and about 40% of his chakra, and X had a dislocated shoulder and was enjoying himself enormously. At minute 11, Hikaru stopped trying to outspeed him. He stood still, he let X come, and he let the guillotine drop start, and he formed a tailed beast ball in his palm at point-blank range and did not throw it. He held it there and let the Fourth Hokage's own strike carry him into it. The detonation took the top off a hill. X survived it. I want that in the record because it is insane. X lightning-armored Kage took a tailed beast ball at contact range and lived for about 4 minutes, and he spent all 4 of them talking. Ace J got to him first. I was 30 meters away. Brother, Jay, shut up. Listen, don't. That was mine. I chose it. Nobody did that to me. You take them home, every one of them, and you do not start this again. Do you hear me? You do not start this again. The Fourth Hokage of Kumogakure died on a hillside in the Land of Frost, telling his little brother not to avenge him. I have watched a great many people die in the course of this job, and I want to be honest that this is the one I did not enjoy at all. Because for the first time, I had not arranged any part of it, and it happened anyway, and that is a worse feeling than guilt. Kumogakure sued for peace on the 6th day. Ace J refused the hat, which is the most in-character thing that man has ever done. The seat went to a Jonin commander with dead eyes and a heavy sword. Hikaru dictated the terms, and they were not generous. Reparations, paid in chakra metal and lightning release research, over 9 years. Full disclosure of the Kinkaku Force's operations against Konoha. X written admission, signed and made public, of Kumogakure's role in the destruction of Uzushio Gakure. He put that last clause in himself. Nobody suggested it. He put it in because he had gone home 11 days earlier and told his wife what he had learned about who had ground her homeland into gravel, and had watched her face do something he never wanted to see again. Kumogakure signed all of it. Meanwhile, 400 kilometers west, Uchiha Kenshin finished the Land of Rain in 19 days. I did not watch much of that, and I am not going to pretend it was a battle. It was an entire clan of Sharingan users against a leaderless army following forged orders. Amegakure does not exist in that world anymore. Neither does the Akatsuki apparatus, the Gedo statue's housing, or 11 years of Tsubasa's logistics. World 4 unification, 33 to 41%, and I pulled a dust release scroll on the resulting lottery draw, which I mention mostly because I laughed out loud in an empty field. The technique that killed the second Tsuchikage's ambition and nearly killed Uchiha Kageyama, delivered to me in an envelope for surviving a war I mostly watched. I want to tell you about Samehiko now, because I made him a promise and I do not leave those open. He found me. That is the correct order of events. 4 months later, in World 3, in a tea house in the land of hot water, Hoshigaki Samehiko sat down across from me uninvited, with Samehada on the floor beside him. You said I'd want to talk to you. I did. So talk. What does it do at the end? And I told him. Not the sales version. The whole thing. The divine tree comes up. Everybody gets wrapped. Everybody dreams. And then the tree feeds. And every person inside it becomes a white Zetsu. And the white Zetsu are not people. They are a crop. That's what the infinite Tsukuyomi is. It's a harvest. The dream is the anesthetic. Samehiko listened to all of it without moving. Then he asked one question, and it was the right one, and it is the reason I had wanted him from the beginning. Who eats? Otsutsuki Tsukino, or whatever's left of her. There's a thing called Shade Zetsu that's been steering your organization for 1,000 years to bring her back. X thousand years. Yes. He sat back and started laughing, and it went on for an uncomfortably long time. So the world of truth, he said finally, the one Kageyama promised, where there are no more lies, is a lie. Is the biggest one ever told, and you've been carrying its luggage for 6 years. Hoshigaki Samehiko has spent his entire life around deception. He killed his own comrades over it. He calls himself the monster without a tail because he could never find one true thing to stand on. And I had just handed him the single largest lie in recorded history and told him he had been inside it. He should have killed me. He genuinely thought about it. I watched him think about it. What do you want? Stay in, report to me, and when it comes apart, be standing somewhere useful. And what do I get?
You get to be the one person in this story who wasn't fooled. He took the deal, not for the reason I gave him, for a reason he told me on his way out, and which I have never repeated until now. You know what the worst part is? I liked him. Kai. I liked him, and I've been walking him toward a wood chipper for 4 years and calling it a mission. Then he picked up his sword and left me with the T-bill. Which brings me to Katsuro, and to the only genuinely enjoyable afternoon of my entire career. Shimura Katsuro, World 4, had been stripped of everything by Kenzo Sarutobi 11 days before Kenzo died. Which meant that when the third Hokage was buried, the only person alive who knew the full reasoning behind that decision was gone, and Katsuro started petitioning for reinstatement before the ashes were cold. He had a case, and I want to be honest that it was a good one. That is what made it dangerous. He had run the Northern War competently. Root's intelligence had been the only functioning intelligence in the village, and 3 clan heads were dead, which meant 3 council seats were empty, and a man with 40 years of favors could do a great deal with 3 empty seats. Hikaru was 600 kilometers away burying a Raikage, so I brought Senju Kaito. I want to be clear that I did not tell him what for. I told him Konoha in World 4 had a personnel problem and asked him to consult, which is a sentence I now understand was the single most irresponsible thing I have ever said out loud. Kaito read Kenzo's stripping order, then he read Kenji's combat report, then he read the casualty list with 3 names on it. Then he went and found Katsuro Shimura and hung him from the rafters of the old Root headquarters by his wrists and whipped him for 10 minutes. Not with chakra, with a length of cord, like a man beating a rug. I did not stop it. I want to be honest, I could have stopped it. I outrank nobody but I can teleport, and I stood in the doorway of that building for the full 10 minutes, and I did not do a single thing. He did not say anything for the first 8. He just worked. Then he stopped and let the man hang there and delivered the lecture, and this is why I have kept the whole scene. You want to be Hokage? Yes? Say it properly. I have always wanted to be Hokage. That is the entire problem with you, and it always has been. You have the order wrong. Nobody becomes Hokage and is then approved. You are approved, and then you are Hokage. The hat is the receipt. It is not the transaction. My brother did not want that seat. He was given it because 11 clans looked at him and could not think of anyone else. I did not want it either. Kenzo did not want it. Do you understand what all 3 of us have in common? No. None of us ever asked. You have spent 50 years trying to purchase something that is only ever given, and every year you have failed. You have decided the price was higher, and you have paid more, and you have paid it out of other people. Kagami's eye. You wanted that eye. He gave it to me. He gave it to a version of you in a different world, and that version asked. You would have taken it. You do not know that. I have your face. In my Konoha, I have your face, 30 years older, doing exactly what you would do, and I gave him a job precisely so he would never get near a Sharingan again. You are the second one, and you turned out worse, and I want you to know that the difference was one conversation that nobody bothered to have with you. 3 men died covering a clone of you. Say their names, and Katsuro could not. He had read the report. He knew the names perfectly well. He simply could not get them out of his mouth while hanging from a beam in front of the man who invented half of what he was. Kaito cut him down. Get up. What are you going to do? I am going to give you what you have wanted your entire life, and you are going to hate it. You want to serve this village in a way nobody sees, at a cost nobody will ever thank you for, with authority nobody can revoke because nobody will know you have it. Congratulations. You are going to Tsunagakure. Katsuro Shimura stared at him. As what? As a traitor. Takeshi will handle the staging. You will defect publicly, with documents, after an assassination attempt on you that will be extremely convincing because I intend to make it real. You will never come home. You will never hold office. You will die in the land of wind under a name you make up on the road, and your file in Konoha will say you betrayed us, and it will stay that way for as long as the village exists. And you will run the single most important intelligence position on the continent for the next 30 years. You said I'd hate it. You will. It's everything you wanted with the credit removed. I estimate that's about 90% of what you actually wanted, and you're going to find out which 90. Katsuro Shimura took the job. Of course he took it. What else was he going to do? Takeshi staged the defection 9 days later, and it was, I am told, a masterpiece. 3 witnesses, a burned safe house, a body that was not a body, and a very public accusation from a council that genuinely believed it. I went and looked in on him about a year in. He was in a Suna market buying vegetables, with one arm, under a name I will not write down. And he was thinner and quieter, and he had a sand headband on a table in his room that he had not earned and had been given anyway. And 400 kilometers and 1 timeline away, in World 2, a different Shimura Katsuro was doing exactly the same job in exactly the same country 34 years into it. 2 of them. Same man, same village, same country of exile. One was sent there by a Hokage who told him he was the only person who could do it. One was sent there by a Hokage who told him he was never qualified for anything else. I have not decided which of them got the better deal, and I have stopped expecting to. So, let me tell you where I actually stood at the end of all that. 11 months earlier, I had opened my eyes on the Hokage rock with a stranger's voice in my head explaining that I had 7 worlds to unify, no chakra, no name, no allies, and a pair of eyes I had not earned. The first person I met put a katana against my throat inside 4 minutes. Now Senju Renjiro would clear his afternoon if I knocked. Uchiha Kageyama has taken my calls and drunk my cola and killed a nation on my say-so. Senju Kaito consults for me across 2 timelines and has never once said thank you. Hikaru Namikaze has beaten a Raikage, a god, and his own student's ghost using intelligence I handed him. Ryunosuke has my number. Samehiko reports to me, and 3 separate versions of Shimura Katsuro are currently spying on Sunagakure for people who think they thought of it themselves. World 1, 52%. World 2, 41. World 3, 22. World 4, 41. 4 boards moving, 3 untouched. 20 years of holding to do after that. I am not remotely immortal. I am a man with a genin's chakra who has learned to talk very fast. And there are exactly 2 things sitting on my chest. The first is that I promised Uchiha Kageyama a Rinnegan, and that I watched the last free Rinnegan in that timeline get destroyed by a smiling blonde man who had worked out what I was 6 months before I noticed he was looking. I also still owe him the other half of that bargain. I told him I would take him to the day the infinite Tsukuyomi goes off and let him watch it eat the world, and I've been putting it off, and he has started asking about it in the specific flat voice he uses right before somebody stops existing. Kageyama does not forgive deception. He has told me so, to my face, holding a fan, standing on a mountain of dead people. I have about 4 weeks. The second thing is smaller, and it is worse. Shade Zetsu did not come to that tower. Everybody else came. Everybody who wanted that eye came for it, and the one entity in creation whose entire 1,000-year plan depends on it stayed home. Which means one of 2 things is true. Either it does not know I exist, or it has been watching me build a 7-world empire out of favors and blackmail and cola cans for 11 months, has recognized precisely what it is looking at, and has decided that I am not yet worth interrupting. I think about that one at night, because I have spent this entire year being the smartest thing in every room I walk into, and I have just met the first evidence that somebody else has been playing the same game since before this world had villages. And it has not introduced itself yet.